Chapter 989. In the western region, rows of wooden houses were built at the foot of the yellow cloud mountain. Smoke rose from the chimneys, and the laughter of the villagers was endless. At noon, no matter if it was men or women, old or young, everyone had already returned to the village. Some gathered together to chat about their dreams, while some sat together to chat about which family they had seen before, which family's young man had not married yet, or which family's young lady had not married yet. The scene was extremely harmonious and warm, especially the scenery of the yellow cloud mountain. It could be said to be a paradise. The spirit energy was dense, and it was surrounded by mountains. However, such a scene was very strange. Normally, if there were not demonic beasts in such a place, there would at least be wild beasts harassing them. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not see any demonic beasts in the Yellow Cloud Village. At this moment, at the foot of the Yellow Cloud Mountain, when everyone in the Yellow Cloud Village was eating and chatting, their village welcomed 3 people. At this moment, at the entrance of the Yellow Cloud Village, a man and 2 women were wearing cotton clothes. The man was handsome and had an ethereal feeling about him. The 2 women were also so beautiful that it was suffocating. Even if they wore cotton clothes, it could not hide their beauty. The 3 of them stood at the entrance of the village and raised their heads to look at the 3 words written above their heads. A smile appeared on the man's face. He curled his lips and said in a clear voice, "Yellow Cloud Village. I heard that the villagers of this Yellow Cloud Village are simple and honest. They do not close their doors at night. The entire village is like a family. When the family is in trouble, everyone supports them. TSK, TSK, it's really strange. In this world where humans eat humans and beasts eat humans, there is actually such a paradise." Hearing the young man's words, a woman who followed him said, "Yes, if it is really like what you said, then this place is really a paradise. Then husband, are we going to stay here?" The other woman said with an expression full of expectation. At this moment, the man was silent and fell into deep thought. However, this expression came and went quickly. In the end, he nodded with a smile and said, "Let's stay here. I feel that I can restrain my baleful aura to the extreme here. This is the place where I comprehend the Tao." Great! After getting her husband's confirmation, the woman jumped up in joy and excitement like a happy child. When this scene fell into the young man's eyes, he was stunned and a touch of tenderness appeared. At this moment, if this scene fell into the eyes of Di Shirtion, perhaps Di Shirtion would have already flown into a rage and started nagging while pointing at the young man's nose. The young man was none other than Lin Rei, who had left Xianming Valley. As for the 2 girls beside him, they were Ying and Bing. After the 3 left Xianming Valley, they walked and stopped as if they were on a scenic tour, looking for the place they wanted to return to. In order to make it more suitable for him, Lin Li even took off his divine artifact and changed into an ordinary linen robe with a patch on it. The 2 women didn't have any complaints because, in their opinion, as long as they could be with their husbands, it was the happiest thing. As for what they wore, they didn't care at all. "Let's go." Putting a stop to Ice's madness, he reached out to hold the 2 girls' hands and slowly walked into the village. At this moment, the 3 of them were just like ordinary people. There were no fluctuations of cultivation in their bodies. "Have you heard? Some time ago, I heard that Wang Daniu from the neighboring village was kicked. He almost committed suicide because of it." "What? What happened?" "I remember that Wang Daniu is a very simple and honest person." "How could this happen?" Yes, I have seen Wang Daniu before." "How could he?" Just as Lin Rei walked to the center of the village, a piece of gossip entered Lin Rei's ears. Regarding this, Lin Rei was startled and the corner of his mouth fiercely twitched. The people who were gossiping in front of him weren't women, but a few men. Lin Rei could feel the iron blood of these men and thought that they might be the hunters of the village. However, this wasn't a reason for these men to sit together and gossip. Just as Lin Li was about to leave, the middle-aged man, who had been chatting happily, noticed Lin Li and his 2 wives from the corner of his eye. "Who are you?" His expression was vigilant. As a hunter of the village, the first thing he thought of was the safety of his village. How could he give up on interrogating these strangers who suddenly appeared? Perhaps because of the middle-aged man's words. Seeing that the other villagers were also attracted, they turned their heads doubtfully. However, the moment they saw Lin Ray, their reaction was the same as the first person who discovered Lin Ray. Their expressions were full of vigilance, as if they were afraid that Lin Ray would do something unfriendly. Seeing the vigilance of these people at this moment, Lin Ray was startled. Then, he glanced at everyone and said in a gentle tone, "Xiao, I am really sorry for disturbing you. Please forgive me." Saying that, he cupped his fist and bowed to the crowd. Ing and Bing's eyes widened, as if they had seen something that they couldn't believe. Heavens, did I see wrong? My husband is apologizing to a criminal. Yes, it is indeed as you saw. Lin Ray didn't know what the two women were thinking. If he knew, he would be speechless. Getting up and looking at the crowd, Lin Ray continued, "My name is Lin Ray. The two beside me are my wives. We are tired of the bustling world, so we want to live in seclusion here. May I know who is in charge here?" Oh, hearing Lin Ray say where he came from, everyone was startled. They looked at the middle-aged man in the lead, as if he was the backbone of the village. And the middle-aged man didn't disappoint. Looking at Lin Ray, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "So that's how it is. However, you are right about one thing. This is indeed a place to live in seclusion. However, no outsiders have ever come to our village, so it's okay. You can ask them first. The three of us sincerely want to live in seclusion again. You can ask them first. If it doesn't work, we will leave on our own. How about it?" After all, Lin Ray's cultivation was now restrained, and his goal was to become an ordinary person. Therefore, if Huang Lian village couldn't accommodate them, then he could only leave with Ing and Bing. "Okay, please wait for a moment." After saying that, the middle-aged man turned and jogged towards the other side of the village. He wasn't very fast, but the middle-aged man's figure soon disappeared from everyone's eyes. "I hope it works." His gaze swept around, and his expression was full of anticipation. He had an inexplicable feeling of wanting to stay here. Moreover, he had been gone for so long, and he didn't want to leave again. Just like that, the two groups of people fell into a stalemate. No one said anything, and they just stood there waiting for the middle-aged man to return. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Finally, in Lin Ray's line of sight, the middle-aged man who had left returned. However, he wasn't alone at this moment. He had brought another person with him. However, that person was really old and walked very slowly. It was estimated that the old man could only take one step when the others took 5 steps. Soon, the middle-aged man brought the old man to Lin Ray. Looking at him, Lin Ray nodded and cupped his hands. This is the elder of our Huang Lian village. He is also the village chief of our Huang Lian village, Uncle Huang." The middle-aged man introduced. "Oh, Uncle Huang." He cupped his hands towards the old man. You're the young man who wants to settle down in our Huang Lian village, right?" The old man raised his head, raised his tightly knitted eyelids, and looked at Lin Ray as he asked. "That's right, it's me. I am Lin Ray, and I want to settle down in this village. I wonder, is there anything particular about settling down in Huang Lian village, or are there any taboos?" "There isn't," the middle-aged man replied. However, the old man at the side said, "Young man, I see that you sincerely want to settle down in this village. Since that's the case, then," as he spoke, his gaze swept around, and then it stopped on another middle-aged man. He said, "Little Six, bring this guest to find an empty house. Have everyone help out, so that he can stay for the night." The little Six that the old man spoke of was from the same generation as the uncles in Huang Lian village. However, before this middle-aged man, this seniority was clearly not enough. Hearing the old man's instructions, the middle-aged man called Little Six nodded repeatedly, and he didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. "Okay, I'll go right away." At the side, a smile appeared on Lin Ray's face when he heard that he could settle down. As for asking the villagers for help, Lin Ray thought about it and decided not to. After all, his clothes were in the storage ring, and it wouldn't be good if they were seen. "Let's go." Little Six came before Lin Ray with a kind smile on his face, and the original vigilance on his face had disappeared. Lin Ray replied and bowed to the old man again. Then he pulled Ing and Bing and followed Little Six out of the crowd. At the eastern end of the village, in front of a courtyard that wasn't very big, Lin Ray followed Little Six and stopped there. In response, Lin Ray looked at the small courtyard, and he knew that this would be his home in the future. Sure enough, as soon as this thought came to his mind, Little Six spoke and his voice entered Lin Ray's ears. Brother Lin Ray, this will be your home in the future. Although it isn't big, its layout is one of the best in the village. Besides, the Wu family is just next door. Their family has been practicing medicine for generations. If you have any headaches or fever, they can treat it as soon as you step out of the house. It's very convenient. Although Little Six's words weren't pleasant to the ears, it did make sense. Without refuting, Rode nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, then, Little Six, bro, I'll go in and tidy up first. As a 3,000 to 4,000 years old Lin Ray, he wasn't used to calling a middle-aged man in his 40s bro. After all, he was much older. As for Little Six, when he heard the words Little Six coming out of Lin Ray's mouth, his face suddenly turned red and he muttered in his heart, "It's over, it's over, it's over." I didn't expect my reputation to be ruined by the name of Little Six. He didn't say this out loud and only thought about it in his heart. On the surface, he put on a smile and cupped his hands at Lin Ray. "All right, since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. If you need help, just let me know. In our Huanglian village, we may not be good at other things, but we are indeed very strong when it comes to unity. As the saying goes, when one side is in trouble, all sides will help." Okay, got it. In the end, Little Six chatted with Lin Ray for a while. Then he strode out of Lin Ray's sight and disappeared from Lin Ray's sight. "Let's go." As he spoke, he reached out to open the door. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose into the air. There were spider webs and insects everywhere. Seeing this, Lin Ray's originally relaxed brows knitted together. "Husband, let's do it." At the side, seeing their husband like this, Ing and Bing smiled. Then, Washbu stepped forward and spoke first. Don't say this and that. We're women. These chores are our duty. As for you," Ing looked at Lin Ray and pondered for a while, then said, "You see, we've just moved here and it's going to be dark soon. There will definitely be people coming at night. Your main task is to go hunting in the mountains. I've seen it just now. The villagers here rely on hunting to make a living." Hearing this, Lin Ray was stunned. Then, he thought about it and nodded in agreement. "Okay, since you said so then, I'll go." Looking at the miscellaneous things inside, Lin Ray thought about it and decided to give up. He would rather go hunting than tidy up these things. "Go ahead. When you come back, it should be almost done." Ing pushed Lin Ray out of the door and closed the door without waiting for Lin Ray's response. Lin Ray didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Ying's action. Outside the door, looking at the closed door, he smiled bitterly and walked away. In the small courtyard, Ing and Bing looked at each other, then rolled up their sleeves and began to get busy. The arrival of Lin Ray and the other two spread in the village. Especially the appearance of Lin Ray's two companions, Ing and Bing, became the talk of the town. Linley didn't know about this. At this moment, Linley had already arrived at the back of the mountain. His hands were clasped behind his back as he leisurely walked along the mountain path. He wasn't holding anything in his hands. If the villagers knew that he was here to rob them, they would probably laugh on the spot. Whoosh! Just as Linley was beginning to feel that this sort of leisurely life was not easy to come by, suddenly, a black shadow flashed past at high speed, shattering this hard-won atmosphere. He opened his eyes and looked up, only to see a wild beast that looked like a chicken but had an unusual appearance not far away. Mother Kerr, what is this? Looking at the thing in the distance, Lin Ray felt that he was seeing things. He had seen chickens before, but he had never seen such an ugly chicken. Its whole body was black, but its comb was red and its feet were yellow. It looked out of place, really hard to describe. Gaguda, Mother Kerr, is it really a chicken? With a look of disbelief on his face, he took a step forward and quickly appeared in front of the ugly chicken. Lin Ray didn't use his cultivation. It was just his physical strength that was strong. And this was when he suppressed his speed by 99%. If he went all out, he would be able to travel 100,000 miles in a single step. Lin Ray reached out and grabbed the neck of the ugly chicken. He lifted it up and looked at it carefully. In the end, he chose to give up because he still couldn't tell what breed it was. But at least it was his first prey today. He would definitely eat it tonight. Chapter 990. After catching the first prey, no other wild beasts appeared. As he wanted to live a normal life, he did not use his divine sense to scout the area. As for the speed he had used to catch the ugly chicken, that was just his body's normal speed. Looking at the ugly chicken in his hands, Lin Ray could not believe it. Seeing that Tian still wanted more, he continued deeper into the village. However, in the end, Lin Ray was disappointed. He thought of many reasons, but the most logical one was that perhaps the surrounding wild beasts had all been killed by the villagers of Huanglian village. After all, they had lived here for generations and relied on hunting for a living. After that, Lin Ray did not continue. He understood that the villagers were hunting in a specific area, just that he did not know about it earlier. On the horizon, the original sunlight slowly disappeared, replaced by dark clouds. Looking at the time, it was almost night, and Lin Ray did not have the mood to continue hunting. Although it was just a single ugly chicken, it was enough. At most, he could just go back to the village and borrow some more, and return them when he hunted something good in the future. Saying that he would return, he did not linger, turning and leaving quickly along the original path. Within Huanglian village, in a small courtyard where Lin Ray was currently staying, the scene was completely different from when he had first arrived. The original old, dusty, and dilapidated courtyard had all disappeared in just a single afternoon. Some of it looked brand new, with all sorts of flowers and plants growing in the courtyard. Especially at the back of the courtyard, the two girls had even opened up a small plot of land for them, and it had even been renovated, allowing them to grow whatever they wanted at any time. Currently, the two girls stood in front of the plot of land in the backyard, looking at their work, their faces full of smiles. "Big sister, do you think our husband will like what we have done?" Hearing that, Ing looked at Bing curiously, saying, "Why would you ask that? Husband originally came here to rest. But now that we have created such a thing for him to work on, I'm afraid—" "Don't worry." Without waiting for Bing to finish, Ing quickly interrupted, "My husband won't be unhappy. Not only will he not be unhappy, I believe husband will be very happy." "Really?" Hearing that, Bing hesitated. "Really, I'm sure." Looking at the affirmation on Ying's face, Ice didn't say anything. The smile that had disappeared from his face reappeared on his face. "All right, let's go. Tian-er's husband should be back soon. Let's go prepare dinner." She pulled Bing's hand and walked towards the front yard. "Look, someone is coming out." Where? "That's right. You're just spouting nonsense." "Who's there?" Ing and Bing, who had just returned from the backyard, frowned and looked up. They saw many women and children gathered in front of the gate, which was originally empty. There was an endless stream of people of all ages. Their eyes darted left and right as if they were thieves. Seeing this group of people, the two women were stunned for a moment. Then they quickly came back to their senses. They quickly ran to the door and opened it. With a smile on their faces, they said to everyone, "Everyone must be the villagers of Lotus Village. Please come in." Ing and Bing retreated to the sides and made a gesture of invitation to everyone. You two must be the people who came to settle in our Huanglian village today." "That's right. Look at how beautiful she is. Such a beautiful person has never appeared in our Huanglian village before." "That's right. How could such a beautiful person appear in our village?" "That's right. But you two are already married. Otherwise, this old lady would definitely make you stay." The discussion of the crowd made Ing and Bing stunned, especially the last words of the old woman, which made the two girls feel very awkward. They were worried that they couldn't interrupt. After all, they were now ordinary people, and their style of doing things couldn't be the same as before. They couldn't kill anyone who didn't like them, or who talked back to them, or who talked about their husbands. In the crowd, a middle-aged woman seemed to feel the awkwardness of ing and bing and quickly interrupted the discussion. I say, what are you doing? What are we doing here? We're not here to talk about right and wrong. We're here to help. Look at all of you. Whenever you see a beautiful person, you act like this family's children. You really don't respect your elders. On the side, when Ing and Bing heard the words, don't respect their elders, the awkwardness on their faces intensified. In terms of age, they were probably older than everyone here combined. However, a good thing was that when the middle-aged woman said that, the chatter disappeared. For this, the two women were very grateful to the middle-aged woman in front of them. Looking at her, Ing bowed and said, Sister, may I know who you are? As someone who treated her well, Ing didn't think that she would be so restrained, just like now. My surname is Liu Wu. I'm a lady of the Wu family next to your house. Looking at the polite Ing, Liu Wu knew that these two must be from the outside world, and their family must be very powerful. It was obvious that in this chaotic world, ordinary people wouldn't go back to learn these manners. It was already difficult to fill their stomachs. Only the descendants of some prominent families would do such superficial things. After all, they had the capital and the time to do so. They didn't need to worry about 3 meals a day. However, what made Liu Wu puzzled was why such a prominent family would choose to come to this remote place. Although she looked relaxed and kind, when she thought of these questions, she couldn't help but be vigilant and cautious. So it's Sister Liu. Come in and sit. Looking at Liu Wu, Ing opened her mouth and invited again. However, you all know that we just moved here, so we don't have as many chairs and tea as I do. Please forgive us for being busy. It's okay. Looking at Ing and Bing, everyone was stunned. Everyone here was a little unnatural. After all, Ing and Bing were so well-mannered and polite. This made these uncouth people who lived in the mountains feel a little unnatural. However, this was normal. Under Ing and Bing's warm invitation, everyone walked into the small courtyard. There were about 15 or 16 people in the group. Plus, the courtyard wasn't very big, so everyone basically took up half of the courtyard. This is, when they came to the small courtyard, everyone was stunned on the spot. Their faces were full of astonishment. Originally, everyone thought that it would be difficult for the two of them to clean up this place that no one had lived in for a long time. It was impossible to be the host tonight. But what about now? There was not a speck of dust in the entire courtyard. Not a speck of dirt could be seen. In fact, every item was placed very neatly. Compared to this, everyone felt that their own home was more in line with the word busy and messy. What happened? Looking at the people in the courtyard, the awkward expression on their faces made Ing and Bing puzzled. They were fine just now. How did they become like this? That's right, everyone. At this moment, everyone seemed to be wearing earplugs to Ing and Bing's words. They directly ignored the two women's words. Their eyes scanned the surroundings, and the shock in their eyes took a long time to recover. This was all cleaned up by the two of you? Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Liu Wu's voice broke the silence. Yes, what's the matter? Is there a problem? Liu Wu's words made Ing even more puzzled. She muttered in her heart. Isn't it just cleaning up the courtyard? What's the big deal? Of course, if these kinds of thoughts were heard by housewives like them, they would definitely have the urge to strangle the two of them to death. After all, although Huang Liansuan was separated by a distance, there were still comparisons between people, especially between women. Just like now, they felt that they were not as good at doing housework as these newcomers. In just one afternoon, only the two of them were able to do so well. If this happened to them, they would not be able to do it. With the two women's approval, everyone was a little ashamed. Some people did not even want to stay any longer and directly chose to leave. There are still some matters at home. I thought I could help a little, but since it's not necessary now, then I'll leave first. Me too. Since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. If there's anything, just let us know. We'll definitely help. One by one, they left one by one. In the end, the originally bustling courtyard became deserted. Only the two women and Liu Wu were left. Looking at the back of everyone leaving, Liu Wu smiled bitterly. The two women did not understand. but she was very clear about the thoughts in everyone's heart. She also had it. After all, she was also a woman. It was just that her thoughts were very slight and not as heavy as the others. Seeing that only she and the owner of the courtyard were left in the courtyard, Liu chuckled and said, "They're just like that. After all, there are a lot of things to do in the village. Tomorrow is the hunting day that happens once every 7 days. They have to go back and help their men pack up for tomorrow's hunt." "Oh, tomorrow is the hunting day that happens once every 7 days?" Ing was still full of doubts, but after hearing Liu Wu's words, her doubts disappeared and were replaced by something else. After all, a hunt was a hunt, and today was the hunting day. Seeing the expectation and desire in the two women's eyes, Liu Wu smiled and understood that they did not know. Then she continued, "The hunting day is actually a hunting day for the men in the village. Don't look at the surrounding mountains. In fact, there is no food that can satisfy the daily needs of the people in the village. After all, there are 56 families in the village. Including you, there are 57 families. Everyone has to eat a lot of food every day. Even if they don't only eat meat every day, with such huge expenses, even if they have abundant resources, it is useless." So, the older generation suggested that the hunting day, on this day, all the adult men in the village must go hunting. On this day, the hunting day will last for 3 days. After all, it takes a day to get to the hunting location and another day to get back. Hearing Liu Wu's words, Ing and Bing nodded their heads. "I see. Oh no, didn't our husband go hunting?" Suddenly, Bing thought of the reason why her husband went out. Then she thought of what Liu Wu said and could not help but exclaim, "Yes." At this moment, Liu Wu also reacted. She did not seem to have seen the male owner of this house. Now that she heard the two women say this, she finally understood where the male owner went. "It's fine. If we can't find any prey, our husband will come back. Are you worried that our husband will be in danger?" As someone who had already become a saint, there was nothing in the deity realm that could threaten him. Even before he entered the saint realm, Lin Ray could do whatever he wanted in the saint realm. Now, how could a mere ravine put Lin Ray in danger? Thinking of their husband's strength, the two women were relieved. They then looked at Liu Wu and smiled. "Let's go, Sister Liu. Let's talk inside." Oh, okay." Just like that, the three women went into the room and began to talk passionately. Lin Ray did not know about this. At this moment, he had already gone down the mountain and arrived at the entrance of the village. Looking at the prey in his hand, Lin Ray shook his head helplessly. "I didn't expect that I, a Dao fruit saint, would only get an ugly chicken on my first hunt. If this was seen by Sakura, Xie Feng, or Dubby Rabbit, I'm afraid it would become a topic of conversation before and after meals for a long time." Thinking of this, the image in his mind suddenly made Lin Ray quiver. He quickly abandoned this thought. "Absolutely not. I can't let them know. Otherwise, how am I going to survive in the future?" After making his decision, he strode into the village. It was currently evening. Perhaps because of the heat, Linley encountered quite a few people at the entrance to the village. Perhaps because everyone was very familiar with each other, without any hesitation, they all sat down and chatted with each other, laughing and chatting. Looking at them, Lin Ray felt that coming here was indeed the right thing to do. He could feel that ever since he came here, the murderous aura and baleful aura in his body had begun to fade. Although it was very small and almost imperceptible, Lin Ray still noticed it. With such a good start, Lin Ray was very happy. He believed that if he lived here for 200 or 300 years, the murderous aura and baleful aura in his body would be completely restrained. It would not affect his ascension to the holy world. "Hey, isn't this Lin Ray?" Just as Lin Ray was rushing home, a familiar voice came from behind. Stopping and turning around, he saw Xiaolu, who led him today. Looking at him, Lin Ray greeted, "Xiaolu, what's wrong? What's the matter?" F***CK. Xiaolu, who was originally smiling, heard Lin Ray address him like this, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. It was replaced by helplessness. However, this helplessness did not last long before Xiaolu threw it to the back of his mind. He waved his hand and said, "The clan elder asked me to inform you that tomorrow is the time of the 7-day hunt. You just came today, so the clan elder also wants you to go and take a look. After all, if you want to eat, you need to work hard." Chapter 991. As expected, hearing Xiao Liuzi's words, Lin Rei felt that it was indeed as he had expected. Lin Rei naturally would not refuse this matter. After all, he was no longer a normal person. Although he would not feel hungry even if he did not eat, if he did not go, he would seem out of place in the village. Thinking about this, a trace of determination appeared in his heart. He looked up and said, "Okay, I'll go tomorrow. Okay, I'll go see you tomorrow. As for the hunting tools, don't take them yet. Just treat it as learning. We'll talk about it next time." "Okay." Lin Rei nodded. Okay. Since that's the case, I'll be going first. I'm still waiting for dinner at home." Seeing that Lin Rei had agreed, he looked at the sky and cupped his hands to bid farewell. Then, he turned and left Lin Rei's sight. "Ah, hunting. Interesting." Seeing Xiao Liuzi disappear from his sight, a trace of interest appeared on his face. He was very much looking forward to hunting, especially after the incident in the illusory sky. He had entered his past memories, and there he had experienced hunting again. Putting aside the fact that he was a cultivator, just his hunting experience in the water barrier village was not inferior to anyone in Huanglian village. "Ah," he lightly laughed and shook his head. He turned and walked towards his home. Following his memory, he finally arrived at his home in a few minutes. At this moment, the lights in the house were on and Lin Rei heard voices. Other than his two wives, there was another woman that he did not recognize. Who could it be? He walked into the house with confusion. He threw Ugly Chicken on the ground and walked to the door. Bing, bang, I'm back. After a reminder, he opened the door and saw 3 women. 2 of them were naturally his wives. As for the other one, he did not know. "This is?" Pointing at Liu Wu, Lin Rei asked in confusion. "Husband, this is our neighbor, Liu Wu from the Wu family. Didn't she come to see if we were done and help us?" No, I didn't help at all. When I arrived, my 2 sisters had already cleaned up the courtyard. I just came to chat with them." Saying this, she looked up at the young man in front of her. Luoshi felt an inexplicable pressure coming from the young man's body. It was as if this pressure came from a king that was born from birth. This was because Lin Rei had restrained his aura to the extreme. Otherwise, she would not have existed after sensing Lin Rei's full aura. Hearing Luoshi's words and the expression on his wife's face, the confusion on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile that was like the spring wind and rain. "Oh, so it's Lu Wusher. Since you're here, why don't you eat at home? I just caught a pheasant on the mountain. Let's make a stew and have a taste." Without waiting for Lu Wusher's response, Linley turned and left. Looking down at the ugly dead chicken in the courtyard, a smile appeared on his face. Such an ugly chicken. I wonder if it would taste good after being stewed? Thinking about this, Lin Rei started to get busy. He plucked the chicken, washed it, cut it, and stewed it. The whole process was smooth and beautiful. Although there were not many things, at least there were some things in the storage ring that could be made. With those, it was enough to make a meal. 20 minutes later, once the stewed chicken was ready, the aroma of the stewed chicken filled the entire courtyard. Poochie. Once the lid was opened, steam rose into the air and the aroma spread uncontrollably in all directions. Looking at his work, Lin Rei was very satisfied. He took the bowls and chopsticks, according to the number of people, and brought the chicken soup into the house. What smells so good? Shadow and Luoshi, who were chatting, were suddenly attracted by an aroma. The 3 of them looked towards the door and saw Linley's figure appear at the door, holding something that looked like a clay pot in his hand. When Linley walked into the room, he felt the 3 pairs of burning eyes on him. He raised his head and looked at them. Seeing the expressions of Ing and the others, Linley chuckled and said, "Come, try this ugly chicken I caught in the back mountain. It doesn't taste good." He put the thing on the table and opened the lid. Suddenly, the aroma filled the entire room. Smelling the aroma, Liu couldn't help but want to rush up and taste the beauty of the chicken soup. But because this was not her home and she wasn't familiar with this house, Liu held back. However, her eyes didn't leave Lin Ray after he opened the lid. Here, try it. Please don't dislike it. After all, we just got home and don't have anything. Ing handed a bowl of chicken soup to Liu and said apologetically, "That's right, big sister Liu. Let's wait for a couple of days. When the situation at home gets better, we'll invite you over for some good food. At that time, we'll invite Big Brother Wu and the kids at home." Okay. As for Shadow's words, it didn't matter whether Lawushi heard them or not. At this moment, her eyes and attention were completely focused on the bowl of chicken soup that Linley had given her. "Here, this is yours. Hurry up and eat." Liu didn't have the chance. She handed 2 bowls of chicken soup to Ing, and then started to eat. One chicken wasn't a lot to begin with, so the 4 of them each had a bowl, no more and no less. For Lin Ray, a meal was a meal. He didn't have to compromise. He looked at the chicken soup in front of him and started to eat. The meal was quickly finished. During the meal, Liu kept praising Lin Ray's cooking. Her praises made Lin Ray a little embarrassed. Ing and Bing saw this scene and laughed until their stomachs hurt. They didn't think that their husband was afraid of nothing but Liu's praises. As for Liu's praises, Lin Ray's wife was very happy. Which woman didn't like to hear others praising their husband? In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Liu didn't stay any longer. She got up and bowed. "Sisters, it's getting late. I should leave. If you have time, come to my house and play." "Okay, if that's the case, sister. Will you keep sister?" The 3 of them greeted each other and finally sent Liu out of the house. When the 2 returned to the house, they found out that Lin Ray had already returned. He was lying on the bed and snoring. Seeing this, the 2 girls looked at each other and smiled. They didn't say anything. They cleaned up the dishes and went to Lin Ray's side. They laid in Lin Ray's arms and fell asleep. The night passed quickly. The sky was already bright. A red sun slowly rose from the east. The purple air from the east made people feel comfortable. Especially early in the morning, the air was especially fresh. Most of the people in Huanglian village were already out and about. Especially today was the hunting day that happened once every 7 days. This was a big event in Huanglian village. Everyone was nervous. In the Wu family, Liu saw that it was already bright outside, but there was no movement from Lin Ray's house. This made her anxious. What's going on? Didn't they say that today was the hunting day? Why is there still no movement from the Lin family? She looked at the Lin family's front door. The courtyard door was closed. There was no movement at all. "Mom, it's okay. Just help the Lin family say something. After all, it's their first time here. It's normal that they don't know." Just as Liu was anxious, a 14 or 15-year-old boy came from afar. "Yes, don't worry." A middle-aged man came from afar. He looked very similar to the boy. Looking at the middle-aged man, Liu nodded. "Since you said so, what else can I say?" As he spoke, he turned around and said to the 14 or 15-year-old boy beside him, "Xiao Yu, this is the second time you're going hunting with the hunters. The first time, you were protected, but the second time, it's not the same. You must be careful. Even if you can't hunt, you must come back safely. As for the prey, your father is a doctor. The only doctor in the entire Huanglian village. If there is a doctor, then there will be prey. So, don't force yourself, okay? Yes. You are our Wu family's only child. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to live?" Lin Ray didn't know about this. At this moment, Lin Ray had just woken up from his sleep. It's morning. Looking at the bright sunlight shining down on the room, Linley thought to himself. He could feel that there was something on his arms. He glanced over and saw that Shadow and Ice each had one arm. This scene made Linley smile bitterly. These 2 girls, after smiling bitterly, he remembered that today was the day of the hunt. He gently woke up Ing and Bing. "2 lazy kittens, hurry up and get up. Today is the day of the hunt. Don't you want to eat?" No reaction. Seeing that the 2 girls didn't respond, a naughty smile appeared. His hands began to misbehave. This time, it finally worked. In her sleep, she felt something on her body. When she woke up, she really felt something strange from her body. She blushed. "Husband, what are you doing? It's not good to do this in broad daylight." "Yes, husband. If you want to do something, you have to wait until nighttime." "Aren't you embarrassed?" Lin Ray. Hearing the girl's words, Lin Ray's hands suddenly stopped. He looked at the two girls and joked, "Today is the day of the hunt. No matter how I called you, you wouldn't listen. In the end, I can only use this method." Hearing this, the two girls suddenly blushed. Their faces were full of embarrassment. At the same time, they felt a little disappointed. "All right, hurry up and get up. If we can't catch up with the hunting team, then we can only eat dirt for a period of time." After saying that, he pulled out his numb arms, tidied up his clothes, and pushed the door open. "Aya, this is so embarrassing." After Lin Ray left, the two girls were no longer as calm as before. They covered their heads with a quilt as if they didn't have the face to see anyone. "Hee, stinky girls." Feeling the two girls in the room, Lin Ray came to the door and smiled. He then pushed the door open and walked towards the east side of the village. In the entire Huang Lian village, only the east side of the village could enter the mountain. Lin Ray knew about this. Along the way, Lin Ray saw a lot of people. Some were carrying swords, some were carrying buses, some were carrying spears. There were all kinds of people. However, everyone who was going out to hunt had their family members by their side. Everyone who was sending their family members out to hunt was nervous, concerned, and worried. Moreover, the age of the people hunting was also a problem. This was because he saw a 14 or 15-year-old child among the people hunting. As expected, not only is the world of cultivators cruel, the world of mortals is also cruel. At such a young age, they have to fight alone. AI, the great Tao is merciless. The great Tao is merciless. He sighed in his heart and then ignored the surroundings. Although this was cruel, the great Tao was like this. What could he do? There were too many such things in the world. He could help once, but 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times? He couldn't help every time. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He would have to focus on saving lives in the divine realm. Following the flow of people, Lin Ray came to the east side of the village. There was a group of 70 to 80 people gathered here. There were old, young, and middle-aged people. Every hunter's face was filled with excitement and fanaticism. Lin Ray, why are you here?" "I was going to look for you." Just as Lin Ray arrived, a soft voice came from behind him. Lin Ray was familiar with this voice. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Yozi. A smile appeared on his face. "Nothing. I woke up early. I wanted to come and take a look. Anyway, I have to bring it with me at home." That's true." Xiao Yozi didn't know what to say to Lin Ray's words. Thus, he found some unimportant topics to talk about. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. An old man walked over from afar and came to the stage. He looked at the hunters who were already prepared. Although he was already old, when he saw the well-armed hunters below, he felt as if he was looking at himself in the past. The unerasable hot blood in his body surged to his heart. My Huang Lian village's Erlang, the hunt that occurs once every 7 days, is about to begin again. However, this time, it will be different from the past. This time, the hunt will last for a month. Previously, the village's prophet said that there will be 2 months of heavy rain. Therefore, everyone must prepare sufficient things in case of any accidents. Wah! The old man's words were like a bomb. They were thrown into the crowd and instantly exploded. 2 to 3 months of heavy rain? How is that possible? This has never happened before. That's right. 2 to 3 months of heavy rain. If it really comes, won't our homes be destroyed? What should I do? I just built my house. If the heavy rain comes, then my house. A sense of panic swept through the hearts of those who were going out to hunt. They were worried that their homes would be destroyed by this heavy rain. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was standing in the crowd, heard this and immediately made a prediction in his heart. As a sage, Lin Ray could easily predict the weather. He could even predict the immortal emperor realm, let alone someone with his cultivation level. Chapter 992. There really is. His eyes flashed as he opened them. The result of his divination was just as the elder of Huang Lian village had said. In the future, there would be 2 months of heavy rain. However, what worried Linley was that in the next 2 or 3 months, not only would there be torrential rain, but it would also be mixed rain that would affect mortals. This kind of rain was nothing to cultivators, but to mortals without any cultivation, it would be a natural disaster. Looks like I have to make a move this time. After learning of the calamity that this rain would bring, Linley had already made up his mind. This time, he was going to act. Lin Ray did not have any feelings for this place, but he had already seen most of it. If something happened here, it meant that he would have to leave and look for it again. Lin Ray did not want this kind of thing to happen, and he did not want it to happen to him. As for the mixed rain, it was something that he could destroy with a wave of his hand. After making his decision, a smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand, and with a speed that mortals could not see, a huge amount of spiritual energy surged out and rushed into the sky. Boom! With a muffled sound, a faintly discernible light screen that only cultivators could see appeared above Huang Lian village. As for the muffled sound, unless one was a cultivator, no one would be able to hear it. Looking at the light screen above his head, a relieved expression appeared. He believed that with the protection of this barrier, no matter how strong the natural disaster was, it would not be able to descend on Huang Lian village. After doing all this, Lin Ray calmed down once again. The cultivation in his body instantly receded like a tide, and the entire process was completed in an instant. The people present did not notice the entire process, and they did not notice the difference in Huang Lian village. On the other side, when the elder on the stage saw the commotion in the crowd, his expression became cold and majestic. Are you all done? The reason why I told you this is so that you can store food for 2 to 3 months to avoid the coming storm. Look at what you are doing right now. One by one. After hearing the clan elder's rebuke, the crowd lowered their heads, their necks pulled back, and their expressions changed. Silence filled the area. Seeing that everyone was silent, the elder's expression softened, and he continued, "This is a big matter for our village, so we have to get through it together." As he spoke, he scanned the crowd with his gaze. Finally, his gaze fell upon Linley, who was in the middle of the crowd. He fixed his eyes on Lin Ray, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "That must be Lin Ray, the Lin family that just settled down in our village today." When the clan elder said this, everyone turned their heads and followed the clan elder's gaze to Lin Ray. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. What kind of person was he? Why did he settle down in Huang Lian village? Receiving everyone's gazes, Lin Ray was stunned for a moment. His expression became slightly serious, and his eyes met the clan elder on the stage. He cupped his hands in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, and said, "That's right, I am Lin Ray, and I just settled in Huang Lian village." "Yes." Seeing Lin Ray's attitude, the clan elder nodded. "Since you've settled in Huang Lian village, it means that you've become a member of Huang Lian village. I'll let Xiao Liuzi tell you some things. As for the hunt, I'll go." Before the clan elder could finish speaking, Lin Fan quickly interrupted, "I'll go with the hunting team this time. After all, I've settled in Huang Lian village, and there are some things that I need to do personally." Lin Ray's words stunned everyone. Their original curiosity disappeared and was replaced with admiration and acknowledgement. "Yes, good. I originally wanted to let Xiao Liuzi and the others help you. After all, it's your first time in Huang Lian village, so, however, since you've said so, I'll respect your decision." As he spoke, his gaze landed on Xiao Liuzi, who was beside Lin Ray. "Xiao Liuzi, I'll leave Lin Ray's safety to you. After all, it's his first time. Remember, you must bring Lin Ray back safely." "I know." Xiao Liuzi obviously didn't expect the clan elder's order, but he couldn't say anything about it. In the end, he could only choose to agree. "Yes, I understand." Sigh. Listening to the conversation between Xiao Liuzi and the clan elder, Lin Ray shook his head and sighed without saying anything. However, Lin Ray felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. After all, if it were someone else, they wouldn't care so much. If the cultivation world could be like Huanglian Village, how beautiful would the world be? Lin Rei didn't dare to imagine this, but he knew that it was impossible. Even if the sky was broken and the Tao collapsed, this kind of thing wouldn't happen. After all, the law of the cultivation world had always been like this since ancient times. The weak were prey to the strong, the survival of the fittest, and the strong were respected. So, time passed little by little. The clan elder arranged for Lin Rei to wait and said some unimportant things. Okay, that's all I've said. I hope everyone can have a perfect hunt and return safely. Yes, we'll definitely remember. In the next moment, the hunting team began to move out. Those who couldn't wait for a long time had already walked out of the village. Everyone knew that there would be heavy rain in the next 2 months. It would be very difficult to go out. Moreover, there were children and elders at home who had high requirements for food. So, they couldn't wait any longer. Husband, in the crowd, Lin Rei, who was walking out with the crowd, suddenly heard his wife's voice. He immediately turned his head to look. He saw that Ing and Bing were not far away, looking at them with nervous expressions. He looked at them with a relieved expression and transmitted his voice. I won't be here for a period of time. You two look after the house. As for the rain, I've already set up a barrier. If you think it's too troublesome, just make it disappear. Remember, Huanglian Village is our home now. Don't let anything happen to it. And, husband, don't worry. We'll definitely guard this place well. Hearing Lin Rei's instructions, the two women nodded heavily in response. And that's good. I'm leaving. Wait for your husband to bring back prey for you too. After saying that, he waved his hand as a farewell. He turned around and left the village with the crowd without looking back, embarking on the hunting road. On the mountain road, a group of people walked majestically. When they were tired, they would stop to drink water and eat some dry food to replenish their strength. Then, they would continue on their journey. During this period of time, Lin Rei also learned about the destination of this trip from Little Liuzi. Yunshi Mountain Range. Although it was called a mountain range, it was not a mountain range in the eyes of cultivators. Although there were demonic beasts in this mountain range, the quality of the demonic beasts was not good. Generally, mortals could not deal with them. Of course, there would also be some powerful demonic beasts when they were leaving. In the face of such things, the solution for mortals was to escape. Only by escaping could they have a slim chance of survival. People would die when they left, but this kind of thing generally did not happen. But if it happened, it would be a world-destroying trouble. To Lin Li, that sort of world-destroying trouble they were talking about was nothing more than a drizzle. Perhaps he would be able to resolve it with a puff of his breath. Lin Rei understood this, but he was not moved by it. He did not think about it now. What he wanted to do was to go home and report to his wife, who was waiting for him at home. The group walked for a day and finally arrived at the entrance of Yunshi Mountain Range. Yunshi Mountain Range was connected by mountains. Its entrance was like the mouth of a lion, which made people's hair stand on end. Lin Rei and the group came to the entrance of Yunshi Mountain Range and stopped. At this time, a person in charge came out. We have arrived at Yunshi Mountain Range. Let's start a split up. After that, we will enter Yunshi Mountain Range to hunt. However, this time, the hunting time may be longer. After all, we will not be able to come here for the next 2 or 3 months. So, this time, the hunting time will be changed from 1 day to 7 days. After 7 days, everyone will gather here. Understood. Let's start to split up. After the order was given, the group did not say anything else and started a search. Let's go together. It will be safer this way. Old Chai, let's go. Just like last time, let's go together. At this moment, everyone was in high spirits. However, they ignored Lin Rei's existence. However, there was one person who did not leave. Even when others called for him, he did not leave Lin Rei. Xiao Liuzi. That's right, it was Xiao Liuzi. At this moment, Xiao Liuzi was waiting beside Lin Rei. Seeing that everyone was assigned to their own group, Xiao Liuzi looked envious and troubled. Lin Rei saw the changes in Xiao Liuzi's expression. Lin Rei pursed his lips and asked, "Why don't you go?" "Me?" Xiao Liuzi turned to look at Lin Rei. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, I promised the elders that I would follow you. As a person, I must keep my word. Although I am not educated and am a boor, my father told me this when he was alive. Keep your word. Hearing this, Lin Rei looked to Xiao Liuzi with a different expression. Your father was good to you. What he taught you will benefit you for the rest of your life. Saying this, Lin Rei looked up and saw that everyone had already split up into groups. He turned to Xiao Liuzi and said, Let's go. They have already split up into groups. Staying here will only be a waste of time. Just the two of us? Xiao Liuzi was a little surprised. He never thought that Lin Rei would be so decisive and ruthless. Only the two of them would enter Yunxi mountain range. Even experienced hunter would not dare to let two people enter Yunxi mountain range. Let's go. Come back early. Without replying to Xiao Liuzi, he turned around and ignored the others. He walked towards the entrance of Yunxi mountain range alone. Wait for me. Xiao Liuzi wanted to say something, but he saw that Lin Rei had already left alone. This time, Xiao Liuzi did not know what to say and immediately left. He was afraid that Lin Rei would be ignorant and accidentally enter the territory of some powerful monsters after entering Yunxi mountain range. Although the Cloud Creek mountain range usually didn't have them, no one dared to guarantee that there would be all of them. Brother Zhong, are we just going to let them go? Yes, Brother Zhong. Before we came out, the elders had specially instructed us to ensure Lin Rei's safety. Now that the two of them have left, what if something happens then? Yes, Brother Zhong. Why don't we go and take a look? If something happens, looking at the worried expressions on everyone's faces, the leader named Brother Zhong waved his hand and told them not to worry. Don't worry. With Xiao Liuzi following them, they should be fine. Besides, Xiao Liuzi has been here many times. He knows his limits. As soon as this was said, the originally worried crowd shut their mouths. This was because for someone they were not familiar with, they still did not want to offend this person in charge. All right, since they've left, let's go as well. Time is limited. Everyone should prioritize their own safety when hunting. After saying that, everyone nodded and followed him into the Yunxi mountain range. Goo. As they advanced, the two men walked in the forest. Strange sounds of birds could be heard. Occasionally, there would be roars of beasts. However, the two men didn't seem to care about this at all. They didn't seem to be afraid at all. One of the men even looked excited. Lin Rei, look, this is the territory of the weaker demonic beasts. I can still guarantee your safety here. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to the depths ahead. Up ahead is the place where the demonic beasts are strong. If I go there, Hey, where are you going? At this time, Lin Rei said and strode toward the direction that Xiao Liuzi pointed. He didn't seem to care about the danger that Xiao Liuzi mentioned. As for Xiao Liuzi, who was explaining the dangers, when he saw Lin Rei walking toward the direction that he pointed, he became anxious. Just like what he said, if he entered that area, he was afraid that he didn't have the ability to protect Lin Rei. However, Lin Rei's speed was a little too fast. Seeing that Lin Rei was about to disappear from his sight, Xiao Liuzi didn't stop and quickly chased after him. It's dangerous. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was walking in front, looked into the depths of the dense forest, and a strange feeling emerged. I'm afraid this is for the demonic beasts here. Ow! A series of beast roars came from the front. Xiao Liuzi, who was behind Lin Rei, was stunned. He anxiously stretched out his hand and tried to grab Lin Rei to stop him from moving forward. However, as soon as his hand touched Lin Rei, he found that there was nothing in his hand. Lin Rei had naturally appeared 2 meters away from him. Don't go any further. It's dangerous ahead. Lin Rei acted as if he hadn't heard the voice behind him and continued walking. Xiao Liuzi was completely speechless. Ow! Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as a black blur streaked past. Dust flew into the air, rocks exploded, and trees in the surroundings collapsed. Seeing this, Xiao Liuzi was startled, and his heart thumped as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Ow! A beast's roar came from the front, and Xiao Liuzi's face instantly paled. He knew that something that he didn't want to encounter had come. Retreat. He didn't stop. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately came back to his senses. Roaring loudly at Linley, he quickly appeared in front of Linley, his arms raised, a look of vigilance on his face as he stared at this primordial beast before him. Hurry! Hurry up and leave this place. Don't look back. Chapter 993. Are you sure? Lin Rei's heart trembled when he saw Xiaolu standing in front of him to protect him. It had been a long time since something like this happened. It could be said that the people in this world were all selfish, especially in the face of death. However, Xiaolu's actions had subverted Lin Rei's thoughts. In fact, there were still a few people in this world who had retained their original intentions. Run! Without looking at Lin Rei behind him, Xiaolu roared at him. Then, he turned into a ray of light and rushed out. He raised the broadsword in his hand and released all of his strength. At this moment, Xiaolu understood that if he didn't use all of his strength, not only would he die, even Lin Rei would have to accompany him. As a person who believed in promises since young, he had to complete the task given to him, because, in his opinion, this was not only a task, but also his promise and responsibility. Beast, don't you dare! Xiaolu arrived in front of the demonic beast in a flash. He raised the broadsword in his hand and chopped at the beast's head. Boom! The sound of weapons colliding was heard. However, the broadsword that chopped at the demonic beast's body did not appear as Xiaolu had imagined. Blood splattering everywhere, flesh lacerating, none of these appeared. Not even a shallow cut was left behind. Thump! Xiaolu knew that he was in trouble this time. He hoped that if he encountered a powerful demonic beast, his broadsword would be able to cut the beast's skin. But now, not to mention cutting the beast's skin, not even a mark was left behind. Rather than saying that Xiaolu was killing the demonic beast, it was better to say that he was scratching an itch for the demonic beast. Roar! While Xiaolu was in a daze, a roar was released from the demonic beast's mouth. A fishy smell came out from the demonic beast's mouth and entered Xiaolu's nose. Oh no! Retreat quickly! Xiaolu's first thought was to retreat. He understood that the difference between him and the demonic beast was like heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. However, the moment Xiaolu turned around, he was stunned. At this moment, Lin Rei was still standing in the same place. He did not move a single step. Seeing this scene, Xiaolu's eyes suddenly surged with anger. Yaya, didn't I ask you to leave? Why are you still here? Seeing Xiaolu so angry, Lin Rei didn't get angry. Instead, he wanted to explain. All right, you don't have to say any more. Seeing Lin Rei like this, Xiaolu hardened his heart and turned around to face the demonic beast that he couldn't deal with. As he turned around, Little Six's voice entered Lin Rei's ears. Hurry up and leave. This time it's for real. If you leave, my chances will be higher. You'll only be a burden to me if you stay here. Hurry up. Go back the way you came. It's safer that way. Do you hear me? After saying that, Xiaolu faced the demonic beast again, but this time, Xiaolu did not rejoice like before. Instead, there was only worry, fear, and deep cowardice. He held the broadsword in his hand, but his entire hand was trembling. His body was trembling uncontrollably. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to return. He was afraid that he would never see his wife and children again. He was afraid that what would happen to his wife and children after he died. For Xiaolu's second provocation, the demonic beast's self-esteem really couldn't bear it. For the human in front of him, the demonic beast had already sentenced him to death. The huge figure quickly rushed forward and opened its mouth to swallow Xiaolu. The demonic beast's appearance was repulsive. Just looking at the demonic beast's face would scare people half to death. Die for me, die for me. Although he was afraid, if he didn't give it a try, he would never know whether a miracle would happen in the next moment. Unfortunately, even if Xiaolu gave it his all, the final result would still be the same. He would be sent flying or even killed by the demonic beast. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Xiaolu, who was originally rushing forward, came back even faster. However, this time he was sent flying back by the demonic beast. Bang, bang. He flew back 100 meters and the saber in his hand had long since fallen to the ground. His body was also sent flying 100 meters away, and he did not stop even after 100 meters. He only came to a complete stop in the end when the momentum disappeared. PFFF. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. His face instantly turned pale. He covered his chest with both hands. His internal organs were moved by the demonic beast's huge force. It was very uncomfortable. It was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. It's over. It's all over. Clutching his chest, Xiaolu raised his head and looked at the demonic beast that was walking towards him. His eyes were filled with despair. He knew that this time, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Lying on the ground powerlessly, he endured the pain in his internal organs and closed his eyes. A bitter smile appeared on his face. In his mind, all the memories he had with his wife and son flashed through his mind like a movie. Oh, the demonic beast that Xiaolu had been waiting for arrived in front of him. It opened its mouth that was big enough to swallow Xiaolu in one gulp and lowered its head. "Sai, my life is over." Xiaolu sensed the smell coming towards him. He didn't know if it was because of fear or pain. Death was slowly approaching. Xiaolu had already prepared himself for death. Time passed by slowly. Xiaolu, who was waiting for death, didn't feel any pain coming from his body. Then, he opened his eyes subconsciously. The demonic beast was still there. However, the difference was that the demonic beast was no longer as arrogant as before. Its eyes were filled with deep fear. When Xiaolu saw this scene, his expression turned cold. A trace of doubt welled up in his heart. What's going on? The deep doubt made Xiaolu forget the pain in his body. He didn't understand why the demonic beast didn't eat him. Instead, it seemed to be afraid. "He is my friend. Are you sure you want to touch him?" At this moment, just as Xiaolu was feeling puzzled, a familiar voice sounded. This voice is... The familiar feeling in his heart made Xiaolu want to turn his head to investigate. However, when he moved his head, his internal organs were in so much pain that he grimaced in pain. He couldn't move. As for the demonic beast, the moment it heard this sentence, it took a step back in fear. Its body was clearly trembling. Xiaolu was a sensible person. When he saw this scene, he understood that the huge demonic beast in front of him was not afraid of him, but the voice behind him. Xiaolu was sure that the demonic beast was afraid of the voice behind him. It was afraid just like him. When he saw something stronger than him, Xiaolu would have the same situation. "Alas, little guy, you'd better leave. Seeing that your cultivation is not easy, you should leave quickly." The familiar voice sounded again. This time, Xiaolu heard it clearly. This voice was Lin Rei's. Lin Rei didn't run away. The next moment, a miracle appeared. The demonic beast, who was staring at Xiaolu, turned around and left the moment it heard Lin Rei's voice. It walked into the depths of the dense forest mountain range without any reluctance. Its speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, its huge body disappeared in front of Lin Rei and Xiaolu. Xiaolu was so shocked that he didn't speak. "Are you all right?" At this moment, Lin Rei's figure finally appeared in Xiaoyou's sight. However, at this moment, Xiaolu looked at Lin Rei with a completely different expression than before. There was more respect, fear, and deep emotion in his expression. He really couldn't understand why Lin Rei was so strong. Facing such a powerful demonic beast, he only said a few words and it was scared away. What kind of strength was this? "Why aren't you talking?" Seeing Xiaoyou's stunned expression, Lin Rei said. I didn't hiss." Just as he was about to say that he was fine, pain surged in his heart. His internal organs began to convulse. You're still saying that you're fine." With that, Lin Rei came to Xiaoyou's side, squatted down, and put his hand on Xiaoyou's chest. Suddenly, a warm current flowed from Lin Rei's palm into Xiaoyou's body and began to investigate. It's quite serious. I didn't expect that little guy to be so ruthless. If I knew, I would have kept him as your compensation." Stretching out his hand, he sucked at the tree beside him. A green light slowly separated from the tree. The leaves of the tree that was separated from the green light began to turn yellow. Slowly, the entire tree began to emit a deathly aura. In the end, the tree completely lost its original vitality. Lin Rei's hand was also holding a ball of green light that was filled with vitality. Looking at the green light in his hand, Lin Rei nodded with satisfaction. It should be able to heal your injuries in the end. With that, without waiting for Xiaoyou's response, the hand with the green light directly pressed on Xiaoyou's chest. The moment Lin Rei's hand touched him, Xiaolu felt the pain in his body slowly diminish. With this kind of shock, time passed bit by bit. In the end, more than 10 minutes had passed. Xiao Liuzi, who was originally grimacing in pain, was now sitting up straight. Except for his tattered clothes, he was basically uninjured. It doesn't hurt anymore. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Feeling that the injuries in his body had healed, he felt that his strength had increased a lot. His body was also more flexible and relaxed than before. Your injuries have healed. Looking at the excited expression on Xiaoyou's face, Lin Rei withdrew his hand. A smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Now, let's continue. After all, the mission this time is to hunt and store food. Moreover, I just settled in Huanglian village. There is nothing at home. If I can finish all the things here in one go, that would be great." This was Lin Rei's truest thought. Right now, there was nothing at home. There were no vegetables, no meat. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't need to eat these things, they would have starved to death. "No problem. My brother-in-law will remember your life-saving grace. There is anything you want in this Yunxi mountain range. I believe that after 7 days, when we leave, I will definitely find all the things you need. Trust me." Haha, good. The two looked at each other, and then began to wantonly plunder the Yunxi mountain range. As for Xiaolu, because of what happened just now, he didn't dare to stay with him. Even though he knew that Lin Rei might be very strong, in the end, he couldn't win against Xiaolu. In the end, the two left the place where the demonic beasts were strong. After the two came to the periphery, Xiaolu basically dealt with all the demonic beasts they encountered. On the way, Lin Rei wanted to help several times, but he was stopped by Xiaolu in the end. The reason was that Lin Rei saved him. Now, he could still do such a small thing. For this reason, Lin Rei was really helpless. But for Xiaoyou's insistence, Lin Rei finally compromised. 5 days passed and 7 days. In these 5 days, Xiaolu killed a total of 2 demonic beasts, like 6 wild beasts, and countless wild vegetables. There were a few times when they met the villagers of Huanglian village, but they didn't talk and just hurried away. Lin Rei didn't care too much about this, but a trace of disappointment flashed across Xiaoyou's face. In this regard, Lin Rei shook his head helplessly. There was no other way. Since Xiaolu chose him, he had to accept this. As for Xiaolu who chose him, Lin Rei couldn't let him suffer, especially after what happened before. Lin Rei regarded Xiaolu as his friend. Looking at the full things in his hands, Xiaolu was distressed. "It's only been 5 days, and I can't take it anymore. I can't go out hunting for the next 2 or 3 months. And these things are not enough." Yes, indeed, Lin Rei agreed with Xiaoyou's distress. Looking at the things in his hands, Lin Rei wanted to put them in his storage ring, but once he did so, his peaceful life would be disturbed. After thinking for a while, he finally came up with an idea. He looked up at Xiaolu and said, "Keep an eye here. I'll be back soon. Maybe we can go home earlier." Then, without waiting for Xiaoyou's response, he turned around and rushed into the depths of the forest. In a flash, he disappeared from Xiaoyou's sight. Seeing Lin Rei's action, Xiaolu wanted to stop Lin Rei on the spot. But what about his prey? He believed that if he left, his prey would be gone by the time he came back. They would either be eaten by wild beasts or taken away by people from his village. He looked up at the place where Lin Rei left, and deep worry appeared on his face. "I hope he's okay." As he spoke, he recalled what he had encountered when he first entered the Yunxi mountain range. His worried heart relaxed a little. At this moment, Lin Rei sped up a little after separating from Xiaolu and returned to the depths of the forest at a speed of 100 meters per step. "Oh whoa, oh whoa!" Beast roars came from the depths of the forest. Hearing these sounds, a smile appeared on his face. "I need to find a big one. It's best if it can eat for 1 or 2 months. Linley's goal was very clear. Stepping forward, he swept the surrounding area with his gaze, beginning to investigate this forest. At this moment, the demonic beasts in the forest didn't know that they had been targeted by an extremely powerful existence. There was no other reason than that they wanted to eat meat. Chapter 994. Awu. In front of a cave, a mountain-like demonic beast was originally lying on the ground and taking a nap. As a demonic beast in the forest, it was very comfortable to lie on the ground and bask in the sun. However, just as the demonic beast was enjoying this kind of time, its body suddenly changed and its hair stood on end. It suddenly raised its head in shock. Its expression was full of horror. Ah, I didn't expect a little demonic beast to be so vigilant. I didn't expect the Emperor to be able to detect it, even though he had suppressed his cultivation to this extent. In the dark, looking at the demonic beast's reaction, Lin Rei guessed the demonic beast's thoughts. However, Lin Rei was a little curious about this point. After all, with his current cultivation, to be able to accurately detect his location, one's cultivation must be very strong. At the very least, it must be much stronger than Lin Rei's cultivation to be able to do it. However, this low-level demonic beast in front of him was able to do it. This aroused Lin Rei's interest. Taking a step forward, he no longer hid and walked out from the dark. Step by step, he came in front of the demonic beast. Awu! A mournful roar came out from the demonic beast's mouth. Its expression was full of horror and fear, and its body involuntarily took a few steps back. It wanted to distance itself from Lin Rei. The demonic beast understood Lin Rei's strength, and also felt the murderous aura that was faintly emitted from Lin Rei's body. It understood that it would be difficult for it to escape today. Awu! With a plop, the demonic beast directly knelt on the ground. Its huge head kept nodding, as if it was begging Lin Rei to let it go. Ah, I didn't expect a low-level demonic beast like you to understand so well. Looking at the demonic beast, to be honest, Lin Rei was really reluctant to kill it. After all, to be able to have such a special ability, it would definitely be extraordinary in the future. However, for the demonic beast in front of him, Lin Rei had already examined it. If it wanted to break through to a higher realm, it would be impossible. There was a congenital defect in the body. Coupled with the fact that there was no treatment in time, the defect had grown to a terrifying level. Therefore, Lin Rei felt very sorry about this. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't make a breakthrough. His Taoist foundation had been damaged, so it was impossible for him to recover. Even though Lin Rei had entered the Sage Realm, it was still very difficult for him to recover from this painful injury. Awu! It kept begging Lin Rei for mercy. But in Lin Rei's eyes, the demonic beast's actions were useless and pale. You know the condition of your body. Rather than exhausting your life force here, you might as well transcend as soon as possible. It's done. Your huge body is exactly what I need. So, sleep peacefully. Maybe something different will happen when you close your eyes. Yishuan didn't wait for the demonic beast to respond. He raised his hand and pressed it on the demonic beast's huge head. His arm exerted a little force and pushed the demonic beast's head into the ground. Bang! A burst of dust rose. Lin Rei's hand didn't stop there. He punched the demonic beast's head again. Bang! Another punch. Lin Rei didn't continue. He could feel that the demonic beast's vitality had disappeared. This meant that the demonic beast had died. Alas, it's a pity. Maybe the Emperor would have taken you as his subordinate if you didn't have such a congenital condition. A look of pity appeared on his face. What he had said was true. To be able to see Linley, who was hidden in the darkness, with a single glance, this ability alone was enough to excite Linley. The dust dispersed. The demonic beast's corpse appeared in front of Lin Rei. Lin Rei nodded with satisfaction as he looked at its huge body. There was a trace of smile on his face. This should be enough, right? Yishuan reached out and grabbed the demonic beast's upper hind leg. Then, he exerted a little force and lifted the demonic beast's body. Lin Rei was even more satisfied when he felt the demonic beast's weight. Let's go home. Linley believed that with this monstrous beast's body, Today, he would be able to go home. Thinking of his wives waiting for him at home, Lin Rei couldn't wait any longer. Although he knew that his two wives were powerful, he was still a little worried. As he was worried, Lin Rei unconsciously increased his speed. He was twice as fast as before. In just a few minutes, he appeared in front of Xiaolu. At seeing Lin Rei's sudden appearance and the powerful demonic beast on Lin Rei's body, Xiaolu was stunned on the spot. His face was filled with fear. He even began to stammer when he spoke. "What's wrong?" Looking at Xiaolu's expression, Lin Rei was surprised. Then, he continued, "Take a look. Can this demonic beast's corpse last for 2 to 3 months? Xiaolu was speechless. Silence. After Lin Rei finished speaking, Xiaolu didn't respond at all. He lifted his head in a daze and stared at the demonic beast on Lin Rei's back. The shock in his heart was indescribable. "Hey, did you hear what I said? Do you think this demonic beast is okay? Can it go home?" Lin Rei spoke again. This time, Xiaolu came back to his senses and quickly replied, This demonic beast is so powerful. Not to mention 2 to 3 months. It can even last for 7 to 8 months." The shock in his expression didn't recede. "Okay then, let's go. There's nothing else that we need here. As for the rest, we'll get them the next time we come," Lin Rei said and carried Lunatic outside. Along the way, he was afraid that Xiaolu wouldn't be able to carry so many things, so he reached out to carry a few more powerful demonic beast corpses. For this reason, Xiaolu wasn't willing. After all, the demonic beast corpse on Lin Rei's back was heavy enough, if he were to carry it. But in the end, not only did Lin Rei carry it, but he also walked so fast that even Xiaolu couldn't catch up in time. Oh my god, why would someone like him want to settle down in our village? Could it be that he's being hunted by his enemies? Looking at Lin Rei, who could still walk as though he was flying while carrying the demonic beast, Xiaolu couldn't help but mutter to himself. As for Xiaolu's thoughts, Lin Rei didn't know. At this moment, he only had one thought in mind, and that was to go home. Time passed little by little. They didn't go deep, so they soon returned to the entrance of Yunxi mountain range. As soon as they left the mountain range, the rotten smell, the stench, and the smell of rotting corpses disappeared in an instant. Only the smell of grass and flowers remained. Phew, comfortable. Arriving at the entrance, Lin Rei took a deep breath with the demonic beast on his back. After exhaling the turbid air in his mouth, the smile on his face became wider. Phew. After a while, the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. Lin Rei turned around and saw all kinds of things hanging on Xiaolu's body. There were demonic beasts and wild vegetables. It looked very funny. "Oh my god, Lin Rei, why are you so fast? Why didn't you wait for me? I'm so tired." Plop, plop. After saying that, all the things on his body fell to the ground. He directly sat on the ground without caring about his image. He was panting like crazy, and the flush on his face slowly faded. Seeing him like this, Lin Rei was stunned. Only then did he remember that Xiaolu was an ordinary person. It was already very good that he could carry so many things and keep up with him. Thinking about this, Lin Rei directly put the demonic beast on the ground and then sat on a stone to wait quietly. Time passed little by little, but there was still no one at the entrance of Yunxi mountain range. It seemed that they were still hunting. At this moment, the flush on Xiaolu's face had completely faded, and his breathing had also returned to normal. He got up and came to Xiaolu's side and said, "Let's go. If you can return home without rest this time, I promise you that I will give you a good fortune." After saying that, he pointed at the demonic beast and said, "Do you see it? That fortune will give you the ability to deal with this kind of existence." Swoosh! Hearing Lin Li's words, Lil Six immediately stood up from the ground, his face filled with excitement. "Really? Yes, really." Understanding Xiaolu's thoughts, Lin Rei continued, "I promise you, but you have to achieve the results I want. Otherwise, the conditions just now will be considered null and void." Hearing this, Xiaolu thought for a long time in silence. Finally, he showed a determined look and nodded. "Okay, in that case, I'll do it. It's just that I can't rest for a moment when I get home." After saying that, he lowered his body and picked up all the things on the ground. Then, without waiting for Lin Ray, he strode toward the road home. He understood that even if he didn't wait for Lin Ray, he would be able to catch up and even be surpassed. Haha, I'm looking forward to your hard work. I just don't know if it will be as you wish in the end. Shaking his head, he once again carried the demonic beast on his body and strode toward Xiaolu. You guys, this time, with so little things, we might not be able to last for 2 to 3 months. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. The demonic beasts in the periphery are nowhere to be found. Those demonic beasts, they're slightly stronger and have their own territories, are also gone. This is really weird. That's right. I don't know what exactly happened here. If this happens for a long time, damn it, we will have to find a new hunting ground. Sigh. Everyone looked at each other and sighed. Their faces were filled with helplessness and bitter smiles. They were helpless and couldn't do anything about this. Regarding this, Lin Ray didn't know. Not long after he left, these people walked out of Yunshi mountain range. Each of them was holding a medium-sized demonic beast in their hands. Perhaps they didn't know that this phenomenon that they were talking about had a lot to do with Lin Ray. When Lin Ray and Xiaolu entered Yunshi mountain range for the first time, they encountered a powerful demonic beast. After Lin Ray released Xiaolu and Xiaolu began to inform their friends to quickly leave and hide in the depths of Yunshi mountain range. After all, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Other than the demonic beast's roars, there was no other way to transmit information between demonic beasts. The news of experts entering Yunshi mountain range spread throughout the demonic beast territory. That was why the demonic beasts scattered and headed toward the depths of Yunshi mountain range. It was also because of this that they couldn't hunt any prey. However, Lin Ray was completely unaware of this. At this moment, he was running with Xiaolu. Finally, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the village before the sky turned dark. This time, the two of them could be said to be extremely fast. Originally, it would take them a day, but now, it only took them half a day to return to the village. Even Xiaolu himself was a little surprised by this speed. Huff, huff! Finally, we're almost there. Good fortune. Xiaolu, can also become a person who can punch demonic beasts. Thinking about it, his originally tired body instantly became energetic. He felt that he could run back and forth from Yunshi mountain range again. Seeing Xiaolu stop, Lin Ray said, "Hee, that's enough. You should hurry up and leave. Otherwise, if you don't complete my request, then you won't have a chance to obtain that good fortune." Oh, right. Linley's words woke Xiaolu up. He didn't stay any longer. Dragging his tired body, he walked into the village step by step. Behind him, Lin Ray didn't pay attention to him. He didn't want the villagers to see the things on his body. Otherwise, it would cause another commotion. When there was no one around, Lin Ray's figure began to fade. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot as if he had never appeared. In the village, Xiaolu carried a mountain of game and became the focal point of the whole village. Originally, everyone was cooking at home, but when they heard the noise outside, they put down what they were doing and walked out. When they saw the things on Xiaolu's body, everyone was shocked. "Xiaolu, did you hunt all these?" "Yes. Why did you come back alone? Where are the others? Why didn't they come with you?" Yes, where's my father? Where's my brother? Where's my husband?" For a moment, everyone realized that only Xiaolu came back. Their husbands and children didn't come back. Instantly, everyone was in an uproar. With fear and uneasiness, they looked around in panic as if they wanted to find their husband and son. In the end, they couldn't find them. As for Little Six, he had yet to fulfill his promise to Linley. Thus, Little Six naturally didn't pay any attention to the chatter of the crowd. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to return home as soon as possible. Then he would unload all of the items he had on him, complete his accumulation, and succeed in obtaining that piece of good fortune. Persevere, just a bit more. As he thought to himself, his vision started to blur and his head started to hurt. At this moment, all kinds of discomfort surged out. Step by step, Xiaoyo's footsteps became heavier and heavier. It was as if they were filled with lead. It was so heavy that he started to doubt his life. On the other hand, in the empty space in front of the Lin family's door, a figure suddenly appeared dragging a huge object. Husband! Husband is back! Chapter 995. Inside the house, the two women instantly sensed the abnormality outside the door. It was caused by their husband, Lin Ray, who had been away from home for a long time. Sensing their husband's wife, the two women suddenly stood up and disappeared from the room. Didn't I tell you not to use your cultivation? At the door, he sensed the changes in his surroundings. He looked forward and said indifferently, I know. Aren't we happy to see you? At this moment, the two women's voices came from Lin Ray's side. In the next moment, Bing and Ing suddenly appeared on both sides of Lin Ray. They looked very excited. They did not care about the blood on Lin Ray's body and directly reached out to hold Lin Ray's arm. They kissed it and did not want to let go for a moment. You. Seeing the two women like this, Lin Ray was stunned. You. Aren't you afraid of being dirty? Look at my body. I don't want to dirty your clothes. Hurry up and get up. Hurry up. As he spoke, he tried to break free from the two women's hands. You? He wanted to break free from the two women's arms. But this time, Lin Ray found that he could not break free. He released his divine sense and sensed the aura and cultivation of the two women. Suddenly, a trace of shock appeared in Lin Ray's eyes. Sage Realm. Peak Dao Fruit, Saint Realm. Your cultivation. Sensing that the two women's cultivation had reached the peak Dao Fruit Saint Realm, Lin Ray suddenly felt that his cultivation was not enough. How is it? Are you surprised from time to time? Seeing the shock in their husband's eyes, the two women felt happy. Yes, it's a surprise. I'm stunned. Looking at the two women, Lin Ray suddenly remembered that they were still tied to him. As long as he broke through to the Saint Realm, their cultivation would directly break through to the peak Dao Fruit Saint Realm. Thinking of this, Lin Ray felt slightly relieved. Thinking that this was all thanks to him, Lin Ray felt much better. The two women laughed. They laughed very happily because this was praise from their husbands. Seeing the happy smiles on the two women's faces, Lin Ray smiled and said, All right, let's go in quickly. Otherwise, if this thing on my body is seen, I'm afraid our family's reputation will be ruined. As he spoke, he walked forward. As for the two women, they kept holding on to Lin Ray's arm and did not let go. At first, Lin Ray still tried to persuade them, but after seeing that it was useless, he finally gave up completely. They could do whatever they wanted. In any case, it was time to change their clothes. After all, they didn't look that good with some patches. If it weren't for accompanying him in this kind of life, the two girls probably wouldn't wear such clothes. Bang! With a muffled sound, the giant demonic beast that he was carrying fell to the ground. Suddenly, dust flew up and the earth began to tremble. Even the houses began to tremble and collapse. What the? Feeling everything around him in a mess, Lin Ray was stunned and a touch of guilt appeared. The originally clean house was now like this because of him. It's okay. It's not too late to clean it up later. The most important thing is to dissect the demonic beast and put it away. Don't let others see it. At the side, Ing understood Lin Ray's meaning and immediately said, Yes, husband, let's hurry up and dissect the demonic beast. There's nothing in the house these days. I haven't eaten for a long time. As she spoke, Bing couldn't help but stroke her stomach with her hand as if she was starving. Looking at the demonic beast in front of him, Lin Ray nodded and a dagger appeared in his hand. In an instant, he released his divine sense. Suddenly, the demonic beast clearly appeared in Lin Ray's mind. What bones, meridians all appeared in Lin Ray's mind. Looking at the scene in his mind, he curled his lips and began to dissect the demonic beast with his blade. The light of the blade and the shadow of the sword flashed in the small courtyard. How should it be said, there was no rain of blood, no flashes of blood, and no bloody scene. There was only handsome movement and smooth cutting. Time passed little by little. In a short period of time, the giant demonic beast was cut into pieces by Lin Ray with a small dagger. As for the blood of the demonic beast, Lin Ray had already sealed it in a special jar when he cut it open. Pieces of sparkling and translucent meat, bottles of blood that glowed like rubies, and huge bones all appeared in the small courtyard at this moment. Looking at the results in front of him, Lin Ray's face was full of smiles. In a while, put a part of the meat into a storage ring. As for the other part, you can distribute it to the villagers. As for the bones, you can directly make bone soup. Hearing this, Shadow and Ice drooled from the corners of their mouths. They looked like gluttons. Looking at them, Lin Ray was stunned and then smiled bitterly. He rolled up his sleeves and reached for a few big bones and a piece of meat, then walked toward the kitchen. Seeing this scene, Shadow and Ice laughed and began to get busy according to Lin Ray's instructions. In the village, in Xiaoyou's house, Xiaolu was lying on the bed at this moment. His face was flushed and his body was covered in sweat. He was completely exhausted. As for the prey he carried back, it was now placed in front of him. However, the scene was not as good as Lin Ray's. Xiaoyou's house was dripping with blood. The whole courtyard was filled with the smell of blood, which was disgusting. On the other hand, passers-by pinched their noses because the smell was too disgusting. The smell of blood was so disgusting that it made them feel very uncomfortable. Although the courtyard smelled bad, there was indeed a sea of people at the moment. Not for anything else, but for little Six to come back alone with such a huge amount of meat. This made everyone very puzzled. They didn't understand why little Six came back alone with such a huge amount of demonic beast meat and wild vegetables. As for the previous misunderstanding, Xiaolu explained it to everyone one by one after he returned home and sat on the bed. Thinking about this, everyone was amazed. Thinking back to the previous fear, they felt that they would never feel the same again in this lifetime. After knowing that their husband and child were fine, the parents began to praise Xiaoyou's parents, wife, and child. They praised Xiaoyou's parents for giving birth to a good son who was so capable and sensible. They praised Xiaoyou's wife for choosing a good husband who would dote on her. This praise made Xiaoyou's parents, wife, and child feel a little unreal. But thinking about what he had done, he felt relieved. At this moment, he didn't care about what these people said. What he wanted to know the most now was whether he passed the test and when he would be able to obtain the creation and become a powerful person. However, he was powerless. He wanted to stand up and go to Lin Ray's place. He wanted to get Lin Ray's approval and obtain his creation. But it was a pity that his body wasn't under his control at all. Other than his spiritual consciousness being under his control, he couldn't do anything else. Perhaps because he was too tired, he felt annoyed when he heard the chatter outside. However, he couldn't go overboard in the village, so in the end, he could only ignore them and sink into his thoughts. Seeing her husband's actions, his wife, Xiao understood. She immediately went to the courtyard and said to the women of the village, "Everyone, I'm sorry. My husband is too tired right now. If you talk here, you'll disturb him, so please leave first. When my husband wakes up, we'll visit you one by one." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They quickly came back to their senses and apologized before leaving. Seeing his wife's actions, Xiaoyou's heart was filled with happiness. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? At the eastern end of the village, in Linley's house, the aroma of food wafted out of the room. Shadow and Ice, who had been waiting outside for a long time, smelled the aroma, and their mouths twitched. Saliva began to drip from their mouths. At this moment, the two women didn't seem like experts at all. If the saints of the holy world saw two Dao fruit saints like this, they would probably be stunned. Aya, husband's food smells so good. Really, I want to rush in and snatch it right now. On the side, hearing Bing's words, Ing subconsciously nodded in agreement. Yeah, it seems like we can only leave this to husband in the future. Otherwise, just the two of us making food. Aya, I can't even bear to open my mouth. Yes, I agree. Really, husband's food is so delicious. In the future, the kitchen will be husband's. We just need to be responsible for eating. In the kitchen, Lin Ray didn't know that because of his actions, Ing and Bing had decided that the kitchen would be his in the future. Lin Ray didn't know about Ing and Bing's actions. If he knew, he would probably shake his head with a bitter smile. It smells good. What a pity. If I had a magical beast egg, perhaps the taste would be even more fragrant. Tisk tsk, it's a pity that this pot of good rice still hasn't reached perfection. Looking at the bone broth in the pot and the dishes around it, Lin Ray shook his head regretfully. Although he didn't often do it, he did have strict requirements. After all, eating was a process of enjoying delicious food. Lin Ray didn't want to let this process go. But if the food wasn't perfect because of him, he would be unhappy. Husband, are you done? Sister Bing and I are hungry. Just as Lin Ray shook his head regretfully, Ying's voice came from the door. Yes, husband, we are starving. With a coquettish voice, Ying, who heard this, was stunned and looked over with a strange gaze. However, Bing chose to ignore Ying's gaze. Her eyes were fixed on the direction of the room, and a look of desire appeared. With a twig sound, under the expectant gazes of the two, the tightly shut door was opened, and Linley appeared in front of the two girls. Behind Linley, a large pile of bowls, chopsticks, and food floated into the air as Linley's cultivation base dragged them out. When he walked out of the door, the first thing he saw was his wife. Looking at their long-awaited eyes, he smiled and said, "Okay, I know you are hungry. Didn't I make a lot of food for you? Let's go and eat." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the room. As for Ying and Bing, just like before, they stepped forward and directly held Lin Ray's arm, one on each side. In this way, the three of them snuggled up to each other and brought the food to the room. After putting the food on the table, Lin Ray pulled his arm away from the two women's arms. "You two eat first. I will change here." After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the sight of the two women. As for Lin Ray's departure, the two women did not follow him. After entering the room, their eyes did not leave the table. Seeing that their husbands had left, the two women didn't care about their image and started to eat heartily, stuffing themselves with food. They looked very fierce, which was completely different from their beautiful and moving appearance before. However, at this moment, fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, if they were seen eating like this, the women in the hearts of the people would be obliterated. It's so delicious. Yes, the previous decision was right. In the future, we will leave it to our husband. Let's just quietly be women who eat. Lin Ray did not know what the two women were talking about. At this time, after changing his clothes, Lin Ray was not in a hurry to eat, and he did not have the appetite. After all, as a person who would never be hungry, eating was at most to satisfy the desire for good food. After getting dressed, he walked out of the door, ignoring his wife, but walked out of the house alone in the direction of Xiao Liuzi. This time, Lin Ray wanted to fulfill his promise. He admired Xiao Liuzi's perseverance when he returned home from Yunxi Mountain Range in one go. Coupled with Xiao Liuzi's nature, no matter what, Lin Ray wanted to help him. Releasing his divine awareness to investigate Xiao Liuzi's behavior at home at this moment, Lin Ray smiled. This was what he thought. After all, Xiao Liuzi was carrying so many things, it would be unreasonable if he did not do this. In this regard, Lin Ray could only smile. At this moment, there was only Xiao Liuzi in the room. As for his wife and son, Lin Ray did not know. His figure flashed and came to Xiao Liuzi's door. Without knocking, he directly pushed the door open and entered. "Who is it?" Xiao Liuzi, who was originally sleeping soundly, heard the door being violently pushed open and woke up with a start. However, at this moment, he could not use any strength at all. In the end, he could only roar. However, this roar was so weak. Coupled with Xiao Liuzi's pale appearance at this moment, it seemed that Xiao Liuzi was terminally ill. "It's me. Don't be nervous." Looking at Xiao Liuzi, Lin Ray smiled. His figure flashed and came to his side. Looking at how weak Xiao Liuzi was, Lin Ray shook his head. "Alas, why are you like this? If you really can't do it, just stop. Look at you now. You can't say that." Hearing Lin Ray's words, Xiao Liuzi was stunned. Then, he interrupted and retorted, "The demonic beast we encountered before was so powerful. I thought I could protect you, but in the end, I was protected by you. This time, it's fine because you are here. What if next time? What if my wife and parents face the persecution of demonic beasts next time? I don't dare to imagine this. If I am still like this at that time, let alone saving them, I can't even get away. How can I save them? Seeing the resolute look on little Six's face, Lindley was startled, but then he understood. He had made a joke like this in the past, but now he had succeeded. He had succeeded in becoming the person who would protect his family, friends, and brothers. Chapter 996. He understood the feeling of not being able to protect his family. Looking at little Six, Lin Ray admired him even more and wanted to help him even more. He nodded and said, "All right, it might hurt a bit later. If you can't help it, just scream." I know. Don't worry. In order to become the person I want to be, in order to become the person who can protect my family, I'm not afraid of anything. When little Six said this, his expression was filled with determination. It was as if he would not regret it even if a knife was placed against his neck. This was what Lin Ray wanted to see. After all, he had seen little Six's performance before, so he believed that little Six could do what he wanted. Seeing that little Six had made up his mind, Lin Ray did not waste any more words. He used his divine sense to communicate with the system and said, "System, exchange for a body-tempering pill." Body-tempering pills were something that could be consumed during body tempering. Needless to say, it would allow cultivators to break through faster and faster in the body-tempering realm without any side effects. Ding! Please note that the host is exchanging for a low-level item. The host is exchanging for none. Damn! Hearing the system's notification, Lin Ray was dumbfounded. He thought that the system was omnipotent, but he did not expect the system to discriminate against low-level items. It did not even give him a small body-tempering pill. Lin Ray looked up at little Six, who was ready and had closed his eyes. He hesitated. He wanted to say that he could not, but when he thought of the excitement on little Six's face, Lin Ray gave up. Forget it. It should be fine to use my cultivation to help little Six cleanse his meridians, right? Lin Ray thought to himself as he looked at little Six. No problem, of course not. However, if you do this, little Six's outcome will be perfect. The little dragon's voice sounded. What do you mean? Nothing. I just want to say that if you use your spirit chi to help little Six, he can enter the cycle of reincarnation and start over. Perhaps that outcome will be much better than now. Perhaps when he reincarnates again, he can enter a very good realm, and the family he reincarnates with might be a powerful cultivator family. Linley understood Xiaolong's words. After carefully thinking about it, Xiaolong's words were indeed true. He had already broken through into the sage realm. Although his cultivation and spiritual aura had become much gentler after entering the sage realm, it still wasn't something that an ordinary person could bear. As he thought about it, he broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for the little dragon's reminder, little Six might have already been blown to smithereens by his own energy. Suddenly, a hint of guilt appeared. He didn't think that he would still be so frivolous despite having such a strong opinion. If he had thought about it beforehand, perhaps the result would not have been like that. Sigh. He exhaled, and a disappointed expression appeared on his face. In response, the little dragon in the system looked at Lin Ray and shook its head helplessly. It could not bear to say anything. "All right, look at you." He. When Linley heard Xiaolong's words, the dejected look on his face disappeared and was replaced by a look of satisfaction, as if he had succeeded in his scheme. "You brat." Seeing Lin Ray like this, the little dragon couldn't help but laugh and scold him. "I knew you wouldn't be so obedient. So you were waiting for this. How could that be? Little dragon, you're so kind. How could you leave me in the lurch, right?" Linley's kind words of flattery came out of his mouth. But in the face of Linley's flattery, little dragon seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. Lin Ray didn't say anything. He would let the little dragon be narcissistic for a while. Anyway, it was fine as long as he achieved his goal. A few minutes passed. Lin Ray waited quietly for a few minutes before he finally spoke. "All right, hurry up and tell me what you can do." Little Six had been waiting. He was afraid that little Six would get anxious from waiting, so he looked at the little dragon and asked anxiously. "Sigh." Looking at Lin Ray, the little dragon sighed and said, "You brat, you're still Master Dan. You can't even solve such a small matter." An awkward expression flashed across his face. To be honest, he really didn't expect that even though he had Master Dan's strength now, he still wouldn't be able to solve this problem. Seeing Lin Ray's deflated expression, the little dragon sighed and said, "Body forging grass, you brat. You actually forgot the most basic of herbs. Looks like I have to find a chance to let you review it again. Otherwise, you'll really forget about it." "Hiss, you're right. Body forging grass can indeed achieve the effect I want." The little dragon's answer enlightened Lin Ray. Body forging grass, body forging grass. How could I forget about this thing, really? Thinking about it, Lin Ray couldn't help but slap his forehead. His face was full of shame. "After this matter is over, go to the scripture pavilion and stay there. If you don't reach a level that I'm satisfied with, you're not allowed to come out. Do you hear me?" I don't want that." Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray's expression turned bitter. He looked unwilling. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to, but the mission he received before was to complete the 10,000 sect worshipping in 20,000 years. If he was locked up by the little dragon, then wouldn't he be delayed from completing the mission in 20,000 years? This matter is not up for discussion. At this moment, how could the little dragon think that Lin Ray could forget the most basic medical knowledge? That made him angry. Just as he was about to speak, the little dragon's voice disappeared. Regarding the little dragon's departure, Lin Ray only wanted to say, "I really don't want to, didn't I forget in a moment?" Of course, in the end, he could only think about this in his heart. As for whether the little dragon heard him or not, he was very clear. Although the little dragon usually listened to him, for some things, even if he was the little dragon's host, it was useless. I didn't think that because of this matter, I'd get myself into trouble, really. Thinking about it, Lin Ray felt very helpless. How good would it be if he remembered? If he had remembered earlier, then there wouldn't have been any later matters. With a sigh, Lin Ray rummaged through the storage ring. He was angry that there were still many storage rings from low-level planes that he didn't check. However, what gave Lin Ray a headache was that at this moment, there was a mountain of storage rings in front of him. Looking at these storage rings, Lin Ray felt very proud because these were all his spoils of war from low-level planes all the way to where he was now. Naturally, this wasn't all of it. The majority had been given to him and the sect. Damn, how am I supposed to find it? Looking at the storage rings in front of him, Lin Ray felt a headache. If he had known that such a day would come, he definitely wouldn't have stacked these things together. Rumble, rumble. A shadow quickly flashed and rushed in, starting to search. 10 minutes, 2 hours, 8 days passed. Just like that, a day passed. Lin Ray was naturally on his way to search. As for Little Six, because he had waited for a long time and was already very tired, he fell asleep while waiting. As for Little Six family, they knew that Little Six was too tired, and they were also dealing with the prey that Little Six had brought back, so they simply didn't have the time to pay attention to him. They had already said that there would be heavy rain for 2 to 3 months, so they wanted to prepare these prey in the shortest time possible and dry them to prevent the flesh from rotting. And this would help Lin Ray. If they came back and saw Lin Ray, that wasn't something they wanted to see. Within the system, within the mountain of storage rings, Linley was quickly browsing through each and every one of them. Not yet. How could not be? Why? Still, hey, this is... Just as Linley was at his wit's end and was about to give up, a pile of green grass suddenly appeared in front of Linley's eyes. Body tempering grass. Damn. Looking at the pile of green grass in front of him, Lin Ray was very excited. He reached out and picked up the body tempering grass. With a thought, he withdrew from the storage ring and took out the ring with the body tempering grass. Then, he left the system space and returned to reality. A green light appeared in Lin Ray's hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Hee, I can finally fulfill my promise. As he spoke, he stepped forward and looked at Little Six, who was sleeping soundly. Lin Ray had no intention of waking him up. Go to sleep. Everything will be fine when you wake up. With that, Lin Ray mobilized his spiritual energy. The body-tempering grass that was emitting a green light in his hand instantly exploded the moment Lin Ray mobilized his cultivation. "Gather for me." With a low shout, Lin Ray stretched out his hand, and the green light that was originally thrown away began to converge. In an instant, the green light appeared in his hand, and then it was guided into Little Six's body by Lin Ray. A comfortable groan came from Little Six's mouth, but he did not wake up. At this moment, a miraculous scene appeared. Little Six's injuries began to slowly recover under Lin Ray's guidance. 5 minutes, 30 minutes, 2 hours. The entire process took Linley speechlessly 4 hours. These 4 hours could be described as extremely torturous for Linley. After all, he had used his own cultivation base to help guide Little Six. Linley was afraid that if he made a mistake, Little Six's body would explode and he would die. Thus, he had to be very, very careful during the entire process. Thus, it took him 4 hours to complete the transfer of energy from the body-tempering grass. Looking down, Lin Ray frowned when he saw the sticky black substance on Little Six's body. He got up and moved away from Little Six. It seems that the body-tempering grass has taken effect in his body. Looking at Little Six's current appearance, Lin Ray knew that the impurities in Little Six's body were slowly being removed. However, because Little Six was already middle-aged, it would take more than a day to remove all the impurities in his body. Lin Ray conservatively estimated that Little Six's situation would take at least 10 times. Otherwise, it would be impossible to completely remove the impurities. It's time to go back. Seeing that it was already bright outside, a trace of fatigue appeared. He stretched out his hand to pinch his eyebrows. He turned around and walked out of the door, returning home in a flash. "Husband, where did you go?" "We were eating when you disappeared. You left for an entire day." "You." As soon as Linley appeared in his courtyard, he could hear his wife's grumbling. "That's right. Look, you only came back after a whole day. Don't tell me, What?" Looking at the strange smile on Little Six's face, a bad premonition welled up in his heart. Looking at Linley, Ice opened his mouth and said, "You didn't find us another sister outside, did you?" Lin Ray, hearing Ice's words, not only Lin Ray, but even Ing was speechless. He didn't expect Ice's imagination to be so wild. Ing trusted Lin Ray very much because she knew that the surrounding thousands of miles was the mortal world. With Lin Ray's current strength, it was impossible for him to find a mortal. Moreover, she understood her husband's thoughts, so it was impossible for him to find another sister for them like what Ice said. "All right, Ice, let's not talk about it. Husband must be tired after going out for an entire day. Hurry up and let him wash his face and sleep." Seeing the awkward situation, Ing hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Okay. Ice also felt that he might have said something wrong, so he quickly turned around and followed Ying's instructions. Looking at Ice's back, Ing sighed and turned to her husband. "Let's go in and rest. You didn't come back for an entire night. When you come back, you still smell." Saying that, Ing didn't mind the smell. She took Lin Ray's arm and walked into the room to help Lin Ray undress. "I just want to wash Little Six Bones. He's very good, and his character is honest, so it took me some time. I will be there for the next 10 days, so you don't have to wait for me. Just go to sleep." "Little Six," the Little Six who led us to see the house before. Staring at Linley, Shadow had a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't expect that Linley would go so far as to cleanse the bones of a mortal. "That's him. He's a very good person." Before, Lin Ray told Ing what happened in Yunqi's mountain range. "I see." After listening to Lin Ray's words, Ing nodded and agreed with Lin Ray's decision. "Husband, I support you. We should help such a loyal and responsible person as much as we can. After all, such a person doesn't have much time left." "Oh, of course." After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled. Then Lin Ray washed his face and went to sleep. In the next 10 days, Lin Ray went to Little Six's house every day for 2 hours. However, during these 2 hours, neither Little Six nor his family could find Lin Ray's existence. And in these 10 days, Little Six's body became very strong. According to his cultivation, Little Six had reached the 5th level of chi refining. Lin Rei was a little satisfied with this. After all, this was his masterpiece. On the 3rd day after Lin Rei came back, the hunting team finally came back, but the number of people who came back was completely different from the number who went out, and everyone was injured. As for the prey, there was only a little, not even half of the usual prey. Everyone in the village chose to be silent. Chapter 997. This matter was not told to anyone, as if it was deliberately suppressed. As for the families who lost their loved ones, they received generous compensation from the village. As for the Yunxi mountain range, it was completely sealed off after the death incident. No one was allowed to speak, which made it clear that they could not go to the Yunxi mountain range in the future. As for a new hunting location, they were still looking for it. They would make further plans after finding a new one. As for things, because the hunting team did not bring back much, Lin Rei donated more than half of his family's things to the village. After all, it was easy for Lin Rei to get food, so it was understandable for him to take out a little. This way, he could also get the approval of the villagers. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? After receiving Lin Rei's donation, Lin Rei's attitude toward Lin Rei's family was extremely good. In this way, Lin Rei was more and more respected in Huanglian village. Lin Rei did not think much of it, maybe because of his high status. 1 year, 5 years, 10 years passed. Lin Rei had been in Huanglian village for 10 years. Usually, besides eating and sleeping, his only pleasure was sitting and fishing in the stream outside the village. This had become Lin Rei's daily pleasure. However, no one knew that Lin Rei was not doing this for pleasure, but to resist his murderous aura and evil aura. The effect was quite significant. At least during this period, Lin Rei did not feel any change in the murderous aura and evil aura in his body. Lin Rei was very satisfied with this. In the past 10 years, a lot of things had happened in the village. Some old people could not endure the waste of time and finally returned to the long river of time. Tendo reincarnation, so it was normal. In the past 10 years, because of Lin Rei's cultivation, Xiaolu had completely embarked on the path of cultivation. Perhaps because the spiritual energy in the spiritual realm in his heart was too high, Xiaolu had already stepped into the nascent soul stage after cultivating for 10 years. When he stepped into the nascent soul stage, he would have a chance to reconstruct himself. Naturally, Xiaolu did not give up on this opportunity. He removed his previous appearance and replaced it with a handsome young man. The whole village was very surprised by this. They wanted to know why Little Six had changed, but because of Lin Rei, Little Six didn't reveal Lin Rei in front of everyone. The final reason was that they didn't know. Perhaps they had accidentally eaten something strange. However, some of the more down-to-earth villagers naturally believed such a reason. Lin Rei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he would be in a lot of trouble if he revealed this matter. Huanglian village, beside the stream, Lin Rei sat on the shore as usual. There was an ancient book in his hands, and his fishing rod was placed beside him, waiting for the fish to take the bait. In Lin Rei's opinion, this kind of life was very comfortable. If it wasn't for the murderous aura and baleful aura, perhaps he wouldn't be fated with this kind of life. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of this period of time to enjoy life, to enjoy a life that he had never lived before. As for Lin Rei's appearance at this moment, it was already different from when he first arrived. After all, he was now an ordinary person in the eyes of ordinary people. Since he was an ordinary person, there would be a day when he would grow old. Therefore, following the strange changes, Lin Rei's appearance also changed a little under his deliberate changes. Although he still looked very young, it was not as excessive as before. Plop, plop, just when Lin Rei was waiting for the fish to take the bait, suddenly the other end of the fishing rod suddenly splashed water. It's here. Looking at the splashing water, Lin Rei's expression changed. Then, in a flash, he reached out and grabbed the fishing rod. With a pull, the fishing hook appeared in front of Lin Rei. On the hook, there was a fish that was neither too big nor too small. It looked just right. Looking at the result of his work today, Lindley was very satisfied. It's time to go back. He placed the fish in the prepared basket, tidied up the fishing rod, and walked back home. In the Divine Realm, in the Xuanzong Sect's ceremonial hall, Lin Yun sat in the main seat with a worried expression. Looking at the empty hall, Lin Yun's face was full of exhaustion. "Father, I finally understand why you handed the sect to me." Lin Yun smiled bitterly and mocked himself. Although the Xuanzong sect is now the most powerful sect in the Divine Realm, and I'm the focus of attention in the Divine Realm, everything is too tiring. There's so many things to do every day, and I don't even have the slightest bit of freedom. I regret it. I really regret it. I should not have agreed to become the sect master of the Xuanzong sect. Now, even if I want to leave, it is impossible. He thought about how none of the people in the sect could support the Xuanzong sect. Even his own little brothers and sisters were not in the sect because they were living under his protection. If they were to inherit the sect, it would be hard to say whether the Xuanzong sect would still exist in the end. But Lin Yun would not allow this. Although he did not want to become the sect master of the Xuanzong sect, he would not allow the Xuanzong sect to be destroyed. "Sai, what should I do? Is there any way for me to leave this place and regain my freedom without affecting the Xuanzong sect's normal development?" Thinking about it, Lin Yun closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair, completely unaffected by the storm. He sank into deep thought. Lin Rei did not know about Lin Yun's thoughts. At this moment, Lin Rei was at home in Huanglian village, happily sitting at the dining table and tasting the fruits of his labor. Looking at the fish in front of him, Lin Rei smiled and picked up the chopsticks to eat. To the side, Ying and Bing were satisfied when they saw Lin Rei so happy. "Husband, how long are we going to stay here?" Suddenly, for some reason, Bing asked this question. As soon as he said that, Lindley stopped eating and he turned to look at Bing in confusion, trying to seek an explanation. Seeing the confusion in their eyes, Bing explained, "What I mean is, how long are we going to stay here?" "Husband, aren't you going to ascend to the saints' world soon? Don't you want to go home and see your children and see how the sect is doing?" Home? Sect? Lin Rei fell silent. Hearing Bing's reminder, he remembered that he still had a home, children, and a sect. However, he was very relieved to hand the sect over to Lin Yun because he believed that Lin Yun would not let him down. Thinking of Lin Yun, Lin Rei's soul could not help but tremble. "Yes, I'm going to ascend to the holy world soon. It will be difficult to see him again." He understood that after entering the holy world and adding the time given by the system, he really did not have the time to return to the divine world to see his family and sect. "Husband, what do you think?" At this moment, Ying also spoke. Her words were filled with nostalgia. She missed the sect, her home, and her children. At this moment, the room was especially clean. Ying and Bing looked at their husband expectantly, waiting for his answer. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, finally, Lin Rei thought it through. During this period of time, he had thought about many things. It was like a movie in his mind, flashing scene after scene. You made him understand this. He should go back and take a look. After thinking it through, he came back to his senses and looked at his expectant children. He smiled and said, "Let's go back. We'll go back after a while. Staying here for more than 10 years is enough. Although I haven't completely suppressed the killing intent and baleful aura in my body, it won't flare up anytime soon." At this moment, Lin Rei exuded an indescribable feeling of freedom, which made the two girls even more infatuated with Lin Rei. "Good, that's great. We can finally go home. Yes, we've been out for a long time. I wonder if there are any changes at home." Watching the two girls chatter about how to go home, Lindley felt very satisfied in his heart. That's enough. Ever since they decided to go back, the two girls began to get up as if they were ready to leave at any time. Lindley didn't try to stop the two girls from doing this. Ever since they had arrived here, their lives had been extremely boring. Every day, all they did was accompany him, doing nothing. Time passed quickly. It had been a year since Lin Rei decided to go back. During this year, the two girls prepared a lot, and Lin Rei also made the decision to go home, to the sect that he had built with his own hands. On this day, Lin Rei did not wear ordinary clothes as usual. Instead, he wore the same clothes as himself. His whole body exuded an ethereal aura. Looking up at the sky, a flash of light appeared. "It's time. I wonder where Xie Feng is now." As he spoke, he raised both hands. Mysterious seals jumped happily in Lin Rei's hands. The whole process was very smooth and beautiful. Realm Moon appear. At this moment, in a secret realm of the 9 provinces, a beautiful woman sat cross-legged on a blood-red stone that seemed to be condensed from blood. Her breathing was very strange and unpredictable. Realm Moon appear. Just as the woman was holding her breath and comprehending, Lin Rei's voice suddenly rang in her mind. Lin Rei? The woman, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. A bloody light appeared and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. A playful smile appeared. Why did this guy think of sending me a message? Thinking, Xie Feng directly accepted the message and sent out the same hand seal as Lin Rei. Suddenly, a mirror made of water appeared in front of the woman. "Little guy, why did you think of sending me a message? After so many years, I thought you had forgotten about me." Beside the stream in Huanglian village, Lin Rei was stunned when he heard the voice coming from the mirror. Looking at the woman, a touch of helplessness appeared. "After so many years, why are you still like this? TCH, aren't you the same?" Really, the woman on the other side of the mirror was none other than Xie Feng, who Lin Rei wanted to contact. The secret technique of Realm Moon was the secret technique of Xie Feng's family. Previously, when Xie Feng left, she only gave it to Lin Rei. All right, let's not talk about other things. He didn't want to chat with Xie Feng anymore, because he was the only one who suffered losses every time. I have to make a trip back to the sect. After this trip, I'm afraid I won't return to the divine realm anymore. You mean? Hearing Lin Rei's words, Xie Feng was stunned. A touch of surprise appeared on her face. "You? Don't tell me you." "Hey, that's right. It's exactly what you think." Seeing Xie Feng so shocked, Lin Rei joked. "I've broken through the Saint Realm and entered the early stage of the Dao Fruit Saint Realm. However, due to some reasons, I haven't ascended to the Holy World yet. This time, after returning to the sect, I have to settle some things and stay with my family for a while. After that, I won't return. So, do you want to go back with me? You can use this opportunity to see your disciple, my granddaughter." For a moment, Xie Feng was silent. She wanted to go back, but when she thought of the critical moment she was in, she hesitated for a moment and finally shook her head. "Forget it. I won't go back with you this time. I'll go back after I'm done here." You're not going back?" Lin Rei was a little shocked by Xie Feng's answer. In the past, Xie Feng wouldn't leave no matter what. What about now? "Yes. Because of some things, I have to settle the things here first before I can leave. So, I won't go back this time." Xie Feng's resolute gaze let Lin Rei know that she was serious. At the same time, he also understood that he couldn't change Xie Feng's mind. In the end, he could only compromise. "All right, since you've decided, then so be it. But you have to remember that I will ascend to the Holy World in 300 years. At that time, no matter what you have to do, you have to postpone it and go to the Holy World with me. Understand?" "Understood. Even if you didn't say it, I would still go." Looking at Lin Rei, Xie Feng smiled. "After all, I have enemies in the Holy World. Moreover, I believe in you. In my eyes, you're a monster. In just a few thousand years, you can step into the Saint Realm. If this was in the past, I wouldn't believe it." Lin Rei, seeing that Lin Rei didn't say anything, Xie Feng waved her hand. "Let's stop here. I still have some things to do, so I won't talk to you anymore." Without waiting for Lin Li to finish speaking, the floating mirror moon disappeared into nothingness. She's still so impatient. When will she change? Maybe she'll be a beauty. Swish, swish. Just as Lin Li was immersed in his own imagination, suddenly, there was a rustling in the nearby grass. "Who is it?" He looked over. He didn't expect that he would be so careless that he didn't sense anything there. Not coming out? The grass stopped shaking, but no one or anything else came out. Looking at that place, Lin Ray frowned slightly. A hint of displeasure appeared on his face. "Tisk, all right. In that case, don't blame the Emperor for being impolite." Lin Ray didn't think that his patience was very good. He raised his hand, and a huge suction force appeared. Ah! A scream was heard. A black figure flew out from the grass under Lin Ray's suction force. Plop! Ouch! A cry of pain was heard. Hearing this voice, Lin Ray was stunned. Why is this voice so familiar? It seems to be Little Six. Looking down, the black figure that fell on the ground appeared in Lin Ray's sight. After seeing the black figure's appearance, Lin Ray was stunned. "Damn, isn't this Little Six?" Looking at him, Lin Ray said, "Why are you here?" Chapter 998. I, he stammered, a complicated look on his face. Raising his head to look at Linley, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. You are leaving?" Lin Ray was startled and nodded. "Yes, I've been here for a long time. It's time to go home. After all, I have a child at home." He seemed to want to say something, but when he saw the anticipation in Lin Ray's eyes, he didn't say anything. "I didn't expect that after 10 years, your cultivation has already reached the heaven-breaking realm. I'm really looking forward to your future achievements." Looking at Lin Ray, Xiao Liuzi smiled. "Ha ha ha," Linley laughed. He had never thought that he would one day be judged by a nascent soul-stage cultivator. He had high expectations for him. The two of them looked at each other in tacit understanding and didn't speak. They just stood by the stream until the sun set. Only then did they come back to their senses. However, at this moment, Xiao Liuzi's expression was filled with sadness. In his eyes, Lin Ray was his master, teacher, and friend. But now, this neighbor of his who was both his teacher and friend was leaving. How could he not be sad? "When are you leaving?" Xiao Liuzi, who hadn't spoken for a long time, asked. He turned to look at Xiao Liuzi and smiled. "I don't know. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe after a while. I'm not sure." "Okay." They looked at each other and smiled, then turned and walked back to the village. On the way, Lin Ray explained his previous cultivation experience to Xiao Liuzi. There were some things that he didn't understand, but after hearing Lin Ray's explanation, he was suddenly enlightened. Xiao Liuzi had a good feeling that he would be able to make a breakthrough soon. Excitement welled up in his heart, and he sped up. Lin Ray didn't care about this. Instead, he was excited for Xiao Liuzi. In his opinion, he originally thought that Little Six would cultivate to the foundation establishment stage at most, but he didn't expect that he would break through to the foundation establishment stage now. Lin Ray believed that this was not Xiaoyu's limit. Although Xiaolu had already surpassed the golden age of cultivation, Lin Ray believed in Xiaoyu's perseverance. As the saying went, if one's talent was not enough, perseverance would make up for it. If one's perseverance was not enough, cultivation techniques would make up for it. Fortunately, Little Six's perseverance was not bad. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach such a level. At the entrance of the village, the two of them stopped and looked at Little Six. Lin Ray's eyes flashed with disappointment, but no one noticed it. Perhaps even Lin Ray himself did not notice. "Let's part ways here. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. As for the cultivation techniques, I have already sealed them in your sea of consciousness. The cultivation resources are also in the storage ring that I gave you. Although I know that this result is very low, I still hope to see you in the sacred world or even in a higher plane in the future." When he said this, Lin Ray himself didn't believe it. Moreover, cultivation required time. He was already a saint now. In tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, he would break through again and enter a higher plane. It might be very difficult for him to see Xiao Liuzi again. However, Little Six didn't hesitate at all. He said bluntly with an extremely determined expression, "I will definitely continue to work hard and strive to catch up to you as soon as possible. Believe me, I will definitely do it." Seeing how determined Little Six was, Lin Ray couldn't bear to discourage him. "I believe you can do it." Just like that, the two of them went their separate ways and went back to their respective homes. At home, The two women sat in the courtyard and stared at the gate, waiting for Lin Rei's return. Jia. The gate opened. The figure that they were waiting for appeared. Husband. With a startled cry, before Linley could even react, the two girls threw themselves into Linley's arms. If it weren't for the fact that Linley was standing on the ground, the two girls probably would have pressed Linley to the ground. What's wrong? Feeling the excitement of the two women, he was stunned and hurriedly asked. Looking at their husband, the two women said at the same time, "Let's go home. I miss home. I miss them." The sudden decision made Lin Rei a little stunned. Previously, he said that he would wait for a while. He didn't expect that the two women had already decided to go home. Looking at the two women, Lin Rei came back to his senses and said, "Why do you suddenly want to go home? Didn't you say that you would wait for a while?" No, wait. We still need time to go home. It will be enough if we delay on the road." Bing said, "That's right, husband." Looking at Bing, she said, "We've been here long enough. It's time to go back." After saying that, the two women's pleading eyes appeared in Lin Rei's line of sight. Looking at this scene, Lin Rei's last bit of resistance was completely broken. He nodded and said, All right. Since you've decided, what else can I say? Since you want to go, then let's go." Saying that, he looked at the house in front of him with reluctance. Let's go. Since he had decided, he didn't want to stay. He turned around and walked out of the gate with the two women. Without alerting anyone, the three of them walked out of Huang Lian Village. The moment the three of them walked out of Huang Lian Village, the original rustic atmosphere disappeared. Suddenly, an invincible aura was released. At this moment, the three of them were no longer different people. They were genuine saints. Let's go. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Lin Rei grabbed the two women's willowy waists, and with a kick of his legs, his figure soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. His speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. If a Dao fruit saint like Lin Rei saw Lin Rei's speed, he would probably look for a piece of tofu to kill himself. Not for other reasons, but because the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. They were not on the same level at all. In the Xuanzong sect, Lin Yun did not know that his father, Lin Rei, was on his way back. He had tried to escape several times, but every time, he was discovered by Kegang and mercilessly captured. As a mid-stage ultimate god, Lin Yun was very depressed. He could feel the suffocating aura from Quigang's body, but it was not there before. This time, he tried to escape again. The final result was obvious. "Kegang, can you do it? You're a saint. Why do you have to keep looking at me? I just want to go out for a stroll. Can't you let me be presumptuous for once?" Lin Yun, the sect master of the Xuanzong sect, was being sandwiched under Quigang's armpit. Along the way, the Xuanzong sect disciples saw this scene and laughed without scruples. They didn't expect their own sect leader to be in such a sorry state. However, they all knew that Kegang was someone who had followed their old sect leader, Linley. Of course, although they were part of the same group, ordinary disciples like them were just cannon fodder. To put it bluntly, they were just cannon fodder. No matter how Lin Yun spoke, Kegang was like a mute or a deaf person. He did not hear or speak. His silence made Lin Yun's head ache. "I say, Kegang, I'm the sect master of the Xuanzong sect. You're making things difficult for me. Moreover, how am I going to establish my prestige in the sect in the future?" Prestige. Kegang, who was moving quickly, suddenly stopped when he heard Lin Yun's words. He lowered his head to look at Lin Yun and said, "What is prestige?" Prestige is based on strength. Only with strength can one have prestige. Moreover, in the Xuanzong sect, even if you don't have prestige, everyone will listen to you because your father is Lin Rei. Moreover, a touch of admiration appeared as he spoke. Your cultivation is already at the middle stage of the great Tao ultimate god realm, right? Yes. Lin Yun nodded. It's enough to have the middle stage of the great Tao ultimate god realm. Although your father's name will never be erased, your prestige will never be erased. Therefore, even if I catch you in front of everyone, your prestige will not be damaged. Lin Yun was speechless. Lin Yun finally understood what Kegang was trying to say. To put it bluntly, Kegang did not want to let him go. It was that simple. All right, Looking at Lin Yun, Kagang put him down and said with a serious expression, "I know what you're thinking, but have you thought about it?" The young master handed the entire sect to you not because he wanted you to inherit his father's legacy, but because you have the ability to do so. That's why he was relieved to leave. But look at you now. As someone who followed Lin Rei, Kagang began to preach without hesitation. You want freedom when your cultivation is strong? You might as well use your time to think about the sect. Wasn't there a rumor some time ago that the young master intended to move the Xuanzong sect to the 9 prefectures? You haven't even solved this matter, and you still want to leave to find the young master? Lin Yin choked. He wanted to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say anything. Indeed, there was such a rumor before, and he had also heard the news from his father and his senior brothers and sisters. It was also because of this that he wanted to leave this sect that seemed like a shackle cage. He longed for freedom, longed for his father's approval, and longed to be like Lin Xianyuan and the others. Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Lin Yin did not speak, Kagang continued. All right, since you have nothing to say, hurry up and go back to where you belong. Don't wander around all day. Not only are you tired, but I'm also tired. Lin Yin was speechless when he heard Kagang say that he was tired. A dignified sage might be able to fool a child, but to fool a mid-stage, ultimate god cultivator like him? Ha! Dream on. Lin Yin did not respond to Kagang and was thinking about his next escape plan. He would not give up his decision just because of Quigang's lecture. Oh, right. Suddenly, Quigang's voice sounded in his ear. I'm just pretending this time, but I won't be so merciful next time. After all, I can't do it a third time. What do you think? Lin Yin turned his head to look at Kagang. When he saw the smile on Quigang's face, Lin Yin really wanted to go up and kill him so he could leave openly. Kagang had reached the peak of the Dao fruit realm because of Lin Rei's advancement, while Lin Yin was only a mid-stage ultimate god. The gap between the two was too big. If it was Lin Rei, it would be fine, but unfortunately, Lin Yin was not his father. I'm leaving. After saying goodbye to Lin Yin, a stream of light flashed, and Quigang's figure disappeared in front of Lin Yun without anyone noticing. TCH. Lin Yun was stunned when he saw that Quigang's original spot was empty. The previous serious look had disappeared and was replaced by an arrogant look. Nine Yaya, isn't it just a sage realm cultivation? What's wrong with that? It's not like I can't reach it. Just you wait. When my cultivation reaches the sage realm one day, I'll be on par with you. At that time, I'll settle all the old and new grudges. His ferocious look made it seem like he was serious, but he was the only one who knew whether he was serious or not. Humph. Lin Yin snorted coldly and turned to leave. After what happened just now, he could already imagine what the sect would say about him. Lin Yin did not know that Lin Rei was returning home, and Lin Rei did not know that Lin Yin had caused so much trouble just to leave. If he knew that Lin Yin was so annoyed with the position of sect master, Lin Rei would have already changed him. As a son who owed him, he did not want Lin Yin to be unhappy. He also wanted Lin Yin to be happy in this life. In the central region of the 9th state, in Yin City, it had been more than 10 days since he left Huang Lian village. During these 10 days, Lin Rei could be said to be rushing nonstop. Even a horse had a period of fatigue, let alone a person. After flying for more than 10 days, Lin Rei finally could not hold on any longer. He found the nearest city and descended to hide his cultivation, suppressing it to the divine ancestor realm. Yin City was a first-grade city. The city could hold tens of millions of people. One could imagine how grand and powerful this city was. After entering the city and walking on the bustling street, Lin Rei, Ying, and the other two were not used to it. After staying in Huang Lian village for more than 10 years, they were not used to the life here. Hearing the surrounding noise, Lin Rei frowned and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. Sigh, looks like we have to leave quickly. Sighing, he released his divine sense and began to search. He did not look for anything else but a restaurant with good wine. Yin City. In this Yin City, there were different levels of existence. The inner and outer areas of the city were the poorest places, which were also the slums that people spoke of. As one walked a little further in, changes began. There were many shops and many trading companies stood here. Of course, the most bustling area was the central region of Yin City. In this place, they were all top-notch existences. It was basically an extravagant hope for the poor to enter this place. This was because entering this place required an entrance ticket. Just the price of the entrance ticket was enough to cover the lifetime expenses of the poor. There was also an unwritten rule here. Only cultivators above the rank of Divine Guard could enter. Those who violated this rule would have their entire family exterminated. Regarding this rule, perhaps the people in Yin City were already used to it. However, to the people in the outside world, this rule was abnormal. At this moment, the entire Yin City appeared in Lin Rei's mind. It was like a 3D image. Why is the central region of the city so lively? In his mind, the central region of the city was very lively. A group of people were walking towards a trading company-like building. Chapter 999. What's wrong, husband? Did something happen? On the side, Ing saw her husband in a daze and hurriedly asked with concern, "Yes, husband. Say something." On the side, Bing, who was an acute person, saw that his husband did not speak, so he anxiously raised his voice. At this moment, Lin Rei also recovered from his daze. Turning his head to look at his wife and son, Lin Rei opened his mouth and told them what he had seen. Just now, I saw that the city center was very lively, and many cultivators were walking in that direction. How about, let's go? Without waiting for Lin Rei to finish speaking, Bing reached out and grabbed Lin Rei's sleeve. He looked impatient, and his expression was full of anticipation. Seeing his wife like this, Lin Rei was stunned for a moment. Then he came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Let's go. I really want to see what they are doing." Okay. Hearing this, Ing nodded obediently. To be honest, she was also very curious, but she did not have the same personality as Bing. The three of them did not become anxious because they wanted to go to the city center. Along the way, they walked and stopped as if they were shopping in a market. When they saw something they liked, they would stop and take a few more glances. When they saw something they wanted to buy, they would buy it. If they did not like it, they would leave without even looking at it. Along the way, Lin Rei could be said to be very depressed. After all, shopping was not his specialty. If Lin Rei were to choose between shopping and cultivating, he would choose to cultivate without hesitation. Needless to say, Lin Rei would choose to cultivate without hesitation. As Linley saw it, training was much easier than going out for a stroll. In Linley's mind, going out for a stroll was even more tiring than going out for a fight. Just like this, the three of them walked all the way, seeing the poor and the rich. In the end, the three of them finally arrived at the extremely luxurious city center of Yin City. Stepping into the city center, Lin Rei's first impression was of heaven. Because he had seen the poverty of the outside world, he called this extremely luxurious place paradise. He stared at the surrounding pavilions, towers, and carved beams. Even one of the pavilions had been carved out of dream jade. It must be understood that although the quality of dream jade wasn't very high, Linley had never seen someone spend so much money to carve out a house. Lin Rei bitterly smiled when he saw all this. He shook his head and said, "Looks like this city isn't as simple as we thought. For such a huge city to be able to stand tall for so many years, coupled with the rules of survival, to be able to survive in this world at such a state, it was obvious that there was a big shot behind the scenes. Otherwise, if it weren't for the existence of the big shots, this kind of city wouldn't be like this." "Husband, where's the place you mentioned before?" After arriving at the bustling area, Ing and Bing were no longer as happy as before. Not far ahead, looking at his wife, Lin Rei was stunned for a moment. After he spoke, he walked towards the place where he had previously explored. His speed wasn't very fast. Perhaps it was because he wanted to adjust his pace so that his wife wouldn't be unable to keep up. Along the way, Lin Rei encountered many cultivators. However, A large number of cultivators were crazily rushing forward as if there was something in front of them. Bang! Just when Lin Ray was paying attention to the front, a young man suddenly appeared from behind. When he saw Lin Ray and the other two, he didn't stop to dodge. Instead, he rushed forward and directly hitting who was beside Lin Ray. For a moment, she was somewhat unprepared. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. The young man who was originally running quickly stopped. He turned his head and looked at Lin Ray and the others with an unfriendly expression. He coldly shouted, "Don't you want to open your eyes? Can't you see that I'm coming over? Why don't you let me pass?" With that, the young man took a step forward and arrived in front of Lin Ray. He stretched out his hand to grabbing. "You're the one who hit me. Do you know that you're hurting me? I'll give you 3 seconds to leave. Otherwise, be careful of the Emperor's ruthlessness." Just when a young man's hand was about to touch Ying, Lin Ray directly reached out and grabbed the young man's hand tightly, not allowing him to take another step forward. You let go. Let go of me." Looking at Lin Ray, the young man wanted to resist. However, when the young man wanted to pull his hand away, he realized that he couldn't use any strength. Instead of saying that he couldn't use any strength, it was more accurate to say that he was weak. In front of the person in front of him, Refining was pitifully weak. Sensing the displeasure on Lin Ray's face, the young man was stunned. A bad premonition surged in his heart. He vaguely felt that he had kicked an iron plate today. He was in big trouble. Just like what the young man thought, he was in big trouble. The moment he bumped into the Shadow Queen, he didn't repent and instead made a false accusation. His fate was already sealed. Death might be a kind of relief for the young man. After all, this world was too cruel. Survival of the fittest. In this world where the strong were respected, as long as you had the strength, you would be the god of this world. You could even kill those who came down to the mortal world. Let go of you? Are you joking with me? Looking at the young man, Lin Ray didn't look angry. Instead, he sneered. In other people's eyes, Lin Ray was smiling. However, in the young man's eyes, Lin Ray's smile wasn't a smile at all. Lin Ray stood up and waved at him. If someone was familiar with Lin Ray, they would definitely not know. As long as Lin Ray smiled, it meant that today's matter might be a little serious. What do you want? Looking at Lin Ray's appearance, the young man's entire body trembled, and he spoke with a trembling voice. Simple. A bright light flashed, and he looked at the young man, Lin Ray, and continued, "Just leave your life behind. You bumped into my wife. Only your life can make up for your mistake just now." "What? You want to kill me?" The young man simply couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that he would have to pay the price of his life in the eyes of the other party just by bumping into his wife. He also didn't expect that there would be someone who dared to talk to him like that in Yin City. Looking at Lin Ray, the young man's face was gloomy. He didn't know where he got the courage from, but he directly said, "I advise you to let me go quickly. Do you know who my father is? Do you still want to stay in Yin City?" Gathering his courage, he directly blew his beard and glared at Lin Ray and said, in the beginning, he was very confident, but the more he spoke, the more his tone became. At the end of his words, it was clear that it wasn't that the young man had stopped, but that his voice was already inaudible to Lin Ray. "I don't know who your father is, and I don't want to know. I only know that you are finished. Because of your recklessness, you've harmed yourself. But don't worry, you won't be lonely. It won't be long before your family will accompany you because of you." You? At this moment, the young man was scared. He didn't expect that his identity would one day be useless in Yin City. Moreover, looking at the way the person in front of him spoke, although he was ignorant and incompetent since he was young, he had learned the ability to observe people's words and body language. Seeing Lin Ray like that, he knew that this time he might really be done for. Die. Raising his hand, a terrifying energy flashed. In the next moment, the young man's body froze in place. However, the difference was that the young man no longer spoke. His life force disappeared without a trace. His body became limp and fell to the ground like mud. Lin Ray didn't pay any attention to the young man's corpse. He just let it die on its own. After doing all this, Lin Ray didn't even look at it. he said to Ing, and then walked towards a place where he was previously investigating. As for killing the young man, Lin Ray didn't care about the gazes of the people on the way. He just directly made a move in broad daylight. Oh my God, isn't that Lord Tianqing's son? He's been killed? Yes, this is Yin City. If Lord Tianqing knew about this, I'm afraid that the young man and his 2 wives or maids would all die. Tisk, who cares? Anyway, this bastard is already dead. My sister's death can be considered as indirectly avenging. As the prodigal son of Yin City, the young man was an existence that everyone hated because he had harmed many young girls in Yin City. How many young girls were harmed by him until they died in the future? However, because he had a good father and a good family, even though he had done such a shameless thing that angered both men and gods, he was still alive today. Now, the young man had died. The happiest thing was that the whole thing was completed. From the rich to the ordinary people, there wasn't a single person who didn't applaud in their heart. The young man seemed to have grown wings. He quickly spread in the city that was filled with tens of millions of people. Small carpets on the small roads, restaurants on the big roads. As for these things, Lin Ray, who was the person in charge, didn't know anything about it. At this moment, after Lin Ray left the scene of the crime, he brought his wife and came to the door of the pavilion that everyone entered according to the memory in his mind. TSK, 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 Donglai Pavilion. Good name. Purple Chi comes from east. It's good. Looking at the signboard of the pavilion, Lin Ray in shadow exclaimed in admiration. Not only that, what made Lin Ray admire the words on the signboard? The words were filled with vigorous killing intent and the meaning of the great Tao. The 3 of you, are you here to enter my Donglai Pavilion to bid for the great desolate ancient species? Just when Lin Ray was lamenting, a man's voice sounded from the front. Lowering his head and looking over, a righteous young man wearing a purple gold crown appeared in front of Lin Ray and the other 2. Looking at him, Lin Ray was stunned. He opened his mouth and asked, I wonder if the auction of the great desolate ancient species that you mentioned is related to the group of people that enter my pavilion. Originally, he thought that the 3 people in front of him were also here to bid. However, looking at their confused expressions, he knew that he guessed wrong. Little brother, seeing the young man in a daze, Lin Ray couldn't help but call out again, Little brother, you haven't answered my question yet. Did the group of people that went in just now come for the great desolate ancient species that you mentioned? Yes. It's for the great desolate ancient species. Hearing Lin Ray's question, the young man quickly explained, didn't we find this great desolate ancient species in a secret realm previously? However, due to some reasons, we decided to auction it. If it weren't for some special reasons, my Donglai Pavilion might not have made a move for this great desolate ancient species. A trace of regret appeared on his face. TSK, who are you trying to fool? Looking at the young man's expression, Lin Ray naturally didn't believe his words. At the same time, the young man's complexion was a little abnormal, especially his expression. If that's the case, then I must go in and take a look. Although that was what he thought, he still had to give a young man face. After saying that, Lin Ray ignored the young man and walked towards the Donglai Pavilion. Hey! When Lin Ray suddenly left, the young man was stunned. He quickly went forward to stop him. Excuse me, dear guests. Due to some matters, we can't enter the Donglai Pavilion. You either have an invitation or 500,000 middle-grade divine sense crystals to pass. Damn, this is daylight robbery. Looking at the young man, no matter how displeased Lin Ray was, he had no other choice if he wanted to enter the Donglai Pavilion. Of course, this is voluntary. If you don't want to, you can leave on your own. I will definitely not speak of what happened today. Lin Ray was speechless. Lin Ray was already completely speechless toward the young man. He nodded and said, Go in, go in. After saying that, Lin Ray's expression appeared as if his flesh was being cut off. He took out a silver-white storage ring and sent his spiritual sense into it. Then, he counted a handful of divine crystals and handed them to the young man. Then, without looking at the young man, he stepped into the auction hall. After entering, Lin Ray saw that the exit was glorious and simple. He was no longer as shocked as he was when he first saw it. Antique, and very real. Seeing this, Linley was stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses. Although he was stunned, it wasn't to that extent. This Donglai Pavilion is not simple. Looking at the sea of people at this moment, Lin Ray began to look forward to what the ancient remnant species was going to be auctioned this time. I hope it won't disappoint me. After saying that, he went to a corner and sat down with a hint of interest. At this moment, Lin Ray was waiting like everyone else. He was waiting for the auction to start and for the appearance of the ancient remnant species. Most of the people who came here were rich people. Of course, there are also people who just came here to take a look at the ancient remnant species. Everyone was waiting like the auctioneer. Now, who was not anxious? Who was not anxious? Time passed little by little. Some people began to show their impatience. When is it going to start? Didn't you say it would start on time? Why hasn't it started yet? That's right. How long has it been? Why hasn't it started yet? I can't wait any longer. Sigh. Why are you dawdling? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. So troublesome. The voices of discussion sounded like waves throughout the entire Donglai Pavilion. Suddenly, the originally quiet Donglai Pavilion was no longer quiet. There was only chaos and many doubts. Husband, are we still going to wait? Looking at her husband, Ing asked, Husband, let's go. It's too boring to stay here. Seeing his two wives like this, Lin Ray was startled. Then he began to hesitate. After all, they had been here for a long time. Furthermore, he was not willing to waste time here. To him, time was money. Every minute that passed was money. As for the Donglai Pavilion, perhaps because they knew what everyone was thinking, they tried their best to bring forward the event. Everyone, it is my Donglai Pavilion's fault for making everyone wait. In order to make up for this matter, the upper echelons of the Lin family have unanimously decided to return home and uphold justice. A person appeared. Chapter 1000. Wow! As soon as the old man said that, the impatient crowd instantly calmed down. At this moment, the whole place was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard clearly. One could imagine how quiet the place was. Not for anything else, but for the 30% discount that the old man had mentioned. Although the East Arrival Pavilion wasn't that famous, there was one thing that everyone couldn't deny, and that was that the East Arrival Pavilion was extremely powerful. Any random auction item that they brought out could be compared to those powerful and reputable auction houses. Some of the items that were usually sold in Donglai Pavilion were very rare. So, how could they not be excited when they knew that other than the auction items, there was a 30% discount? However, Lin Ray didn't know about this. After all, he wasn't from Yin City, so he didn't know about the Donglai Pavilion's background. In his opinion, the only thing that was worth his attention today was the rumored surviving species from the Chaos Era. He wanted to see what kind of surviving species could be captured and auctioned. If the gods of the Chaos Era knew about this, they would be furious. Thinking back to how powerful the Desolate Era was back then, any random demonic beast would be in existence at the peak of the current divine world. And now, the Desolate Era's descendants were actually put up for auction. Although they were not of the same race, what would the Desolate Era's creatures think when they found out about this? This was a slap to their faces. As a strong person, dignity and face were more important than life. Turning his head, he looked at the two ladies with a doting expression and said, immediately, wait for me to see the surviving species of the Chaos Era. Then we will leave. After all, we are already here. How can we not see it? Looking at their husband's interested face, the two ladies couldn't bear to disturb him. In the end, they could only endure the helplessness in their hearts and nodded. All right, since that's the case, let's take a look. But at this moment, Ing raised her voice and said in a commanding tone, you said it. We can only see the surviving species of the Chaos Era. After that, we will leave. Hee, you can't go back on your word. Yes. Seeing that his wife had agreed, Lin Ray quickly nodded and reached out his hand to touch the tip of Ying's nose. I knew Ying was the best. I'll listen to you. I'll just take a look and leave. After saying that, Lin Ray looked away from Ing and looked at the elder on the platform, waiting for the arrival of the surviving species of untainted land with anticipation. TSK, why do I always feel that something is wrong? Looking at the stage, Lin Ray always felt a little strange, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Forget it. Let's wait and see. As for the danger, Lin Ray no longer cared about the word danger. He could kill Dao Fruit Saints at the Divine Venerate realm. Now, that he was a Dao Fruit Saint, he was not afraid of danger at all. Moreover, he didn't believe that there was an existence in the God realm that could threaten him. At this moment, the old man on the stage saw that the crowd had quieted down. He smiled and said, "All right, since everyone is giving face to the Donglai Pavilion, let's not waste any more time. Let the auction begin." It should have started a long time ago. Yeah, how long has it been? Quickly take it out and show it to everyone. Yeah, Lao Ding, quickly take it out and see what it is. I can't wait. At this moment, the crowd below was in an uproar. However, Lao Ding didn't say anything to the crowd. Instead, he continued to act like an elder every year. All right, since everyone is looking forward to it, let's welcome the first auction item today. With that, an attendant walked out from the back. He was neither fast nor slow. At a glance, one could tell that he had been trained because his hand was holding the plate was not slow at all. Moreover, Lin Ray felt that the attendant's cultivation was very high. He was already in the Divine Emperor realm. However, this scene made Lin Ray even more interested. One had to know that a Divine Emperor was holding a plate. If this were to spread in the God realm, it would be amazing. The attendant carried the plate to Lao Ding and stood there without saying anything. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. Lao Ding didn't care about the attendant's expression at all. He stretched out his hand and lifted the black cloth directly. An exquisite bracelet appeared on the plate. It's a top-grade divine tool. Not bad. It's a spatial magic weapon condensed from space stone. Looking at the exquisite bracelet, Lin Ray saw through its structure at a glance. Tut-tut, it's good. If it could be forged with time or real spatial magic, I'm afraid that the quality of this bracelet would be upgraded to the level of a divine tool. Moreover, there would be a lot more Hongmeng. It wouldn't be like now, just a storage bracelet that can be used to store things. It's so beautiful. A surprised voice came from the side. Lin Ray was very familiar with this voice. It was only his wife, Ying. Turning his head, he saw that Ying's expression was like some sparkling stars. Her eyes were fixed on the bracelet on the table. This scene stunned Lin Ray. Thinking back to what Ying had said before, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You said you wouldn't let me look at other things. Aren't you the same now?" Although he said that, Lin Ray didn't have the impulse to buy the bracelet. As a divine tool master who had already become a divine tool master, how could he buy a shoddy divine tool just because it looked good? 5 million mid-grade divine crystals. Emperor wants this thing. Suddenly, Lin Ray spoke. Everyone's eyes gathered on Lin Ray and the other two in the corner. Lin Ray couldn't be bothered to pay attention to everyone's gazes. Originally, he didn't want to buy it, but when he saw the anticipation in his wife's eyes, he couldn't refuse. In the end, he could only brace himself and say it. Regarding Lin Ray's sudden words, the crowd only had one thought. Is this guy an idiot? He didn't even bid for the bracelet, and he dares to bid? What if his bid isn't as high as the bidding price? It'll be a loss of face. Seeing the strange scene below, Lao Ding chuckled mischievously and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "That, fellow Taoist, are you sure you want to bid 5 million mid-grade divine crystal for this bracelet?" "That's right. Is there a problem?" "No, but it's an auction after all, so we have to follow the rules. So I'm sorry." Lin Ray was speechless when he heard Lao Ding's words. "You could just follow the rules. Why do you have to say so much to me?" Seriously, he didn't say anything else. As for Ying, she was very happy to see her husband throw away so much money for her. Regardless of whether she succeeded or not, she was very happy. The purple gold illusory spirit bracelet was a supreme grade divine artifact. Its function was to store things. How about this? Our starting bid is the command token. Every bid must be at least 100,000 mid-grade divine crystals. Now let the bidding begin. Bang! The hammer in Old Ding's hand hit the ground, and the price started to be called out. 700,000. 900,000. Sneer. 1,500,000. Bit by bit, the bidding price began to rise. However, this trend soon disappeared. In the end, the final bidder was a woman. She bid 3,800,000. However, Lin Ray didn't say anything about this. He didn't even look at her. He directly said, "It's still 5 million. If you all feel that there's someone who can bid higher than Emperor, feel free to bid." After saying that, Lin Ray swept his gaze across the crowd. "In front of me, unless you have more divine crystals than me, everything else is useless." Boom! The crowd burst into an uproar. They couldn't compare to someone who could use 5 million mid-grade divine crystals to purchase a storage bracelet. 5 million wasn't a small amount. For a bracelet, the crowd felt that 5 million wasn't worth it. At the very least, that was what they felt. However, it was different for Lin Ray. He felt that it was extremely worth it. For the sake of winning a smile from a beauty, not to mention 5 million, even 50 million would be worth it. At this moment, the crowd shut their mouths. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Louding seemed to have already known that this would be the result. Seeing that the crowd didn't respond, Lao Ding promptly said, 5 million going once. 5 million going twice. After saying that, he took a glance at Lin Ray. Then, he continued, 5 million going thrice. Bang! The hammer was struck. There was no room for regret. At this moment, the crowd understood that the bracelet was Lin Ray's. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for getting off to a good start. Since that's the case, let's continue. After that, Lin Ray didn't bid. It wasn't that the items here weren't good. It was just that he already had the best items. Thus, he wasn't interested in these ordinary items. Of course, it was undeniable that there were many good items among the items that Lin Ray didn't bid for. However, he wasn't interested in any of them. The only thing he was interested in was the so-called untainted ancient species. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. The auction had reached its climax. The scene was becoming more and more intense. Lin Ray was like a bystander when he saw this scene. He sat at the side and watched this scene quietly. As for Ying, she was also touching the table in her hand. She seemed to like it very much. Her hands didn't leave the table for even a moment. Lin Ray ignored this and continued to stare at the stage. Finally, a day had passed. At this moment, the auction had entered its final stage. Seeing everyone rubbing their fists, a trace of disdain flashed through Lin Ray's eyes. It's getting more and more interesting. I hope this matter isn't a lie. Otherwise, Lin Ray will be very angry. On the stage, a smile appeared on Lao Ding's face. Perhaps it was because he had gained too much today and was too happy, but the smile on his face was even wrinkled. Today's auction has entered its final round. Now, the next item will also be the last item of today's auction. I'm sure it's what everyone is most concerned about. As he spoke, he didn't forget to look at the crowd below. The smile on his face never disappeared. Stop wasting time, hurry up, and take it out. At this moment, an extremely discordant voice sounded out. However, no one refuted this because the young man's words were exactly what they wanted to say but didn't dare to say. Haha, looks like someone can't wait any longer. Looking at the young man, Lao Ding smiled and continued. All right, since it's like this, let's put the last item on the stage. Name, Lin Ray, age, 3, 793 system level. For cultivation, Tao Fruit Saint initial stage experience. Divine Dragon 30010000 Divine Dragon. Spiritual roots. Lightning, fire, wood, metal, chaos spiritual roots talent. Tao Fruit Saint, perfection. Cultivation method. Primal chaos scripture level 4. Incomplete. Devouring heavenly technique, growable. Primordial pill, refinement. Entry cultivation method. Cloud formula. Emperor level cultivation method. Same formation. Emperor level cultivation method. Tyrant body technique. Emperor level cultivation method. Thunder tyrant body. Emperor level cultivation method. Lightning Scripture, Divine Level Cultivation Method, Martial Technique, Butterfly Steps, Entry Level, Stellar Finger, Proficient, Silent Thunder Spear Art, High Mystic Martial Technique, now cultivated to Entry Level, can produce 3 Lightning Bolts, Myriad Sword Art, Heaven Rank. Level 3 Incineration, Emperor Level, Dragon Subduing Step, Emperor Level, Shura Spear Art, King Level. Shura Sword Formation, King Level, Divine Transformation, Emperor Level, Color Glaze, Lower Saint Level. Thousand Illusions, Lower Saint Level, Spiritual Treasure, Chaotic Dragon Spear, Supreme Grade Divine Artifact, Martial Emperor Divine Spear, Lower Divine Artifact, Growable, 10,000 Magic Sword, Ungraded, Myriad Beast Treasure Furnace, Heavenly Temple, Upper Grade Immortal Artifact, Worldly Huayu, Lower Saint Level, Demon Subduing Sword, Lower Saint Level, Chinquan Cauldron, Lower Saint Level, Equipment, Flowing Light Supreme Grade Divine Artifact Set Mount, Middle Stage Supreme God, 1 Chance to Subdue, Lottery Roulette, 0 Character Lottery System, 0 times Reputation, 0 Redemption Points, 340, 000 Spiritual Stones, 0 Lower Saint Alchemist, 1824 Divine Dragon, 10,000 Divine Dragon, Saint Array Master, 134 Divine Dragon, 10,000 Dragon, Saint Weapon Forger, 1536 Divine Dragon, 10,000 Divine Dragon, Saint Talisman Master, 186 Divine Dragon, 10,000, Top Elixir, None Heaven and Earth, Treasure, None Mission, Main Mission, Enter the Holy Realm within 1,000 years. Side Mission, Refine the Tower of Babel, No Time Limit, Elixir, 11 Mind Control Pills, 5639 Mind Control Pills. Just as Lin Ray was about to take a closer look, his vision suddenly turned black. When the light appeared again, it was his own information. Looking at the information that suddenly appeared, Lin Ray was stunned. What the F***CK is going on? Looking at his own information, Lin Ray was stunned. What the F***CK, what's going on? Xia Mei sneered. Looking at Lin Ray's confused look, the little dragon appeared in front of Lin Ray and said, "Don't worry, it's nothing. The system just notified you that you have a chance to subdue one of your battle pets." A chance to subdue one of my battle pets? Looking at the little dragon, Lin Ray repeated. It had been a long time since this happened to his battle pets. Ever since he got Crimson Flame, it never happened again. Yes, subduing a battle pet. The little dragon nodded. Ding, found a strong vitality. As for whether to investigate, Ding, mission accept. Subdue a battle pet. If it is not completed in a short time, the system will continue to reward. What the F***CK? This is a naked kidnapping. Hearing the system prompt, Linley was stunned for a moment. Faced with this sudden quest, Linley hurriedly nodded. All right, since that's the case, I accept. Ding, congratulations to the host for accepting the mission. Next, the system will monitor the host's shadow 360 degrees without any blind spots until the mission is completed and submitted. Still monitor? This time, Lin Ray's face flashed with displeasure. For the system to monitor, Lin Ray didn't expect at all, but now it was too late to regret. He had already agreed. In the end, Lin Ray silently ended the conversation. He didn't want to say anything. He was afraid of being angered to death. Chapter 1001. He didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. Lin Ray could only agree with the system's monitoring. After all, he had accepted the task. If he rejected the task, he didn't know what would happen. Forget it. He shook his head fiercely, as if he wanted to throw away all those troublesome things. Looking up at the stage, Lin Ray vaguely felt that under the black cloth, a heartbeat was faintly echoing throughout the Donglai Pavilion. Yes, it's the heartbeat. No, this heartbeat couldn't be the sound of a captured beast. What was going on? Vaguely, Lin Ray felt that something was wrong. Generally speaking, captured beasts would have all their abilities to move sealed. Even their heartbeat would become extremely weak. Yes, although the heartbeat Linley had just heard was very weak, This weak heartbeat gave Linley a feeling of strength amidst its wretchedness. This didn't seem like the heartbeat of a captured demonic beast at all. Feeling that something was wrong, Lin Ray turned his head with vigilance and reminded his wife, "Be careful later. There may be trouble here." Huh? Trouble? Hearing Lin Ray's sudden words, Ing and Bing were stunned. Their faces were full of doubts. "Yes, trouble. Let's not talk about other things first. Just be careful later. Remember, no matter what happens, stay by my side. As long as you stay by my side, you'll be safe. Do you hear me?" Unknowingly, a handful of dog food was thrown out without warning. This made Ing and Bing blush and nod repeatedly. "Yes, I know. Well, that's good." Seeing the two women nod in agreement, Linley relaxed. His gaze once more focused on the black cloth on the stage. What lay beneath the black cloth? Lin Ray's heart was filled with curiosity. Ding, found a pet that can be subdued. Does the system want to subdue it? What the hell? Subdue a pet? The sudden notification made Lin Ray a little confused, but when he looked at the black cloth, he instantly understood and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Ray didn't really want to subdue them. He just didn't want to be monitored by the system. Moreover, if he didn't subdue it as soon as possible, he was afraid that the system would cause some trouble in the future. By then, it would be too late for regrets. Ding! Taming mission activated. The host has 6 hours to tame the battle pet. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. F***CK. Hearing the system's words, Linley couldn't help but curse. His face suddenly changed. Just as he had thought, the system was up to something again. Attention! Pay attention to where the host is. If you attack the system verbally, you will be responsible for the consequences. Lin Ray didn't say anything else. As the saying goes, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and would say what was on his mind. He didn't spout nonsense in his own system because time was limited. He stared at the black cloth, waiting for the moment the black cloth was lifted. He would make his move. On the stage, Lao Ding looked at the confused eyes of the people below. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. He then said, "Okay, this is the last item of this auction. At the same time, it is also the untainted ancient species that everyone has been talking about. What I want to say is that you guys guessed right. This thing is indeed an untainted ancient species, and it is an extraordinary existence." As soon as he said that, a huge uproar was set off in the hall. A wave of discussion was completely set off. "Then lift the cloth and let us see." "Yeah, Lao Ding, can you not be so slow? Hurry up and lift the black cloth." "Lift it, lift it." One by one, the voices were heard. In the end, everyone's voices came to the same channel. The voices were like a tidal wave, surging and surging, causing one's soul to tremble. Looking at the actions of the people below, Lao Ding smiled even more. At this moment, the people in front of him were no longer the fellow Taoists that he spoke of. At this moment, in his eyes, these fellow Taoists had become sparkling golden divine crystals. And this was the effect that he wanted. Only this way, his item would be more valuable, and only this way, his item would be more expensive. After calculating the time, Lao Ding knew that the time had come. He immediately waved his hand and said loudly, "Everyone, since you want to see it so much, I will not neglect your face." He turned around and looked at the attendant behind him. He nodded and said, "Next, let's lift the mysterious black cloth." Wow! The hall was in an uproar again. Another wave of discussion surged. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and enthusiasm. "Open, open, open," they all said in unison. They all wanted to see that thing immediately. In this situation, they were just short of rushing in. With a swoosh, the black cloth was lifted. A small dog appeared in front of everyone. TCH, when everyone saw the original appearance of the thing under the black cloth, a wave of jealousy surged up from the bottom of their hearts. This is a freaking ancient remnant species. Does this mean that you are the guard dog in my backyard? Looking at this dog-shaped ancient remnant species, everyone's original interest and excitement completely disappeared at this moment. At this moment, a middle-aged man who seemed to have a lot of strength stood up. He looked at the dog on the stage and glared at Lao Ding. He opened his mouth and scolded. What are you trying to do? Is it fun to play with us? Don't think that just because your Donglai Pavilion is powerful, I won't dare to touch you. Do you know the consequences of provoking a first-rate power in Yen City? A series of threatening words appeared. In the next moment, one person opened his mouth and spoke one after another. Lao Ding, what is your Donglai Pavilion trying to do? Playing with so many of us like this, do you know that you're trying to incite public anger? In an instant, threatening words appeared one after another. On the stage, Lao Ding, who was originally full of smiles, instantly collapsed. The aura on his body also turned from gentle to cold. His cold eyes swept across the crowd below. He then scolded coldly. Are you all crazy? You are right. Although my Donglai Pavilion is not powerful, it is not necessary for you all to do this because it is a waste of time. I told you before that this thing is indeed an ancient remnant species. Naturally, it is not fake. Who do you think has the time to play with you all? This old man's time is very precious. With one sentence, everyone present was stunned. Lao Ding, who had always been gentle, had now become a person that everyone did not recognize. However, at this moment, no one noticed that when Lin Ray, who was sitting in the corner, saw the black dog's words the moment the black cloth was lifted, a terrifying pressure swarmed towards Lin Ray like an emperor descending. This pressure. Feeling the pressure from the aura of death, Lin Ray's body trembled, and he took a step back. What's wrong, husband? On the side, Ing noticed her husband's reaction. She hurriedly stepped forward to support Lin Ray and asked with concern. What a terrifying pressure, as if it came from hell. The aura of death made my divine soul tremble. Lin Ray did not have the chance to answer Ying's question and secretly muttered to himself. The scene was extremely tense, especially Lin Ray. Looking at the big black dog, he knew that things were definitely not simple. TSK, I didn't expect the Devourer to be arrested. If this news spreads, I'm afraid those old guys in the Hongmeng realm will go crazy. What? Devourer? Just as Lin Ray was panicking, he heard the little dragon's voice in his head. From the little dragon's words, Lin Ray extracted some important information. Yes, Devourer, a kind of existence that only exists in legends. They are very powerful and could devour the sky and the earth. No one dares to provoke them, especially their race. If their race were to know that one of their kind was locked in a cage, I'm afraid the entire divinity would be turned into nothingness. Then the system asked me to tame a battle pet. Do you think I can tame such a horrifying thing? Lin Ray knew that he had no way to deal with this kind of existence. Besides, when encountering something of this level, what were you thinking about instead of running away? Seeing that Lin Ray was so timid, the little dragon snorted and a glint of disappointment flashed across its face. Since the system asked you to tame it, it means that the system believes you can do it. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have given you a task so casually. Look at you. You haven't even started. What's wrong? Scared? After being scolded by the system, Lin Ray's face turned red. As a man, as a strong person, how could he admit that he was scared? Lin Ray, of course, shook his head and refuted. Scared? What a joke. The Emperor is a saint with the supreme physique of Hongmeng. Do you think that I, who is so strong and has so many advantages, will be afraid of a demon beast? Lin Ray said while his heart was beating like a drum. His back was already soaked in sweat. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't scared. The other party was a Devourer, the strongest and most mysterious race in Hongmeng. How could Lin Ray compare to it? TSK, I'm too lazy to care about you. As the little dragon attached to the system, it was very clear about Lin Ray's inner voice and thoughts. Regarding this point, the little dragon was too lazy to care about it. Looking up at the Devourer lying in the cage, the Devourer was currently in the appearance of a black dog. His appearance was very ordinary. Perhaps if he was thrown into a pack of dogs, no one would think that he was one of the most mysterious species in Hongmeng. At this moment, the black dog seemed to have sensed Lin Li's gaze. Its expression froze for a moment before it opened its languid eyelids and met Linley's gaze. A strange look appeared in its eyes before it closed them again and returned to its usual calmness. However, facing the devourer's gaze, Lin Ray felt uncomfortable. When Lin Ray looked at the devourer, he felt that his soul was being devoured by some kind of power, as if it would break out of his body at any time. In just an instant, it gave Lin Ray such a feeling. This made Lin Ray dumbfounded. F***CK. How the F***CK am I supposed to subdue this? Just one look, and it's so strong. How am I supposed to subdue it? He roared in his heart, but there was no expression on his face. He didn't want the little dragon to look down on him. However, he forgot that the little dragon could hear his thoughts. In the audience, the scene was very quiet. Everyone was listening to Lao Ding's words. Everyone knew about the change in Lao Ding. Maybe they didn't really know this Lao Ding from the Donglai Pavilion before. On the stage, seeing that the audience was quiet, Lao Ding recovered his gentleness. He smiled and said, "Okay, actually, don't look at the appearance. This kind of power is very strong. Even if you use a divine weapon, you won't be able to do any damage to it." Perhaps to make everyone believe and pay, Lao Ding took out a supreme-grade divine weapon and let everyone verify the authenticity of the sword. After everyone verified it, he turned to the devourer and used all his cultivation. He poured his cultivation into the sword and blasted it at the devourer. F***CK, is this for real? Yeah, don't kill him in one go. Seeing Lao Ding's actions, everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. They didn't want to watch. However, some people were excited. It wasn't because they knew the identity of the black dog, but because they had already imagined the bloody scene in their minds. Bang clang. The sound of metal colliding rang in the Donglai Pavilion. Lao Ding waved the sword and stabbed the devourer's abdomen. However, the bloody scene in the audience's minds didn't appear. Instead, in the eyes of the crowd, they saw an expression of utter disbelief. The moment the sword stabbed the devourer, it stopped abruptly and couldn't go any further. At this moment, the scene became extremely quiet. Their expressions were filled with fear as they looked at this scene. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Did you see that? Seeing everyone's reaction, Lao Ding knew that the result he wanted had appeared. I'm not lying to everyone, but I'm telling the truth. This demonic beast is indeed an untainted ancient species. Lao Ding was now waiting for the fish to take the bait. However, other than Lin Ray, the others didn't notice one thing. It wasn't anything else. After the devourer felt Lao Ding's provocation, a murderous intent flashed. Although it was only for a moment and the devourer hit it perfectly, he still couldn't escape Lin Ray's eyes. "Ha, ignorant!" Looking at the crowd, Lin Ray sneered. His expression was filled with cruelty. He knew that if this continued, the devourer would sooner or later go on a killing spree. Although he didn't understand why the devourer was captured, he knew that the dignity of an expert couldn't be trampled on, even if the devourer was a demonic beast. Now let's start. The starting prize for the untainted ancient species is 30 million high-grade divine crystals. Each bid must not be less than 5 million. Let's start the auction. The highest bidder wins. 30 million? Why don't you just rob? At this moment, the crowd couldn't remain calm. 30 million was a huge sum for a sect. Even if you were a first-grade sect, it would be very difficult to take out 30 million. 35 million. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence of the scene. The shocking number of 35 million appeared, and the scene instantly exploded. Who? Who is it? How can he be so powerful? 35 million? Which sect is this? Yeah, who is it? Can you come out and meet us? Hey, fellow Taoist who bid 35 million. I wonder if your sect still needs to recruit new members? Let me introduce myself. I'm a monarch god, and I'm very powerful. I wonder if, piss off, you still have a nerve to say that? Who would want someone like you who would jump ship as long as they give you some money? At this moment, the crowd began to clamor. At this moment, everyone's gaze was no longer on the devourer on the stage. Instead, it was on the person who bid 35 million high-grade divine crystals. Chapter 1002. Lao Ding's expression darkened when he saw that the momentum he had started had been completely disrupted by the person who had just placed a bid. However, Lao Ding could not do anything because of the situation. In the end, he could only chuckle as he looked at Lin Ray in the corner. However, the person who had placed a bid of 35 million was naturally Lin Ray. Although he was a little afraid of the Devourer, he would still cook since he had promised the system because the consequences were waiting for him. As long as he failed to complete the system's mission, he would have to bear the consequences himself. Lin Ray knew that these consequences were extremely terrifying. He might not be able to bear them. As for the Devourer, how would he know if it was impossible without even trying? What if he succeeded? At that time, he would have a Devourer as his battle pet. Lin Ray would probably be the only person in the entire Hongmeng realm who could do that. When he thought about how he had walked the Saint world with the Devourer beast by his side, and how those old bastards from the Holy Lands and God Emperors had stared at him in shock, Lin Li couldn't help but smile. He raised his head and met Lao Ding's eyes. They locked eyes for an instant before looking away. An amused smile flashed across his face. 35 million. 35 million. Are there any higher bids? Lao Ding knew that he could not stop the discussion below. In the end, he could only use his voice to pull the crowd back to reality. The entire place fell silent. After a long time, a reply was given. 35 million going once. Lao Ding looked at the crowd below with anticipation. He hoped that a few more people would step forward to bid. After all, only the Donglai Pavilion would benefit in the end. 35 million going twice. A trace of disappointment flashed through Lao Ding's eyes when he saw the silence below. This was a little different from what he had expected. Could it be that today, 40 million? Just as Lao Ding was thinking to himself, a voice suddenly broke the silence and caused an uproar. What the F***CK? 40 million? Who is this? There's still people bidding for it. Mother F***ker, crazy, crazy, crazy. This is F***king crazy. Over 40 million to buy an invulnerable black dog? How F***king rich do they have to be to do this? Excessive. This is simply too excessive. You have so many divine crystals, but you don't know how to give them to the poor. You actually bought a black dog? Yeah, I agree. It's too hateful. At this moment, all kinds of discussions about the 40 million people who had made a move emerged one after another. At this moment, the happiest person was Lao Ding. Since someone was bidding, it meant that he could earn more. How could he not be happy? 40 million. Is there anyone else for 40 million? Is there anyone higher? This time, Lao Ding was full of energy. His voice was even louder than when he gave birth to his own child. He was elated. 40 million. Hearing the bid of 40 million, Lin Ray raised his head and scanned his surroundings. He wanted to find out where the person who had made the bid of 40 million was. He wanted to know who it was that had not made a move earlier. Only when he was about to obtain the black dog did he make a move. Was he trying to provoke him? 45 million. After failing to find out where that person was, Lin Ray finally opened his mouth again. He was determined to find out who that person was. Of course, his purpose was very simple. He merely wanted to see if there was anyone else who was bidding for the black dog. 45 million. Is there anyone else for 45 million? 45 million. The atmosphere was extremely heated. The previously quiet atmosphere disappeared. However, Lin Ray did not pay attention to it. He released his divine sense and enveloped the entire place. He wanted to find out who it was that was bidding against him. Sure enough, right after Lin Ray thought of that, the voice from before sounded again. 55 million. F***CK sure. Since you want to play, Emperor will play with you. Seeing that the other party was bidding, Lin Ray was intrigued. At the same time, his divine sense enveloped everyone in the place. Of course, he could see the person who had spoken very clearly. The person who was bidding against him was a middle-aged man. He was surrounded by guards. He was obviously a disciple of the sect. His strength was not bad. He was almost at the divine lord level. As for the middle-aged man, he was slightly stronger. He was already at the peak of the divine lord level. Looking at them, Lin Ray opened his mouth again. 75 million. This time, Lin Rei was not bidding for the black dog. His purpose was purely to annoy the other party. The moment the words 75 million appeared, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock. 75 million high-grade, divine crystals. This was an astronomical figure in the East Arrival Pavilion. 75 million. It's actually reached a high price of 75 million. I wonder if there are any higher bids. The highest bidder wins. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had made the previous bid appeared in Linley's mind. After hearing this price, he had a bitter look on his face. He hadn't expected Linley to lower the price so much. However, the bitterness disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by a smear of difficulty. It was as if he was determined to win the devourer. Lin Rei was stunned when he saw that. Various thoughts filled his head. What's going on? Does this person know that the black dog is the devourer? Has he come especially for him? This was because the middle-aged man was extremely determined. He was so determined that Lin Rei could not help but think that way. Yeah, that makes sense. The little dragon said, "After all, the devourer can be found in the scripture pavilions of some sacred grounds in the saints' world. It's possible that he knows about it and has come for the devourer. Think about it. If you can use the blood exchange technique to transplant the devourer's bloodline into your body, just think about it." At that moment, Lin Rei became rather stunned by the little dragon's words. If it were him, Lin Rei would never do something like that. There had to be something wrong with his head to use the blood of a demonic beast instead of his own blood. But just because Linley thought this way didn't mean that others thought the same. After all, for the sake of training to reach the pinnacle of power, for the sake of power, for the sake of being able to control the life and death of others, for the sake of not being trampled upon by others, they would do anything. They would do things like murder, arson, rape, and pillage, let alone a mere blood exchange technique. You didn't expect that, did you? The little dragon chuckled softly when he saw Lin Rei's shocked expression. However, there was a hint of bitterness in his chuckle. To be able to exchange blood with a devourer, once the blood exchange is successful, the person who possesses the devourer's blood will possess everything of the devourer clan, including their powerful physical body and their most special devouring power. Oh, devouring power? Then my devourer of the heavens is... Suddenly, when he heard the little dragon mention the devouring power, Lin Rei could not help but think of the devourer of the heavens that he had learned. At that moment, Lin Rei began to suspect that the devourer of the heavens that he had learned was the cultivation method of the devourer clan. The devourer clan? A hint of disdain flashed through the little dragon's eyes, as if he looked down on the devourer clan. Yeah, why isn't it? Upon seeing the little dragon's reaction, Lin Rei knew that he might have made a mistake. Of course not. Even though the devourer clan possesses the devouring power, do you think they will be as powerful as your devourer of the heavens? Without waiting for Lin Rei to speak, the little dragon continued with a tone full of disdain. It's not that I look down on the devourer clan, but even if they were here, they would have to bow down to the devourer of the heavens. Lin Rei was speechless. Lin Rei believed the little dragon's words because he had witnessed how powerful the little dragon was. So he believed that the little dragon had surpassed the existence of this world and had reached an unimaginable level where even the great Tao could not restrain it. All right, I've said enough to you today. I still have to remind you that you only have 4 more hours before the time limit for you to connect with the system is up. You have to hurry, or else. A voice that made Lin Rei feel gloomy came from the little dragon's mouth. All of a sudden, Lin Rei leaned to the side and shook his head to abandon everything. He turned his gaze to the devourer and stared at him. Lin Rei knew that he had to subdue him today, no matter what. As the old saying goes, it's either you die or I die. Lin Rei was very clear about this. He didn't want to die. This world was still so good. There were still so many places that he had yet to visit and even higher realms that he had yet to reach. He couldn't say that. However, on the other side, when Lin Rei called out the price to 70 million, The middle-aged man's expression was firm, and he spoke without hesitation. 90 million. Hiss. When these words came out, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock. 90 million. This had already exceeded the scope of everyone's thinking. Even the top powers in Yen City could not sit still the instant they heard this number and fell from their chairs. 90 million. All right. Looking at the scene, Lin Ray smiled. A hint of disdain emerged on his face. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. At this moment, Lin Ray chose to give up. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was because he felt that the energy within the Devourer's body was restless. It was as if a ferocious beast was about to rush out at any moment. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After all, I'm not in a hurry. A strange smile emerged on his face. Just when everyone was excited, they didn't know that one of their feet had already stepped into the 9 underworlds. At this moment, everyone was only shocked by the huge amount of 90 million. However, no one noticed that the Devourer was sweeping his gaze over. Lowly humans. Originally, I only wanted to rest for a bit. However, you arrogantly wanted to use me as an auction item. You really don't know the meaning of death. Looking at the lowly and pitiful humans in front of him, the killing intent in the Devourer's heart soared. Originally, the Devourer came to the God Realm for unknown reasons. Originally, coming to a low-level plane already made the Devourer very unhappy. Originally, with the attitude of taking things as they came, he found a cave to sleep in. However, unexpectedly, when he woke up again, he was already captured and brought to the Donglai Pavilion. The originally playful Devourer only wanted to play around. However, he didn't expect that the lowly humans in his eyes would treat him as prey and wantonly auction him. This caused his dignity as a Devourer to be tarnished. At this moment, he decided that all the people in front of him must die. Not a single one of them would be left alive. 90 million. 90 million first place, lowly humans. You actually dare to use me as an auction item. You have guts. Just when Lao Ding was speaking excitedly, a voice that seemed to come from hell exploded in the Donglai Pavilion. It was filled with coldness, blood, and gloom. Are you going to make a move? Hearing the Devourer's voice that was filled with killing intent, Lin Ray smiled. He understood that the Devourer was going to make a move. Relax, I'll put you away. When a matter is settled, I'll let you out. Don't worry, it's only 6 hours. I won't make you wait too long. Feeling the Devourer's killing intent, Lin Ray said to his wife and children, Okay, got it. As Lin Ray's wife, the first thing was to know when to advance and when to retreat. Ing and the other 2 women did very well. In the next moment, without any hesitation or words, the 2 women disappeared on the spot with a wave of his hand. The crowd didn't see this scene, so they didn't know that someone was missing. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted to the stage, to the black dog next to Lao Ding. Everyone was shocked that the black dog could speak human language. Moreover, the killing intent in its voice was clear. The moment the black dog spoke, the temperature in the hall dropped to freezing point. It gave people the feeling that they were in a 10,000-year-old ice cellar, causing them to shiver. Looking at the black dog, Lao Ding's body trembled. His face was filled with shock and fear. As the person who had always been guarding the black dog, he never knew that the black dog could speak human language. Moreover, after hearing the black dog's words, a fear that came from the depths of his soul emerged. Are you surprised? Looking at Lao Ding, the killing intent in Devourer's eyes was uncontrollable. Regarding Lao Ding, the Devourer had already placed him on his death list. Since you're surprised, let's calculate how much we owe each other. With that, the Devourer took a step forward and arrived beside Lao Ding in an instant. Without giving him time to react, it raised its front paw and slammed it towards Lao Ding's spiritual palace. Not good. Feeling the cold, killing intent in front of him, Lao Ding felt that something was wrong. He immediately wanted to react. However, the difference in cultivation between the 2 of them was too great. The Tao was like a chasm, and he couldn't do anything. Kacha! A cracking sound came from Lao Ding's body. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy was emitted from Lao Ding's body and drifted into the air. Good things can't be wasted. Although it's very little, it's at least 50% essence. Looking at the ownerless spiritual energy in the air, the black dog's eyes flashed. Devour. In the next moment, a scene that made Lin Rei's eyes light up appeared. He saw the black dog open its mouth, and a terrifying devouring force emerged. In the air, the ownerless spiritual energy all froze in place when it felt the terrifying suction force. In the next moment, the spiritual energy seemed to have gone crazy and swarmed into the black dog's mouth. Burp! A long burp came from the black dog's mouth. The scene was very quiet. Rather than saying it was quiet, it was more accurate to say that no one knew what had happened. Taunting. Chapter 1003. A blood-curdling scream resounded through the entire Donglai Pavilion. At this moment, the crowd couldn't help but turn their gazes toward the source of the scream. In the next instant, when the crowd's gazes landed on the source of the scream, everyone present, apart from Lin Rei, was filled with terror. They were rooted to the spot and did not move at all. It wasn't that they didn't want to. Rather, they didn't dare to. Imagine a divine sovereign realm cultivator, a top-notch cultivator stronger than them, was already kneeling on the ground with blood gushing out of his mouth before they even knew what was going on. However, what shocked the crowd even more was that they couldn't sense any cultivation from Lao Ding's body. It was as if Lao Ding was an ordinary person. However, the crowd understood that Lao Ding was still a divine sovereign realm expert just a moment ago. Yet, he was reduced to such a state. The only explanation was that he was crippled. At this moment, apart from Lao Ding, the only other person on the stage was the black dog. When they recalled the black dog's words, the crowd thought of a terrifying outcome. Whoosh whoosh. When the crowd thought of this possibility, they turned their heads and secretly glanced at the black dog. They were extremely shocked. Could it be that Lao Ding's current state was caused by him? When they thought of this, the crowd didn't dare to continue thinking about it. When they thought of how they were mocking such a terrifying existence, regret surged into their hearts. Some of them even had the thought of killing themselves. Motherfucker, if I knew, I wouldn't have come. I didn't get what I wanted. Now, whether I'm alive or not is one thing. When they thought of what happened to Lao Ding, the crowd felt a lingering fear. When some of the more cowardly cultivators thought of what they had done earlier, they couldn't help but fall to the ground on their buttocks. Their faces were as pale as corpses. If this was in the past, there would definitely be people coming forward to mock them. However now, who was the one mocking whom? No, my cultivation, on the stage, that person was kneeling on the ground with one hand on the ground and the other hand on his divine palace. His face was pale and malevolent. Their expressions were filled with hatred and murderous intent. At the same time, in the depths of their expressions, there was even more fear and unwillingness. He hadn't expected that the black dog he had captured would be so powerful. He had thought that the black dog only had a strong physical body, so he had wanted to take advantage of it to make a fortune. He had never expected that he would end up like this. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he mocked himself. Alas, I didn't expect that I would be destroyed by my own hands in the end. If I knew you were so powerful, I wouldn't have provoked you back then, and I wouldn't have brought you out of that forbidden area. At this moment, Lao Ding thought about a lot of things. He thought about the terrible things he had done in the past. At this moment, he really regretted it. He regretted everything he had done. Oh, are you regretting it? Looking at Lao Ding with an amused smile, Devourer's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he sneered, "Humans are like this. In front of those weaker than you, you are very strong, and even doing evil is the truth. However, in front of someone as powerful as you actually did such a thing. Is it useful?" Dumbfounded, Lao Ding hadn't thought that the black dog in front of him would be so smart. He was unmoved by force or persuasion. Looking at the black dog's expression, he knew that he was most likely going to die today. Die. Looking at Lao Ding, a murderous intent flashed across Devourer's eyes. He raised his paw and was about to slap Lao Ding to death. No, you shouldn't kill me first. You should kill the person who wanted to buy you. Just when the paw was a palm away from Lao Ding, it suddenly stopped in the air and didn't move forward. That makes sense. The person who had bid 90 million was stunned by this sudden sentence. Fear surged into his heart. At this moment, he hated Lao Ding to the bone. He hadn't thought that he would be played like this. Not good. Just when the middle-aged man was thinking, a cold gaze swept across him and the others. He knew that they were most likely going to die. Because he was very clear about the Devourer's background, he knew that if the Devourer wanted him dead, he wouldn't be able to live to see the sun tomorrow. There was a saying in ancient times, if the king of hell wanted you to die at midnight, he wouldn't let you live until dawn. In the middle-aged man's world, the Devourer was the king of hell, and he was the little demon that was controlled by the king of hell. Just when the middle-aged man was in extreme fear, the Devourer's gaze swept past him and didn't linger on him. Suddenly, he broke out in cold sweat. However, his heart relaxed a lot because he still had time to plan. You're different from them. I don't understand why you want to stay in the divine world with your strength. Is there any meaning to it? In the end, the Devourer's gaze landed on Lin Ray. With regards to Lin Ray's cultivation, the Devourer was able to see through it with a single glance. Especially earlier, the Devourer and Lin Ray had been paying attention to each other since the beginning. Thus, in the Devourer's opinion, the person who needed to be dealt with the least should be Lin Ray, the cultivator who was at the initial stage of the Sage Realm. The reason for that was because the Devourer felt a trace of dangerous aura from Lin Ray. It was an aura that he hadn't felt for a very long time. However, the Devourer's words caused the crowd to be puzzled. As he spoke, the Devourer looked over. When he saw Lin Ray, the crowd became silent. They had never seen the person mentioned by the Devourer before. Furthermore, they knew that this person was very unfamiliar. He didn't seem to be from Yin City. He was definitely an outsider. Sensing the crowd's hesitant gazes, Lin Ray ignored them. His gaze was fixed on the Devourer. A smile appeared on the corners of Lin Ray's mouth. However, this smile was so eerie and terrifying to the crowd. It made their hair stand on end. The Devourer, the most mysterious race in the Hongmeng realm. He possesses the bloodline of the Devourer. He is indeed very strong. With a single sentence, Lin Ray revealed the Devourer's origin. The crowd was confused by this. However, when a middle-aged man who had bid 90 million heard Lin Ray reveal the Devourer's identity, his expression suddenly changed and became gloomy. I didn't expect that I'm not the only one who knows the Devourer's identity. This person knows it so clearly as well. Who is he? How does he know the Devourer's identity? He doesn't seem to be from the sacred world. How does he know the Devourer's identity? Looking at Lin Ray, the middle-aged man's mind was filled with questions. He felt that Lin Ray was very mysterious. However, on the other side, Lin Ray didn't know the answer to the middle-aged man's questions. At this moment, he didn't want to know. Facing such a strong opponent, Lin Ray couldn't relax. He was afraid that he would die. Furthermore, the system didn't give him much time. He had already wasted some time previously. If he didn't hurry up, the only outcome left for him was death. The Devourer wasn't surprised that Lin Ray knew his identity. Furthermore, he had never hidden his identity. Looking at Lin Ray, his eyes flashed. You're very smart. I don't know where you saw this sovereign's information, but if you saw this sovereign's information, you should know that this sovereign is very strong. So strong that you can't resist. A proud expression appeared on the Devourer's face. Regarding the Devourer, Lin Ray couldn't help but think of the little dragon. You are indeed very strong. The Devourer didn't dare to deny this point. The Devourer was indeed very strong. If he didn't admit it, he wouldn't have made Lin Ray so afraid and terrified. On the other hand, as Master Dan, Lin Ray also knew that although the Devourer was very strong, he had some injuries on his body. Although they weren't fatal, they affected his strength. Therefore, for the current devourer, as long as he raised his mental strength to the limit and acted carefully, everything would be fine. The injuries on your body are very serious. If you don't treat them quickly, then who knows how much strength you have left in the end. Moreover, if the old geezers in the Holy World and the Hongmeng realm find out about your injuries, I'm afraid they'll break through the barrier to find you and exchange blood with you. Listening to Lin Rei's clear and logical explanation, the devourer's expression changed again and again. He had never mentioned his injuries in front of outsiders, but this person in front of him, a thought came to his mind. He looked at Lin Rei and said, "You're an alchemist?" Alchemist. 'Tis TSK, that's a good name. However, I still like people calling me Master Dan. You broke through from the Dan realm to the Saint realm? The devourer was a little in disbelief. Although he didn't know much about alchemy, he still knew about the division of alchemists. Although Master Dan wasn't the highest among alchemists, it was still a very high-level existence. Even the Holy World, there weren't many Master Dan. However, in the immortal realm, he actually found one. How could he not be shocked? Lin Rei felt very good about the devourer's shock. After all, this could be considered a compliment. Looking at the devourer's shocked expression, Lin Rei didn't deny it. He nodded and said, "That's right. The Emperor has indeed broken through to Master Dan. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that the great devourer would have such pain in his eyes." Lin Rei's proud expression made the devourer very unhappy. He didn't expect to be mocked by a little guy from the immortal realm today. All right. Since you're done, it's my turn. Looking at the devourer, Lin Rei was neither servile nor overbearing. The devourer appreciated this. "Your matter?" Doubt flashed through his eyes. "That's right. My matter." Looking at the devourer, Lin Rei said, "My matter is actually very simple. I'll give you freedom. However, the important thing is that you have to submit to my clan. Of course, I know that if your clan wants to recognize a master, you have to get the other party's approval." As for the devourer, Lin Rei understood that the overlord wanted him to submit. TSK. Hearing Lin Rei's condition, the devourer couldn't help but laugh. He was sure that this was the funniest joke he had heard in all these years. Asking a devourer to submit to a human was something that had never happened in history. Therefore, the devourer could only laugh. At the same time, the devourer put Lin Rei on his must-kill list. Looking at Lin Rei, a terrifying killing intent soared into the sky. Lin Rei was stunned. The primal Chaos Dragon Spear appeared. Facing the devourer, Lin Rei instinctively became vigilant. Because of the devourer's strength, he had to be serious. "Come on, let me see the powerful devouring power of your clan. Let's see if your devouring power is stronger or if the Emperor's cultivation technique is stronger." After saying that, Lin Rei placed the spear behind his back. The devouring heaven execution was instantly activated by Lin Rei. He began to accumulate power and attack at any time. Devouring power? The devourer's expression was filled with disdain towards the devouring power that Lin Rei mentioned. In his heart, the devourer clan was the strongest in terms of devouring power. Therefore, the devourer felt that Lin Rei's words were extremely laughable. As the old saying goes, trying to show off one's strength in front of an expert. This was what the devourer was thinking at the moment. Believe it or not, just don't be too shocked when the time comes. Lin Rei understood that it was normal for the devourer to not believe him. It moved. Suddenly, a terrifying devouring power appeared in the surroundings. Lin Rei didn't panic at all. It was as if he didn't put this power in his eyes. TSK. So this is your devouring power. Not bad. Feeling the terrifying power around him, Lin Rei said calmly. Although Lin Rei appeared calm on the surface, he was panicking in his heart. The terrifying devouring power around him was too strong. This was just him using it. If he used any battle techniques or magic, he would be done for. Forget it, I don't care. Anyway, the little dragon said that the devouring power of the devouring heaven execution is very strong. It's just that Lin Rei neglected it before. devouring the heavens and earth. Suddenly, the devouring heaven execution was activated in Lin Rei's body. The devouring power that he originally felt around him disappeared when he used the devouring heaven execution. There wasn't even a trace left behind. It was as if the devouring power had never appeared. Feeling that the devourer wasn't confident in his devouring power, he activated it again. This time, he didn't stay silent. He arrived at the alley facing Lin Rei. No, my devouring power can't be broken by others. The devourer stared at Lin Rei in shock and confusion. For a moment, the devourer began to panic. He wasn't the only one who knew the devouring power. Even Lin Rei knew it. This made the devourer very puzzled. He didn't understand when Lin Rei's terrifying devouring power came. How sad. Looking at the devourer, Lin Rei was in a very good mood. Thinking of how powerful his devouring heaven execution was, he couldn't help but wonder where this devouring heaven execution came from. Bastard, you can't have it. You can't. At this moment, the devourer seemed to have gone crazy. He mobilized all the cultivation in his body in order to see if Lin Rei knew how to devour or not. Die for me. In the next moment, the devourer's figure disappeared. Lin Rei was stunned. He immediately released his divine sense to search for the devourer's location. Found it. Feeling the devourer's figure in his mind, a smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand and activated the devouring heaven execution. Waves of devouring power that made the devourer gasp in surprise appeared. Feeling the devouring power, the devourer knew that Lin Rei really knew the devouring power. Moreover, the devouring power was even stronger than the devouring bloodline of his clan. Chapter 1004. Devour. He flashed to the devourer's side and circulated the devouring heaven art. He raised his hand and slapped at the devourer's head. When the devouring beast sensed the devouring power coming from above its head, a glint flashed across its eyes, and an expression that was completely different from before appeared. TSK, you are indeed very strong. I didn't expect a human to have such a powerful devouring power. Looking up, the devourer did not panic. Instead, he smiled. This shouldn't be a bloodline talent. Cultivation method. Your devouring power comes from your cultivation method, right? Hearing the devourer's words, the hand paused in the air for a moment before attacking again. Lin Rei was only slightly surprised that the devourer had guessed that his devouring power came from his cultivation method. Lin Rei did not intend to hide his cultivation method. Looking at the devourer, Lin Rei was very calm. Then let's try it. Let's see which of our devouring powers is stronger. After saying that, Lin Rei's hand with the devouring power arrived at the devourer's head. Then let's try it. At this moment, the devourer moved. As the saying went, move like a rabbit and stay still like a virgin. When Lin Rei's hand was less than 1 centimeter away from the devourer tilted his head and easily dodged Lin Rei's attack. However, Lin Rei was shocked. He naturally did not want to give up. He moved forward and slapped again. This time, Lin Rei did not hide his cultivation base. The cultivation base of an early-stage Dao fruit saint was undoubtedly revealed by Lin Rei. This is the first time I've used my full strength in a battle. You should feel very honored. After saying that, he slapped again. This time, Lin Rei included a combat method in his devouring power. The devouring power is circulating so freely. It seems that you have been cultivating this cultivation method for a long time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. The devourer knew Lin Rei's every move like the back of his hand. He understood that if it weren't for the difference in their cultivation bases, he would have been defeated this time. If that really happened, the name of the Devourer clan would also be tainted with this insult. This was not what he wanted. However, the Devourer really coveted Lin Rei's devouring cultivation method. If he could combine the cultivation method with his devouring bloodline, with the power of his devouring bloodline, then the Devourer felt very excited. It seemed as if he could feel the Devourer's devouring power. The Devourer, the feeling of being worshipped by others made his blood boil. "Huh, you're thinking too much." Looking at the devourer, Lin Ray snorted and increased the intensity of his attacks. Although he didn't know what the devourer was thinking, he knew that the devourer must be plotting something in his mind. Clang! The primal chaos dragon's spear moved. In Lin Ray's hand, the spear was like an extension of his arm. He moved it freely without any hesitation. Azure Dragon, appear! A low roar came from Lin Ray's mouth. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the primal chaos dragon spear. Dragon's aura? Feeling the pressure from the golden light, the devourer was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ray to have the existence of the dragon race. What surprised the devourer even more was that the dragon race wasn't the same as the dragon race. It was the dragon ancestor, the dragon ancestor. Roar! Dragon roars came out one after another. The 9 dragons roared together, shaking the world. Disaster was coming, 9 dragon ancestor? At this moment, other than shock, the devourer didn't have any other emotions. 9 dragon ancestor. In his memory, there were only 4 dragon ancestors at the beginning of the world. Where'd he go to steal the 5th one? And now, there were 9 of them. How could he not be puzzled and shocked? Kill them. Ignoring the devourer's shock, Lin Ray ordered the 9 azure dragons above his head. His body instantly rushed out and took the lead. His imposing manner was unstoppable. Bam! 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 At this moment, a great battle of the century had begun. The original Donglai Pavilion had already turned into dust and no longer existed. Even this Yin city was now a battlefield in the eyes of Lin Ray and the Devourer. They even felt that this Yin city was a cage that bound them. There was a moment when they wanted to destroy it. However, Lin Ray was still fine, but the Devourer couldn't. After all, the more people they killed, the more negative karma they would have. This would be detrimental to their future breakthroughs. Collision after collision, intense battle after intense battle. All the cultivators in the entire Yin city and even the surrounding regions had sensed it and rushed over. In addition to the 9 azure dragons joining the battle, this battle had once again reached a higher level. At this moment, Lin Ray and the Devourer had already turned into a ray of light. In the eyes of the crowd, they could only see a few rays of light colliding, separating, and colliding again. Wave after wave of powerful pressure surged out. In the face of such an intense scene, the system seemed to be very quiet. Right now, on the surface of the water, it raised its head and looked at the battle between Lin Ray and the outside world. Its expression was filled with worry. Sigh, brat, even if you were to increase your cultivation by a few levels, you still wouldn't be a match for the Devourer. That's right. The Devourer has already reached the Hongmeng realm. I don't know why he would appear in the divine realm. The system's voice transmitted into the little dragon's ears. You still have a nerve to say that. Hearing the system's voice, the little dragon was anxious. It no longer had its usual calm tone. Other than anger, there was nothing else. If you know the Devourer's cultivation, why did you still give him this mission? Don't you know that Lin Ray's current actions are like throwing an egg against a rock? He won't be able to withstand a single blow. Besides, look at how Lin Ray is being played by the Devourer. This bastard didn't even use his full strength. Even if his body is injured, so what? After all, he's a cultivator of the Hongmeng realm. Do you think Lin Ray will be a match for him? Isn't he F** king courting death? Why would I still take action to subdue him as a battle pet? System. The system understood the little dragon's agitation very well. After all, the little dragon and Lin Ray had established a deep relationship. Seeing the little dragon so angry, the system laughed and said, "Okay, don't worry. No matter what, Lin Ray is the system's host. Do you think the system will push its host to death? 0-inch him? Then what do you mean?" This time, Lin Ray reacted. Indeed, as the host, Lin Ray, the system naturally wouldn't let Lin Ray die. He still needs experience. Besides, don't you think that Lin Ray's current foundation is starting to be a little unstable? The system's voice sounded. Suddenly, the little dragon was startled and suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, as the system said, Lin Ray had been breaking through too quickly during this period of time, so much so that he didn't care about the problem of his foundation. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that at this moment, Lin Ray's traces were starting to show signs of floating. If this situation continued to develop, the final result would be unimaginable for the little dragon. However, what did this have to do with letting the little dragon fight the devourer? Could it be that this devourer could solve the problem of Lin Ray's floating foundation? Seeing that the little dragon wasn't complaining like before, the system continued. So, in order to allow the host to have a strong cultivation base, the system previously calculated that the host wouldn't die this time, but would go to a low-level plane. There, he would be reborn and live a different life. After he has tasted all the joys and sorrows of the world and comprehended all the emotions in the world, when that time comes, his primordial spirit will return and his floating foundation will naturally be solved. The little dragon was terrified by the system's layout. It felt as if the wind was blowing on its balls. Rebirth. Wasn't this just mercilessly kicking Lin Ray, who was standing at the peak of the 18th level? In Rebirth, what would Rual Lin's cultivation base be like if he was reborn? It wasn't easy for him to cultivate until now. If he was reborn, just the matter of cultivation base alone would be very difficult. You don't have to worry. Just as the little dragon was thinking, the system's voice sounded in the little dragon's ears. What I mean by rebirth is that after sealing Lin Ray's memories and sending his soul to the lower realm, he will experience the path of reincarnation and return to his original body after experiencing the tribulation. This won't have much impact on his cultivation base, but if there is an impact, then I can only say that after returning to Lin Ray, his cultivation base will be purer and his foundation will be stronger. Phew, that's good. Hearing the system's words, the little dragon, who was originally worried about Lin Ray, was relieved. He didn't want to see his friend leave just like that, and his cultivation base disappear. But thump. Now, the little dragon was most afraid that the system wouldn't be able to win against it. But there might be words like this. During the period of time that Linley is gone, it's very likely that we will temporarily enter a deep sleep. Thus, make some preparations. Xiaolong was speechless. The little dragon didn't like the system's startled look, but he still nodded in response. Yes, I understand. Don't worry. In the outside world, Lin Ray didn't know anything about the conversation between the system and the little dragon. If he knew, he would probably jump out and say something. At this moment, Lin Ray wasn't very relaxed. The more he fought with the devourer, the more serious Lin Ray's expression became. During this battle, Lin Ray gradually understood his own arrogance, especially after seeing that the devourer was injured. After this battle, Lin Ray understood that the gap between him and the devourer was huge, to the extent that he was a little afraid. It could be said that in front of the devourer, he was like a newborn baby, and the devourer was an adult. If he wanted to kill him, it would only take a blink of an eye. What level has your cultivation base reached? Why are you so strong? Besides, aren't you injured? Why are you still so strong? Why? At this moment, Lin Ray couldn't stay calm anymore. He screamed at the devourer. He didn't expect the devourer to be so strong that he couldn't fight back. Strong? The devourer didn't answer Lin Ray's question directly. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Although I don't want to admit it, your cultivation base is indeed very strong, and it's under the condition that you're injured. I'm even more curious about who injured you to this extent. At this moment, Lin Ray stopped fighting. He understood that with his strength, it was meaningless to continue fighting. Right now, Linley was very curious as to who had injured the devourer. Even someone as powerful as him had been injured. What level of cultivation did the person who had injured him have? Lin Ray didn't dare to imagine. He couldn't imagine how strong the other party's cultivation base was. But one thing he was sure of was that they weren't as strong as the little dragon. Although the pressure he felt from the devourer was unbearable, it was nothing compared to the pressure from the little dragon. TSK. There are many people in this world who can hurt me, and I wasn't injured by someone. Saying that, the devourer laughed at himself. This world has changed. Now, in your memories, there's only the God realm and the holy realm. You don't know that there's a realm above the holy realm. That realm is very... You're from the Hongmeng realm? At this moment, Lin Rei couldn't stay calm. He heard the system and the little dragon talk about the Hongmeng realm many times. However, from the information Lin Rei heard before, the Hongmeng realm was sealed. If that was the case, then the devourer was suddenly a thought appeared. Without any hesitation, he directly asked the devourer, "You couldn't have broken through the barrier that sealed the Hongmeng realm and been injured by it, right? You? Who are you?" At this moment, the one who was shocked wasn't Lin Rei, but the devourer. Very few people knew about the Hongmeng realm, and even fewer knew about the Hongmeng realm being sealed. However, the young man in front of him said that he was from the Hongmeng realm and that he was injured after breaking through the barrier. This made the devourer wary. At this moment, the devourer's reaction gave Lin Rei the answer he wanted. "It seems that I was right. The Hongmeng realm. I didn't expect you to break through the barrier that sealed the Hongmeng realm. I have to say that you're very strong. Even Sheng couldn't do it. I didn't expect you to do it. Can I ask how you did it?" The devourer looked at him doubtfully. Other than shock, the devourer didn't know how to express the shock and astonishment in his heart. The Hongmeng realm, the barrier that sealed it, and Sheng. Which one of these wasn't the most confidential information in this world? The devourer believed that the Hongmeng realm and the seal were obtained from some secret realm. But what about Sheng? This was a word that didn't even exist in the holy realm. How did the person in front of him know about it? At this moment, the way the devourer looked at Lin Rei changed. His disdain and contempt had turned into indifference and doubt. It was at this moment that the devourer acknowledged Lin Rei. "Why, you're right. I do come from the Hongmeng realm, but I'm from the outermost region of the Hongmeng realm. The seal there is very weak." As he said that, the devourer seemed to sink into his memories. Back then, in order for me to leave, in order for me to preserve the bloodline of our devourer clan, my clan used everything we had to forcefully break open a crack in the barrier so that I could leave. Because of this matter, my devouring clan has suffered heavy casualties. Our vitality has been greatly damaged. Chapter 1005. Lin Rei was rather impressed by the devourer's words. Cutting off one's tail to survive was actually a good idea. But what made Lin Rei speechless was that wasn't his mission to unlock the big sister in the Hongmeng realm. Recalling the little dragon's words, Lin Rei was stunned. He didn't expect that someone would leave the Hongmeng realm so eagerly before he could unlock the seal. Looking at the devourer hand, Lin Rei wanted to ask about the Hongmeng realm because it would be a great help to him. After all, he would be heading to the Hongmeng realm in the future. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy to win 100 battles. It was never wrong to know something. Looking at the devourer, Lin Rei asked, I want to ask you about the Hongmeng realm." Just as Lin Rei asked, the little dragon and the system couldn't wait any longer. They didn't want to let Lin Rei know about the Hongmeng realm so soon. After all, it would only be disadvantageous to him. "What should we do? Should we stop Lin Rei?" Looking at Lin Rei, the little dragon lifted its head and asked the system. Although the little dragon favored Lin Rei, it would never hesitate in the face of right and wrong. Stop? Yes. Aren't you going to stop him? Aren't you afraid that he will find out about the Hongmeng realm? The little dragon was doubtful about the system's attitude. "No, it's not that I'm not stopping him, but I think it's time for Lin Rei to leave and head to his path of training." The little dragon was speechless. After hearing the system's words, Xiaolong finally understood what the system meant when it said that it would not stop him. Indeed, he hadn't stopped Linley. Instead, he had directly demoted Linley to a mortal sister, making him immortal. All right, the little dragon didn't stop the system's decision and stood aside quietly, waiting for Lin Rei to leave. Reincarnation, return, realm. In the outside world, Lin Rei was currently asking the devourer about the Hongmeng realm. He was completely unaware of what was happening in the system. Right at this moment, just as Lin Ray was about to continue asking questions, a wave of fear suddenly surged from the depths of his soul. His voice came to an abrupt halt. It was as if his entire body had been frozen in place. He stood there in a daze and did not speak again. His expression was filled with vigilance and fear. What's going on? Who is it that is so powerful, so powerful? Could it be? Suddenly, a figure appeared in Lin Ray's mind. He believed that this figure could make him feel fear, just like what was happening now. Of course, it was impossible for the Devourer to emit such a level of fear. Besides, the Devourer was right in front of him. If he wanted to do something, Lin Ray would be able to sense it. "Little dragon, what's going on? Is it you?" Lin Ray wanted to ask what was going on, but halfway through his sentence, his voice suddenly went silent. This time he panicked, and he was sure that this matter was definitely related to the little dragon. Thinking about his own situation and thinking about his two wives, Linley suddenly had a thought. Using what little power he had left, he released the Shadow children from his system. "Shadow, you and Ice quickly leave this place. Once you return to the sect, take good care of it. Understand? Husband, his children, who were originally cultivating in the system space, suddenly saw the scene in front of them jump. When they saw Lin Ray, the two were excited, but these sudden words stunned the two women. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Listen to me." Feeling the vitality in his body quickly being buried, he knew that he didn't have much time left. "You don't have to worry about this. Take good care of it in the sect, and wait for my return. When the time comes, we will go to the holy world together. However, during this period of time, you have to protect the sect and cultivate well. When I return, I will check." After speaking, Linley turned to look at the Devourer. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "I'm very happy to have met you. This battle was extremely valuable to me. Although I wasn't able to defeat you, the experience I gained is a true treasure trove. Don't worry, the Emperor of the Hongmeng realm will go. Moreover, the barrier there will be broken by the Emperor sooner or later, but your people will be free." "You?" Lin Ray suddenly acted like this, as if he was saying his last words. The Devourer was baffled. Other than Lin Ray himself, no one else was aware of the fear in Lin Ray's body. "Okay, Shadow, the two of you leave quickly. Remember, ask Yin to call back all the disciples outside. All those who disobey will be killed without mercy." After saying that, the last bit of vitality in his body was taken away. Lin Ray knew that his time was up. Until now, he still didn't understand why the little dragon would do this. Until he knew that he wouldn't die. As for what would happen next, he didn't know. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Ray, who was originally standing in the air, suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had never appeared. Husband, seeing Lin Ray disappear, the children of Shadow became anxious. How could they still care about the life and death of the people around them? Their cultivation instantly adjusted, and a huge pressure instantly crushed the entire Salt City. The gentleman instantly covered the entire Salt City. They wanted to investigate Lin Ray's whereabouts. However, what made the two girls helpless was that there wasn't the slightest trace of Lin Ray in the entire Salt City. There wasn't even the slightest trace of his aura left. As for the Devourer, he was also very shocked when he saw Lin Ray disappear. He also thought about Lin Ray, but the outcome was the same as his children. As for the remaining people in the Donglai Pavilion, the Devourer didn't care about them. He glanced at the children of Shadow, then left in a flash, disappearing from the eyes of the world. The children stayed in Salt City for a period of time. Seeing that there was no trace of Lin Ray, they finally returned to the Xuanzong sect according to his wishes. Lin Ray followed the instructions given to him by Shadow and summoned all the cultivators of the Xuanzong sect from all over the divine realm. There were many planes in the universe, so many that you couldn't count them all. And in the corner of the outermost region of the universe, there was a very unremarkable plane floating. The Destiny Plane, a plane that revered martial strength. In this plane, empires were established by martial strength, and duchies were established by martial strength. However, the power of duchies was much smaller than empires. Furthermore, duchies were dependent on empires to survive. This was the eastern part of the Destiny Plain. There was a duchy here, and at the edge of this duchy, there was a city called Lin City. In the backyard of the Lin family, a 3 to 4-year-old child was playing happily with a group of people who seemed to be servants. His face was brimming with smiles. Perhaps because he was too young, his clothes were completely soaked after playing for a while. "Young Master Lei, come and catch us. Come quickly, we are here." "Yes, young Master Lei, come quickly, we are here." The servants were standing in the surroundings, happily playing with the child in the middle. I don't want to play anymore. You are bullying me." Suddenly, the child took off the gauze covering his eyes and showed an unwilling expression. The child was small to begin with, and coupled with his angry look, the 3 servants around him liked their young master even more. The Lin family was very famous in the entire Yin country. After all, the old man of the Lin family was the most famous general in the entire duchy. Although he had retired, his prestige was still outside. The child was officially the only son of the Lin family for 3 generations, and his name was Lin Rei. At this moment, if Bing and Ing saw the child playing happily with a group of people here, they would definitely not recognize that this was their husband, the saint who could control the life and death of others with a raise of his hand. Moreover, the 2 women would not believe that Lin Rei would be in such a low-level plane. It could be said that this plane was not even as strong as the profound sky continent. Here, the martial realm was divided into body tempering, martial artist, martial master, martial grandmaster, martial general, martial king, martial emperor, martial ancestor, martial saint, and finally, martial god. The martial emperor and martial ancestor were fine, but the martial saint and martial god had not appeared in Tianming continent for a long time. In the Yin country, cultivators with strong mouths were only martial kings, and there were only 2 of them, both from the imperial family. As for martial generals, there were many of them, and they were all great generals of the Yin country. For example, the old man of the Lin family, Lin Tian, was a true martial general expert. At this moment, in the courtyard, Lin Rei was sulking. A madam came from his side and looked at Lin Rei. The madam was startled and said, "What happened to our Lin Rei? Why are you unhappy?" "Mother?" Lin Rei, who was sulking, heard this familiar voice and turned around. The originally bitter smile disappeared and was replaced with a face full of smiles. He jogged all the way to the madam's side and jumped into her arms. "Mother, I don't want to play anymore. I want to go out and play. I want to play with other children." Okay. Acting spoiled was generally a child's specialty and also a unique skill. Unfortunately, it did not work on the madam. "No, why?" Seeing his mother reject him without thinking, Lin Rei was dumbfounded. He still remembered that his mother, Huiyun, doted on him the most. He did not know when it started, but his movements were restricted. He cannot go to this, he cannot go that, he cannot move this, and he could not move that. This made him very depressed. He was helpless. There was no other way. Just like this, he was treated like a national treasure. Even if the old man pulled out all of his beard, the old man only smiled and did not do anything. If the outside world knew that a martial general-level powerhouse had his beard pulled out by a child, it would probably cause an uproar. No reason. In any case, you can't go anywhere. As she spoke, Huiyun said to the attendant beside her, "Come, bring the young master back to his room. Remember, you can't let him go anywhere. Especially today, you can't even let him out of the room. Remember?" "Yes, madam." As he spoke, the young man who received the order came forward and carried Lin Rei in his arms. He left and headed towards Lin Rei's room. Interesting. Seeing her family leave, Huiyun felt sad. "Rei, it's not that mother doesn't want you to go out. It's just that your body can't withstand the torment." Ruo Lin should have heard this. He would probably get to the bottom of it. The East Wing was the center of the Lin family. It was originally the old man's residence, but for some reason, it was vacated for Lin Rei to move in. At first, Lin Ray had some doubts, but later he understood. He moved in to watch over him and not let him go anywhere. However, for a child, he could think of all kinds of ways to play. Ever since he was grounded by his family, Lin Ray began his escape plan. In 1 year, he knew the changing times of the guards in the residence, the changing times of the attendants, all the uncles in the family, and even the old man's schedule. Not for anything else, but to be able to leave this home that made him unhappy. And today, the opportunity came. He could feel the stifling feeling in the residence. It was different from usual, and there seemed to be more guards than usual. The opportunity has come. In the room, Lin Ray leaned his head against the window and watched the situation outside. A smile appeared on his face as he thought of a plan. He randomly went to the wardrobe and started rummaging around. That's not right. I remember that I hid my clothes in here last time. Where did they go? He rummaged left and right, but there was nothing. This made Lin Ray anxious. This was a good opportunity, and he didn't want to waste time. F***CK, forget it. I'm not young anymore. I don't believe that I can't run away from home without clothes. He angrily turned around and went to the window with his back facing the backyard. He reached out and grabbed the window frame. With a little force from his forearm, a small hole that only he could squeeze through appeared. This young master has the foresight to open a hole here. Otherwise, today wouldn't have happened. After saying that, Lin Ray didn't stay and left the Lin family. He left the cage that he always wanted to leave. Although Lin Ray looked like he was only 3 or 4 years old, he was actually 5.5 years old. For some unknown reason, Lin Ray's body was very weak after he was born. His body was as thin as firewood, and he had a sickly appearance. It was also because of this that the entire Lin province activated the highest level of response. At all times, they watched Lin Ray and didn't allow him to leave home. It was as if they were afraid that something dangerous would happen if he came alone. At this moment, Lin Ray was walking on the streets of Lianqing City. It was as if he had released his natural instincts. Walking on the streets, he didn't have any of the etiquette at home. Moreover, the pale complexion on his face was also a little better. Perhaps it was because he was in high spirits after a happy occasion. Walking on the streets of Lianqing City that he had been looking forward to for a long time, Lin Ray, who had been locked up at home for many years, felt that everything he saw was very novel. Even if it was a woman's rouge, face powder, or jewelry, Lin Ray wouldn't let it go. When Ruo Lin's family saw that their child was so happy, they probably regretted their previous decision. However, they did that in order to protect Lin Ray. So, little bastard, are you tired of living? You actually dared to steal from my Zishuan Hall. Do you know how the word death is written? Do you know who opened the Zishuan Hall? At this time, a noisy voice came from the front. Lin Ray, who just happened to pass by, heard the noise in front of him. A touch of interest floated in his heart. His small figure quickly rushed forward and squeezed into the crowd. Chapter 1006. Because Lin Ray's body was small and thin, he was able to shuttle back and forth between the gaps of the crowd. Soon, he arrived at the noisy scene. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a ferocious expression was looking at the little boy lying on the ground. The vicious words coming out of his mouth sent chills down one's spine. On the ground, the little boy had his hands in his chest, and his body was curled up. He looked very pitiful. Others might think that he was in pain, but Lin Ray saw it clearly. The little boy was protecting the thing in his chest with his life. Lin Ray was stunned by this scene. He had been fed and fed since he was a child, so he was even more curious about what could make this little boy, who was about his age, protect it with his life. Bam! Seeing that the little boy lying on the ground did not speak, the middle-aged man kicked the little boy's body. Even so, the little boy's mind on the ground did not relax at all. He was still guarding the thing in his chest with all his might. This inhumane scene fell into the eyes of the crowd. Finally, someone could not stand it anymore and spoke up to stop him. Brother, even if this little boy stole something from you, you could have just taught him a lesson at most. There's no need to do this, right? You're an adult, and the one you kicked is a little boy. Are you trying to kick him to death? Someone spoke up, and the crowd was no longer silent. That's right. Is there still any humanity left? I used to think that the Zishuan Hall service was very good, but I didn't expect the people in their store to be so cruel and violent. How can we dare to eat at the Zishuan Hall in the future? That's right, that's right. It's too cruel. I've decided not to go to the Zishuan Hall in the future. Yes, that's right. At this moment, the middle-aged man stopped his actions and looked at the crowd around him. He knew some of them. They were all Zishuan Hall's old customers, and their status in Lianqing was not low either. Thinking about how the Zishuan Hall would lose a group of old customers because of today's incident, the middle-aged man suddenly smiled apologetically. Everyone, I'm really sorry. It's not what you think it is. It's mainly because this little boy stole something from our Zishuan Hall, so, whoosh, just as the middle-aged man opened his mouth to attract the attention of the crowd, the boy lying on the ground suddenly had the strength to jump up from the ground. He didn't complain about the pain in his body, nor did the pain affect his speed. He directly rushed out of the crowd with his weak and malnourished body. This scene stunned everyone, including the middle-aged man. He didn't expect that the little guy, who had kicked a few times under the quilt, still had the strength. Lin Rei saw everything that had happened, including the boy's attempt to leave and the direction he was running in. Looking at the boys departing back, a smile appeared on Lin Li's face. He didn't tarry any longer. He was going to find the boy who had fled, for no other reason than to find out what the boy was protecting, for him to risk his life for it. He left the crowd and chased after the boy. However, the difference in speed between him and the boy was like heaven and earth. Huff, huff, huff. Running all the way, his clothes were drenched in sweat. His face was pale and colorless from exhaustion. He panted heavily as he looked at the dilapidated courtyard in front of him. Seeing this, Lin Rei frowned. This was his first time coming to such a place. Step by step, he approached the courtyard. At this time, an extremely weak voice came from the room. Lin Rei didn't find this voice strange at all, because it was the voice of the boy just now. Little sister, your big brother is awesome today. I got you a big chicken leg and a steamed bun. Look how fragrant it is. In addition to the little boy, there was also a little girl in the room. From the looks of it, the little girl was younger than the boy. The boy sat beside the straw bed and took out the things in his arms. A chicken leg and a steamed bun. The two things were intact. Seeing this, the boy breathed a sigh of relief. He tore off a piece of the steamed bun, then tore off a piece of the chicken leg, and placed it in the steamed bun. His movements were gentle as he brought it to the mouth of the girl, lying on the bed. Amen, how fragrant. Smelling the steamed bun and chicken meat that was brought to her mouth, the little girl's face was filled with smiles. This smile was the best comfort to the mind. Amen, quickly eat. If it's not enough, I have more here. As he spoke, he passed the steamed bun and chicken meat to his little sister. Big brother, have you eaten? Suddenly, his little sister spoke. It's delicious. Seeing the girl's expectant expression, the boy's heart ached. He held back his tears and nodded. Okay, quickly eat. I'm going to go out and digest. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He was afraid that his lie would be seen through. Furthermore, the pain in his body had already caused him to faint. Amen. Then, big brother, come back soon. His little sister nodded and didn't say anything else. Thinking about it, she happily ate the steamed bun. Seeing his little sister eating happily, the boy stood up and dragged his tired and aching body out of the room and into the courtyard. In the outside world, Lin Rei, who was squatting by the window, saw this scene. He couldn't help but shed tears. He didn't expect that the things his mind was protecting would be steamed buns and chicken drumsticks. However, at this moment, he understood why the boy would use his life to protect the things in his arms. It was because he still had a little sister at home. A little sister who was younger than him needed his care. Seeing his mind walking unsteadily, Lin Rei had the urge to rush up and help. However, he knew that with his current body, he wouldn't be able to help at all. Furthermore, he had almost used up all of his energy from running all the way here. His mind left the house and walked outside. Seeing the boy's departing figure, Lin Ray didn't follow. He turned his head to look at his little sister who was happily eating in the room. Then, he turned around and left. He returned the way he came. He remembered that there was a pawn shop on Yonghua Road. Looking at the pawn shop in front of him, Lin Ray didn't hesitate to kick him in. His face was filled with determination. "Min, this little brother, I wonder why you've come to my pawn shop." At this moment, in the pawn shop, a busy employee saw a child walk in without an adult accompanying him. He looked at him and asked, "Oh, old grandpa, look at how much my clothes are worth. I want to be him. However, you have to give me another set of clothes. It doesn't have to be extravagant. It just has to be ordinary like a commoner." Hearing Lin Ray's words, the old man hesitated. Looking at the boy in front of him who was dressed extravagantly, he wasn't sure if the child could make the decision. Furthermore, there weren't many people in Lian City who could wear such expensive clothes. He was afraid. "You don't have to worry. I can make the decision. I have a lot of clothes like this at home. However, I forgot to bring money when I went out, so—" As if he understood the old man's concerns, Lin Ray said. Hearing this, the old man was relieved. However, he was still a little afraid. However, seeing Lin Ray's determination, the old man nodded and said, "All right. Since little brother is so determined, then I'll take it." Seeing the old man accept it, Lin Ray took off all his extravagant clothes and accessories without hesitation and placed them on the counter. "Hey, this child. This is the first time I've seen someone come to a pawn shop dressed so extravagantly." Although the old man said this, his face was filled with a smile. "Yes, this is a set of clothes made from cloud-falling brocade. The original price was 300 gold coins. Now it's depreciated to 150 gold coins." After the old man took the clothes, he looked at Lin Ray. The currency of Tianming continent was copper, silver, gold, and black iron coins. A single copper coin was enough to feed a family of 6. Now, Lin Ray's clothes were worth 150 gold coins. One could imagine how powerful Lin Ray's background was. Although the old man wanted to cheat Lin Ray, he gave up when he thought of the power behind him. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he had to be alive to spend it. It was useless even if he was alive to take it, but not to spend it. Therefore, the old man gave a very fair price. Yes, 150 gold coins. Lin Ray looked into the old man's eyes for a long time. Only when the old man looked away did Lin Ray stop. He nodded and smiled. "All right, 150 gold coins it is. However, this one should be enough." Before the old man could say anything, Lin Ray grabbed the rest of the clothes on the table and put them on again. Looking at those valuable items, the old man felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't do anything to Lin Ray. In the end, when he saw that Lin Ray had put on all his clothes, he quickly smiled and said, I wonder if this young master wants to trade with cash or give me 50 gold coins. As for the other 100 gold coins, just store them for me. Oh, that's right. Give me some ordinary clothes. It's best if there are patches on them." Looking at Lin Ray, the old man was puzzled. However, seeing that Lin Ray was determined, he sighed and nodded. "All right, please wait a moment." After a while, the old man came back with a money bag and a set of shabby clothes. Lin Ray was very satisfied with the comparison. He nodded and took the clothes to change. After a while, the originally luxurious young master disappeared and was replaced by a sickly young man. Seeing Lin Li's transformation, the old man's lips twitched. In his heart, he began to comment, "I don't know what's going on in this kid's head. Why does he have to wear such old, tattered clothes instead of beautiful clothes?" Not knowing what was going on, the old man didn't dare to say anything. From the beginning to the end, he just smiled. Smile and still smile. After Lin Ray was dressed properly, he came in front of the old man and put the money bag into his clothes. Without stopping, he strode out of the pawn shop and disappeared into the crowd. Looking at Lin Ray's figure, the old man shook his head helplessly. What a strange young man. After coming out of the pawn shop, Lin Ray took out a copper coin and bought 3 chickens, some vegetables, and clothes. Following the memory in his mind, he returned to the shabby courtyard where he followed the boy. When he arrived at the courtyard, he saw that it was very quiet. Lin Ray concluded that the boy definitely hadn't returned yet, following which a smile appeared on his face. Carrying the heavy things, he pushed open the door and walked in. "Oh, who is it?" At this moment, in the room, the little sister who had just fallen asleep heard the sound of the door being pushed open. She hurriedly got up and asked the person who entered with trepidation, "HM? You? Why?" After arriving at the room, Lin Ray heard his little sister's words and looked up. He saw that his little sister's eyes were wide open, but her tone was as if she was asking who was there. "You? Who are you?" I'm telling you, my brother will be back soon. You better leave quickly." After confirming that the person who came was not her brother, the little sister immediately used her words to threaten him. In her impression, her brother was an omnipotent and powerful hero. My name is Lin Ray. I'm a poor boy just like you. I just passed by and saw a house here, so I decided to come here to rest. I didn't expect that when I came in." Lin Ray couldn't say that he was a young master from Lin Province. Otherwise, it would make his little sister feel awkward. As expected, after hearing those words, the nervous little sister relaxed. "I am sorry. I can't see, so I thought it was a bad guy." Lin Ray, so as long as someone casually said that to you, it wouldn't be a bad guy. Seeing his little sister's reaction, Lin Ray was speechless. However, when he thought about how his little sister said that she couldn't see, Lin Ray became silent. Are you still there?" Seeing that there was no sound, his little sister mustered up her courage and asked, Why yes, I'm here." Looking at his little sister, Lin Ray walked to her side and opened all the things he bought. Suddenly, the fragrance filled the entire room. Rumble! The sound of his stomach growling came from the side. Compared to Lin Ray, he laughed without hiding it. How should he describe this day? In Lin Ray's opinion, this was the happiest day since he was born. Looking at his little sister, Lin Ray stopped laughing. He tore off a chicken drumstick and handed it to his little sister. "My name is Lin Ray. We've met today. May I know your name?" Feeling the chicken drumstick in her hand, his little sister hurriedly took a step back and placed the drumstick in Lin Ray's hand. And no, my brother said that I can't take things from strangers." Looking at her, Lin Ray shook his head helplessly. "Won't we know each other if you tell me your name?" Looking at his little sister, Lin Ray's expression was filled with anticipation. To him, who had never played with other children since he was young, getting to know this little sister was the thing he cared about the most. "Tell me." Seeing that his little sister was hesitating, Lin Ray hurriedly acted coquettishly. This was what he was best at. "I am called Gu Yunshi." In the end, his little sister couldn't help but act coquettishly and say her name. "Yunshi, Gu Yunshi. Good name, haha." As he muttered his little sister's name, his face was filled with a happy and excited smile. This was the first friend he had made, and he cherished it very much. "Okay, now that we know each other, we're not strangers anymore." As he spoke, he placed the drumsticks in his little sister's hand again and grabbed a piece of chicken for himself to eat. If this scene was seen by the people of Lin Province, they would definitely be very shocked. Lin Ray's appetite was getting smaller and smaller, and this was something that the Lin family was worried about. At this moment, Lin Ray was acting so crazily, as if he had been starving for a long time. Chapter 1007. As for Gu Yunshi, although she couldn't see, she could tell from the sound that Lin Ray was eating happily. It was unknown if it was because of Lin Ray, but the little sister, who was originally very reserved, was no longer nervous. She grabbed the drumstick in her hand and started eating. Lin Ray didn't stay idle. As long as the meat in his little sister's hand was gone, he would give it to her again. In the end, his little sister was too full to eat and refused Lin Ray. I'm so full." His little sister stopped eating. Her face was filled with a blissful smile. Her hands touched her slightly swollen belly. This was the fullest she had eaten. Usually, other than her brother, there was no one else who would make food for her. Sensing his little sister's reaction, Linley stopped eating. Looking at his little sister's oily hands, he frowned. Reaching out, he grabbed his little sister's handkerchief and began to wipe her hands. What are you doing?" Faced with Lin Ray's sudden action, his little sister was shocked. Her body subconsciously retreated. "Ah, little fellow, why are you so afraid?" Looking up at his little sister, Lin Ray smiled. "Your hands are too oily. I'll wipe them for you. This way, you won't feel uncomfortable." After saying that, Lin Ray moved again. He took his little sister's hands. This time, his little sister didn't resist like before. She just let Lin Ray wipe her hands. At the door, the boy who left dragged his tired body back. He stretched out his hand to support himself on the door frame. His pale face had slightly eased, but it was still very pale. Sigh. He let out a long sigh. "I didn't expect that guy to be so ruthless. If he did it a few more times, I'm afraid I won't be able to see my little sister today." After saying that, a smile appeared on his pale face as he thought of the happiness on his little sister's face when she was eating the drumstick. "I say, little sister, how do you usually live in the dormitory? Is there no one to take care of you?" Just as the boy was daydreaming, Lin Ray's voice came from the room. This is not good." One must know that his younger sister was an extremely important person who couldn't see. Even if she was cheated by others, she wouldn't know. Thinking of the person who spoke just now, the boy became anxious. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the pain coming from his body. His figure was like a sharp sword unsheathed from its scabbard, quickly rushing out, exceeding his current limit. Bang! The door was violently pushed open by the boy. Suddenly, Lin Ray and his little sister in the room were shocked. "I dare you." As soon as he entered the room, he saw that his little sister's hand was being held by Lin Ray. He was instantly enraged. He immediately rushed in front of Lin Ray. Without giving him a chance to explain, he directly threw a right hook at Lin Ray's face. With a plop sound, Lin Ray's thin and weak figure was directly sent flying. He didn't stop until he was a meter away. Although the boy was injured, after all, he had lived among the common people since he was young. He had to do all the dirty and tiring work. However, Lin Ray was different. He was a rich young master who had been imprisoned since he was young. It could be said that his 10 fingers didn't do any household chores. He couldn't carry anything on his shoulders or hands. In addition to Lin Ray's thin and weak body, it was normal for him to be sent flying by the boy. "Brother, what are you doing?" Although she couldn't see, she could hear what happened. Feeling that Lin Ray was hit by her brother, the little sister became anxious. She directly stood up, not caring whether she could see or not. She began to fumble around, not for anything else but to find Lin Ray's figure. Little sister, what are you doing?" Seeing his little sister like this, the boy hurriedly went forward to help her up. However, the moment his hand touched her, his little sister flung it away. "Brother, you're the most handsome Lin Ray. I just ate a lot of meat and my injury was too oily. So, Lin Ray helped me wipe it. It's not what you think." After saying that, the little sister continued her search. At the side, when the boy heard this, he turned his head and looked around. When he saw the unfinished meat and food on the ground, his heart skipped a beat and his face was filled with awkwardness. Although he was embarrassed, when he thought of his previous actions, the boy hurriedly reached out to help Lin Ray's weak body up. I'm sorry. I wronged you. I didn't expect. I'm really sorry. If you think I can't do it, you can hit me. I won't fight back." After saying that, he closed his eyes and stood there without saying another word. Lin Ray, looking at the boy, Lin Ray was speechless. He didn't hit him. For some reason, Lin Ray wanted to get close to this boy. Moreover, in Lin Ray's heart, he already treated him as his friend. Looking at him, Lin Ray grinned and said, "I said, what's your name?" "Oh, what?" The boy, who was already prepared to be hit, was stunned when he heard this. Looking at the boy, Lin Ray rolled his eyes and asked again, "I said, what's your name?" I'm Gu Jun. Tis TSK. Gu Jun Gu Yunchi. That's a good name. I'll remember it." After saying that, Lin Ray stretched out his hand. "I'm Lin Ray. I hope to be friends with you. I wonder if you mind?" "P friend." Looking at Lin Ray, Gu Jun thought that he would be beaten up. He didn't expect Lin Ray to be like this. That's right, friend. Of course, if you're not willing, then, Big Brother, hurry up and agree. Big Brother Lin Ray is very nice. He even gave me so many good things to eat. Without waiting for Gu Jun to speak, Gu Yunxi couldn't wait to speak. Her face was filled with a happy smile. All right, since you're not saying anything, it means that you agree. A smile appeared on Lin Ray's face. Then he sat on the ground and raised his hand to rub the place where he was hit. A wave of pain spread throughout Lin Ray's body. This was the first time that Lin Ray was hit. Who in the entire Lian city would treat Lin Ray like this? Of course, other than those who were on par with the Lin family. Are you okay? Seeing the injury on Lin Ray's face, Gu Jun scratched his head awkwardly and said with embarrassment, I'm fine. Putting down his hand, he pointed at the meat at the side and said to Gu Jun, hurry up and eat. It's still hot. It won't taste good if it's cold. How can I accept this? Looking at the steaming hot meat and rice, Gu Jun really wanted to eat, but a rumbling sound came from Gu Jun's stomach. A trace of red appeared on Gu Jun's face. That's enough. Hurry up and eat. Little sister and I are full. If you don't eat the rest, it'll be a waste. After saying that, Lin Ray ignored Gu Jun and went to his little sister's side to chat. Seeing Lin Ray's warm invitation, Gu Jun finally put down his pride and ate because his stomach was too full and he was injured. However, at the same time, the entire Lian city was shaken. The Lin family discovered that Lin Ray was missing and immediately mobilized all of the family's resources to search for him. Even the guards outside the city had no choice but to launch a search of the entire Lian city and its surrounding areas under the authority of the Lin family's old master. In the Lin family's meeting hall, an old man sat at the top. Looking at the 4 men and 3 women below, he coldly snorted and said, Look at all of you. Each and every one of you is trash. You can't even protect a child. Tell me, what use do I have for you? Especially your second son. Tell me, what kind of father are you? You can't even tell when your own child went missing. I think you haven't knelt in the ancestral hall for a while. Are you missing it? At this moment, Lin Feng, who was also Lin Ray's father, heard his father's words. His face darkened and his heart trembled. The ancestral hall was a place that the Lin family strictly guarded. Even if they were already adults or generals of the duchy, they were still extremely afraid and unwilling to go there. Looking at the old master, Lin Feng felt indignant. Little brat, isn't it good to stay at home? Great. Now even your father will be implicated. Tell me, aren't you just making things difficult for your father? Of course, these thoughts were just thoughts. He was more worried about Lin Ray's disappearance than anyone else, especially when he thought about his own child's health. Looking at his children below, he felt a wave of irritation. All of you, scram and search for him. Even if you have to turn the entire Lian city upside down, you must find him. If necessary, use the Shadow Guard. What? Shadow Guard? At this moment, Lin Feng was shocked. Father, the Shadow Guard cannot appear. If the loss is investigated and reported by the spies of the Yin country, then we will have endless troubles. Perhaps because of this, we will be besieged by all the families in Yin City. That's right, Father. The Shadow Guard is a very serious matter. Please reconsider. Father, Big Brother and Second Brother are right. Please consider this matter carefully. At this moment, several people below spoke up. Their expressions were filled with worry. This time, they were not only worried about Lin Ray. They were even more worried that their father would do something crazy. I say, each and every one of you, report. Just as the old master was about to reprimand Lin Feng and the others, a voice broke the tense atmosphere. Don't you know that I am in a meeting? Seeing that his words were interrupted, the old master frowned and coldly said, Come in. After receiving the old master's approval, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, and the people at the door let Lin Ray go. A young man, wearing the Lin family's armor, rushed in. When he saw the old master in the main hall, the young man immediately knelt on the ground and saluted. Without waiting for the others to speak, The young man spoke first, replying to the general, "I just found young master's clothes in a pawn shop." As he spoke, the young man took out the clothes he obtained and placed them in front of everyone. This is Ray's clothes. Why pawn shop? Everyone looked at the young man hesitantly. Their expressions were filled with doubt and puzzlement. They were puzzled as to why Ray's clothes would be in a pawn shop. They were puzzled as to why a rich family would pawn his clothes. What was the use of it in front of him? Of course, another thought appeared. That was, their Ray was kidnapped and his clothes were forced to be pawned. Others might not know, but they were very clear. Every piece of Lin Ray's clothes were worth a lot. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. Even if it was a small family, it would still be worth a lot. Thinking of this possibility, the old master became even more anxious. Go and investigate. Even if you have to turn the entire city upside down, you must investigate. Also, send out the shadow guards. One day, if I don't see Ray safely in front of me in one day, all of you will go to the ancestral hall to receive your punishment. After speaking, I didn't wait for anyone to refute. I stood up and disappeared from the meeting hall. When this scene appeared, Lin Feng and the others were dumbfounded. They knew that their old master was really angry this time. Let's go. One day. The old master only gave us one day. If we don't find Ray, then, thinking about the ancestral hall, the third Lin Dong's body couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't from excitement, but from fear. It was fear of the ancestral hall. Even though they were all generals of the Yin country, if they had to go to the battlefield or the ancestral hall, they would rather go to the battlefield than go to the ancestral hall. Yeah, even if you beat me to death, I don't want to go to the ancestral hall. One by one, they complained and hurriedly left. Lin Feng and his wife looked at their brothers working so hard for their family. A trace of guilt appeared on their faces. AI, it's been hard on them. After this, we will have to reward them more. Okay, at this moment, the entire Lin city and the surrounding cities were shaken. This was because the Lin family had mobilized the military, the business world, and all of their forces in order to find the young master of the Lin family. As if this news had grown wings, it spread throughout the Yin country and the Yin kingdom royalty, the Tian Lin family. As for this news and the movements of the Lin family, Lin Ray, who was in the room, didn't know about it. At this moment, Lin Ray was sitting around the fire and chatting happily with the Goose siblings. He was like a wild horse that had broken free of its borders. He had completely let go of himself and was completely different from when he was in the Lin family. Ha! Gu Jun, I didn't expect you to be so silly when you were young. Seeing Lin Ray laughing like this, Gu Jun was speechless. He didn't expect his little sister to be so mean to him. However, looking at the smile on his little sister's face, Gu Jun felt relieved. Moreover, he liked Lin Ray's personality very much. It was all when I was young. I was immature, but it's all good now. As he spoke, he looked at his little sister with a face full of determination. Now, it's just me and my little sister relying on each other. For my little sister's sake, I have to learn to be firm. Because I want to watch my little sister grow up, get married, and have children. I want to protect her. Suddenly, an aura rose to the sky. His face was full of determination. Looking at Gu Jun, Lin Ray also made his decision. Don't worry, the days ahead will definitely be very good. I promise I will protect my little sister with you. As he spoke, a doting look flashed across his face. He reached out and gently stroked his little sister's head. This scene moved Gu Jun's heart. Thank you. Thank you for not despising us siblings. At this moment, Gu Jun completely regarded Lin Ray as his friend and brother. For no other reason than that Lin Ray didn't despise him for having a little sister with bad eyesight. What are you saying? Looking at Gu Jun, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. We're friends and brothers. You're treating me like an outsider. Your little sister is my little sister. In this life, I will protect her and let her live a worry-free life. I will let her grow up happily without any worries. This was Lin Ray's promise. Of course, in Gu Jun's eyes, he might think that it was a joke. However, Lin Ray was serious, more serious than real gold. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.